feeling, and thought, and that there is undoubtedly a generation of energy and a consumption of brain matter which bears a very close resemblance to the process of the generation of electrical energy. And this being conceded, it follows that this energy once released must be emanated or sent forth from the brain in the manner akin to the emanation of other known forms of energy, i.e., in the form of waves of vibratory force. Light and heat travel in this way. So do electricity and magnetism. So do the forces of radioactivity. And the investigators of mental influence have demonstrated by their experiments that there is such a thing as thought induction and many other phases of manifestation similar to that exhibited by electricity and magnetism. Flammarion, the well-known and eminent French scientist, has said on the subject, "We sum up, therefore, our preceding observations by the conclusion that one mind can act at a distance upon another, without the habitual medium of words or any other visible means of communication. It appears to us altogether unreasonable to reject this conclusion if we accept the facts. The conclusion will be abundantly demonstrated. There is nothing unscientific, nothing romantic in admitting that an idea can influence a brain from a distance. The action of one human being upon another, from a distance, is a scientific fact. It is as certain as the existence of Paris, of Napoleon, of oxygen, or of Sirius." The same authority also states, "There can be no doubt that our physical force creates a movement in the ether which transmit itself afar, like all movements in the ether, becomes perceptible to brains in harmony with our own. The transformation of a psychic action into an ethereal movement, and the reverse, may be analogous to what takes place on a telephone, where the receptive plate, which is identical with the plate at the other end, reconstructs the sonorous movement transmitted not by means of sound, but by electricity. But these are only comparisons. When a thought or feeling is generated in the mind or brain of a person, the energy generated flows forth from the brain of the person in the form of waves of mental energy, spreading from the immediate neighborhood of the thinker to a distance proportioned to the strength of the thought or feeling. These thought waves have the property of awakening similar vibrations in the minds of other persons coming within their field of force, according to the laws of mental influence, which law shall be explained in the next chapter. As we proceed with our consideration of the subject of mental influence, in the succeeding chapters, we shall see the many and varied forms of manifestation of thought waves. At this point, we shall merely view the phenomena in a general way. Thought waves are manifested in a variety of forms and phases. Some are the waves emanated from the minds of all thinkers, unconsciously and without purpose, and usually without much force. Others are sent forth with great force and travel far, manifesting a degree of influence commensurate with the force with which they are projected. Others are directed purposely towards certain individuals or places, and travel along rapidly in a straight line to the point which they have been directed or aimed. Others are sent forth with great strength and power, but instead of being directed toward any particular person or place, are designed to sweep around in great whirlpools of energy affecting all who happen to fall within their field force. You will readily understand that there is a great difference between thought waves sent forth idly and unconsciously, and without knowledge of the underlying laws of mental influence, and those projected with a full knowledge of the laws governing the phenomena, and urged on and directed by a powerful will of the sender. The force is the same, but the degree of its power and the measure of its effects are determined by the conditions of its sending force. The vibratory force of these thought waves does not cease with the sending forth of the wave, but persists for a long time afterward. Just as heat in a room persists long after the fire in the stove has been extinguished, just as the perfume of the flower exists in a room long after the flower has been removed, just as a ray of light travels through space for millions of miles, and for centuries after the star itself has been blotted out of existence, just as any and all forms of vibratory energy persist in manifesting after the initial impulse has been withdrawn, So do the vibrations of thought continue long after the thought? Yes, long after the brain which sent them forth has passed into dust. There are many places today filled with the thought vibrations of minds long since passed outside of the body. There are many places filled with the strong vibrations of tragedies long since enacted there. Every place has an atmosphere of its own, arising from the thought vibrations set in motion by the various persons who have inhabited or occupied them. Every city has its own mental atmosphere, which has an effect upon persons moving into them. Some are lively, some dull, some progressive, some old fogyish, some moral, some immoral. The result of the character of the early settlers and leading spirits of the places. The atmosphere affects persons moving into these towns and either sinks to the general level or else, if strong enough, help to change the mental tone of the place. Sometimes a change in conditions brings a large influx of new people to the town, and the mental waves of the newcomers tend to bring about a marked change in the local mental atmosphere. These facts have been noticed by many observing people who were, perhaps, not familiar with the laws and principles underlying the phenomena. Many have, of course, noticed the differing atmosphere of stores, offices, and other places of business. Some of such places give one an air of confidence and trust. Others create a feeling of suspicion and just trust. Some convey an impression of active, wide-awake management, while others impress one as being behind the times and suffering from alert, active management. Did you ever stop to think that these different atmospheres were caused by the prevailing mental attitudes of those in charge of the places? The managers of business places send forth thought waves of their own, and their employees naturally falling into the pace set for them, sending forth similar vibrations, and before long the whole place is vibrating on a certain scale. Let a change in the management occur, and see what a change soon manifests itself. Did you ever notice the mental atmospheres of the houses you happen to visit? You may experience and recognize all of the varying notes in the mental scale of their occupants. From some thresholds, harmony manifests itself, while others breathe in harmony as soon as you step over the threshold. Some radiate mental warmth, while others seem as cold as an iceberg. Think for a movement and recall the various houses or places you visit, and see how the mental vibrations of the inmates manifest themselves to a visitor. The low quarters of our cities, the dens of vice and haunts of dissipation vibrate with the character of thought and feeling of those inhabiting them. And the weak-willed visitor is thus tempted. And, in the same way, certain places are filled with strong, helpful, elevating vibrations, which tend to lift up and elevate those coming within their circle of influence. Thoughts and feelings are contagious, by reason of the law of vibration and mental induction. When this law is understood, the individual is enabled to protect and improve himself. Such knowledge brings strength. Mental induction. As we stated in the preceding chapter, the phenomena of mental influence bears a striking analogy to that of the electrical or magnetic energy. Not only is this so in the phase of wave motion and transmission, but also in the phase of induction, as we shall see presently. In physical science, the term induction is used to indicate that quality in a manifestation of energy which tends to reproduce in a second object the vibrations manifesting in the first object, without direct contact between the two bodies. A magnet will induce magnetism in another object removed from its space. An electrified object will tend to produce similar vibrations in another object by induction, over great spaces. Heat waves travel along the ether and tend to produce heat vibrations in objects far removed, notably in the case of the sun and the earth. Even sound waves will affect other objects in this way, as in the well-known instance of the glass or vase singing in response to the musical note sounded afar off. In fact, we see and hear by processes similar to those described. And in this same manner that thought waves carry the vibrations of the mind, sending them forth to great distances or lesser ones, tending to set up similar vibrations in the middle of other persons within their field force. Thus a person feeling a strong degree of anger will pour forth waves of that degree of mental vibration, which, coming in contact with the brains of other persons, tend to set up a similar feelings or emotions and thus cause the person to feel cross or peevish or even to manifest a similar angry state of mind. We all know how easily a fight is started by a very angry person in a room sending forth violent vibrations. One has but to remember the instances of mob violence to see how easily the contagion of hate and anger spread among people who allow themselves to be influenced. And not only is this true of undesirable emotions and feelings, but also of desirable ones. The influence of a good man who happens to be strong mentally spreads among those around him, influencing them for good. Orators, actors, preachers, and teachers send forth strong within-told currents, which tend to produce mental conditions on the part of their hearers corresponding to the feeling held by the mind of the speaker. When you remember how this speaker swayed your feelings, or how that actor made you weep with pity, shiver with fear, or laugh with joy, you will see how mental induction acts. But not only is this true when we are in the actual presence of the person sending out the thought waves, but it is equally true that we are influenced by persons far removed from us in space, often without their knowledge or intent, although sometimes, in the case of one who understands the principal post, with full knowledge and intent. The ether with which space is filled carries these thought waves in all directions, and the surface of the earth, particularly in the densely occupied portions, is filled with these waves. These waves, carrying the mental vibrations, coming in contact with each other, tend to set up combinations on one hand, or else neutralize each other on the other hand. That is to say, if two sets of waves of a similar nature meet, there is likely to be a combination formed between them, just as between two chemicals having an affinity for each other. In this way, the mental atmosphere of places, towns, houses, etc. is formed. On the other hand, if currents of opposing vibrations come in contact with each other, there will be manifested a conflict between the two, in which each will lose in proportion to its weakness, and the result will be either a neutralization of both or else a combination having vibrations of an average rate. For instance, if two currents of mental energy meet, one being a thought of love and the other hate, they will neutralize each other if they are equal, or if one is stronger than the other, it will persist, but robbed of much of its strength. If it were not for this neutralizing effect, we would be largely at the mercy of stray currents of thought. Nature protects us in this way, and also by rendering us immune to a considerable extent. But nevertheless, we are affected by these waves to a considerable extent, unless we have learned to throw them off by knowledge of the laws and an enforcement of them by practice. We all know how great waves of feeling spread over the town, city, or country, sweeping people off their balance. Great waves of political enthusiasm, or war spirits, or prejudice for or against certain people, or groups of people, to sweep over places and cause men to act in a manner that they will afterward regret when they come to themselves and consider their acts in cold blood. Demagogues will sway them, or magnetic leaders who wish to gain their votes or patronage, and they will be led into acts of mob violence or similar atrocities by yielding to these waves of contagious thought. On the other hand, we all know how great waves of religious feeling sweep over a community upon the occasion of some great revival, excitement, or fervor. The effect of these thought waves, so far as the power of induction is concerned, of course depends very materially upon the strength of the thought or feeling being manifested in the mind sending them forth. The majority of persons put but little force into the mental manifestations, but here and there is to be found a thinker whose thought waves are practically a stream of living will, and which of course have a very strong inductive effect upon the minds of others with whom the waves come in contact. But it likewise follows that a number of persons thinking along the same lines will produce a great volume of power by a combination of their currents into great streams of mental force. Then again, there is another feature of the case that we must not lose sight of, and that is the attraction between minds, by virtue of which one draws to himself the thought waves of others whose thoughts are in accord with his own. The contrary is true, For there is repulsion between the minds of persons and the thought waves of others whose thoughts are in accord with his own. The contrary is true, for there is repulsions between the minds of persons and the thought waves of others antagonistic to their thoughts. To quote a well-worn and much-used expression to illustrate this truth, like attracts like, and birds of a feather flock together. There is ever in operation this marvelous law of attraction and repulsion of mental energy. Persons allowing their thoughts to run along certain lines and permitting the feelings to be expressed in certain ways, draw to themselves the thought waves and mental influences of others keyed to the same mental keynote. And likewise they repel the waves and influences of an opposing nature. This is an important fact to remember in one's everyday life. Good attracts good and repels evil. Evil attracts evil and repels good. The predominant mental attitude serves to attract similar influences and to repel the opposing ones. Therefore, watch carefully the character and nature of your thoughts. Cultivate the desirable ones and repress the undesirable ones. Verily, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Some thought waves sent forth with but little strength travel slowly and do not proceed very far from their place of emanation, but creep along like some smoke or fog, lazily and yielding. Other thoughts charged with a greater intensity of desire or will dart forth vigorously like an electric spark and often travel great distances. The weak thought waves do not last a very long time, but fade away or become neutralized or dissipated by stronger forces. But the strong thoughts persist for a long time, retaining much of their vitality and energy. In the same manner, the thought waves of a person will continue to vibrate around him wherever he goes, and those coming in contact with him will be impressed by the character of his vibrations in this way. Some men send forth gloomy vibrations in this way. Some men send forth gloomy vibrations, which you feel when you come in contact with them. Others radiate good cheer, courage, and happiness, which conditions are induced in those with whom they come in contact. Many people will manifest these qualities so strongly that one can notice the effect the moment such persons enter a room. They carry their atmosphere with them, and the same is induced in the minds of others around them. In the same way, some people carry with them vibrations of willpower and masterfulness that beat upon the minds of others, making them feel the power of such persons and conquering their own willpower and changing their desires. Others manifest a strong power of fascination or attraction in a similar manner, which tends to draw others to them and to their desires and wishes. Not only does this principle operate in the phase of general mental atmospheres, but also in the phase of direct personal influence. All forms of mental influence operate along the lines of mental induction, as herein described. The principle is the same in all cases and instances, although the manner of operation varies according to the particular phase of the phenomena manifested. Remember this as we proceed, and you will be able to understand the subject much better. Mental concentration. Mental concentration, the two principal factors in the manifestation of mental influence, in all of its forms, are what are known as 1. Concentration, and 2. Mental imagining. The first of these factors shall be considered in this chapter, the succeeding chapter taking up the consideration of the second. Concentration is a word derived from two Latin words, i.e., con, a prefix meaning to, and centrum, meaning center or fixed central point. The two words combined mean, literally, to bring to a common point, to focus, etc. Thus the word concentration is seen to mean, literally, the act or state of bringing to a fixed point or focus. Borrowing an analogous illustration from physical science, we readily see that the highest forms of energy, force, or power are manifested by bringing the force to a focus, center, or common point, thereby directing to that point the entire energy employed, instead of allowing it to become dissipated over a larger area. The electricity generated by a battery or dynamo If allowed to diffuse itself over a large surface manifests, but a small degree of the power that may be obtained from it by compelling it to discharge itself from a small point of focus. The same is true regarding the power of steam, which manifests great power by being forced to discharge itself through a small point or opening instead of being permitted to spread itself widely in the air. The same law applies to gunpowder, which manifests force by its gases being compelled to escape through the small gun barrel instead of spreading in all directions, which it would do if unconfined. Another familiar example is that of the sunglass, or burning glass, which brings the rays of the sun to a common point or focus, greatly intensifying the heat and light by reason thereof. The occult masters have ever impressed upon their pupils the importance and necessity of acquiring the power of mental concentration, and all trained and developed occultists have practiced and persevered toward this end, the result being that some of them attained almost miraculous mental powers and influence. All occult phenomena are caused in this way, and all occult power depends upon it. Therefore, the student of mental influence should devote much thought, time, and practice to this most important branch of the subject. It is a fact known to all students of mental phenomena that very few persons possess more than a very small degree of concentration. They allow their mental forces to become scattered and dissipated in all directions, and obtain little or no results from the same. In the degree that a man is able to concentrate, so is he able to manifest mental power. A man's power of mental concentration is to a great extent his measure of greatness. Mental concentration, in practice, consists of focusing the mind upon a given subject or object firmly and fixedly, and then holding it there for a certain time, fully intent upon its object, and not allowing itself to be diverted or attracted from its object. It likewise consists in the correlative power of then detaching the mind from that subject or object and either allowing it to rest or else focusing it upon another object. In other words, it either gives undivided attention or else inhibits or shuts off attention from the given subject or object. To the reader who has had no experience along the lines of mental concentration, it may seem like a very easy task to focus the mind upon a subject and then hold it there firmly and fixedly. But a little practice will undeceive such a person and will bring him to a realizing sense of the difficulty of the task. The mind is a very restless thing, and its tendency is to dance from one thing to another, darting here and there, soon tiring of continued attention, and like a spoiled child, seeking a new object upon which to exercise itself. On the other hand, many people allow their minds to concentrate, involuntarily, upon whatever may strike their fancy, and, forgetting everything else, they give themselves up to the object attracting their attention for the moment, often neglecting duties and important interests, and becoming daydreamers instead of firm thinkers. This involuntary concentration is a thing to be avoided, for it is the allowing of the attention to escape the control of the will. The mental concentration of the occultists is a very different thing, and is solely in control of the will, being applied when desirable and taken off or inhibited when desirable. The trained occultist will concentrate upon a subject or object with a wonderful intensity, seemingly completely absorbed in the subject or object before him, and oblivious to all else in the world. And yet, the task accomplished or the given time expired, he will detach his mind from the object and will be perfectly fresh, watchful, and wide awake to the next matter before him. There is a difference in being controlled by involuntary attention, which is a species of self-hypnotizing, and the control of the attention, which is an evidence of mastery. The secret of mental concentration lies in the control of the attention, and the control of the attention lies in the exercise of the will. A celebrated French psychologist has well said, "The authority is subject to the superior authority of the ego. I yield it, or I withhold it as I please. I direct it in turn to several points. I concentrate it upon each point as long as my will can stand the effort." Sully says, Attention may be roughly defined as the active self-direction of the mind to any object which presents itself at the moment. All of the occult authorities begin teaching their pupils attention as the first step toward mental concentration. They instruct the pupil to examine some familiar object and endeavor to see as many details as possible in the object. Then, after hearing the pupil's report, the master sends him back to the task, bidding him seek for new details, and so on until at last the pupil has discovered about all concerning the object that can be discovered. The next day a new object is given to him, and the process is repeated. First simple objects are given, and then more complex ones, until at last objects of great complexity are easily mastered. In this way, not only is the power of close observation highly developed, but also the faculty of attention becomes so highly strengthened that the pupil is able to exert the greatest amount of mental concentration with scarcely the consciousness of effort. And such a person then becomes a very giant in the manifestation of mental influence. For he is able to mold his mind one-pointed, as the Orientals describe it, until he has focused and directed a mighty degree of mental influence toward the desired object. Among the practices imposed upon their pupils by occult masters may be named mathematics, drawing, analysis, etc. You will readily see why this is. To begin with, mathematics requires the undivided attention of the student. Unless he concentrates upon his examples, he will not be able to work out their solution. And, according to the principle in nature that practice makes perfect and that exercise develops power, the practice of the mind along lines requiring voluntary attention and mental concentration will inevitably result in the acquirement of the mental control and power, which renders possible the strongest manifestation of mental influence. The person who uses mental influence must certainly possess the power of focusing the force to a common point in order to manifest the greatest amount of power and influence. And that faculty of focusing results from the training of the mind along the lines of concentration. And concentration arises from the mastery of voluntary attention. So there you have the whole matter in a nutshell. So your first step toward acquiring mental influence should be to cultivate voluntary attention. We might fill page after page with exercises designed to strengthen your faculty of voluntary attention, but what would be the use? The best plan is to set you to work to find something upon which to concentrate, for the very search will develop attention. Look around you for some object to study in detail. Then concentrate your attention upon it until you have seen all there is about it to be seen. Then take up another object and pursue the practice further. Take a page, this page, if you will, and count the number of words on it. Then see how many words are required to fill each line, on an average. Then see how many letters there are in each word, in each line, on the whole page. Then go over the page and see if any words are misspelled, or if any of the letters are imperfect, etc. In short, get acquainted with this page until you know all about it. Then take up another page, and after studying it in the same way, compare the two, and so on. Of course, this will be very dry and tedious unless you take an interest in it. And remembering just what the exercise is designed for may arouse this interest. After practicing this way for a short time each day, you will begin to find that you are able to bestow greater attention upon objects upon which you are trying to manifest mental influence. You are developing concentration, and that is the great secret of the use of mental influence, and explains the difference in its manifestation among men. Think over this. Mental imaging. In our last chapter, we called your attention to the first of the two principal factors in the manifestation of mental influence, namely, mental concentration. In the present chapter, we shall consider the second factor tending to render possible the said manifestation, namely, mental imaging. What is known as a mental image in occultism is the mental creation in the imagination of a picture of the things, events, or conditions that one desires to be manifested or materialized in actual effect. A moment's thought will show you that unless you know just what you desire, you can take no steps toward attaining it on any plane of manifestation. And the more clearly your desires are perceived in your imagination, the clearer is the work of proceeding toward the realization of that desire. A mental image gives you a framework upon which to work. It is like the drawing of the architect or the map of the explorer. Think over this for a few moments until you get the idea firmly fixed in your mind. And now the same rule holds well on the plane in which the manifestation of mental influence takes place. The occultist first builds up, in his imagination, a mental image or picture of the conditions he wishes to bring about, and then by concentrating his influence strongly, instead of in a haphazard way, as is the case with the majority of people who do not understand the laws and principles underlying the manifestations of the forces of mind. The mental image gives shape and direction to the forces, which is being concentrated upon the desired object or subject. It may be compared to the image on the glass of the magic lantern, through which the focused rays of the lamp pass, the result being that a corresponding image is reproduced upon the screen or curtain beyond. The analogy is a very close one indeed, if we remember that the minds of the majority of people are more or less blank screens or curtains upon which play the pictures produced there by outside influences, suggestions, environments, etc., for very few people realize their individuality and are merely reflections of the thoughts and ideas of other people. An eminent authority, Sir Francis Galton, who was one of the leading authorities upon psychology of preceding generations, has said on this subject, "The free action of a high visualizing faculty is of much importance in connection with the higher processes of generalized thought. A visual image is the most perfect form of mental representation whatever the shape, position, and relations of objects to space are concerned. The best workmen are those who visualize the whole of what they propose to do before they take a tool in their hands. Strategists, artists of all denominations, physicists who contrive new experiments, and in short, all who do not follow routine, have a need for it. A faculty that is of importance in all technical and artistic occupations, that gives accuracy to our perceptions and justice to our generalizations, is starved by lazy disuse, instead of being cultivated judiciously in such a way as will, on the whole, bring the best return." I believe that a serious study of the best way of developing and utilizing this faculty, without prejudice to the practice of abstract thought and symbols, is one of the many pressing desires in the yet unformed science of education. And what Galton has said of the value of the use of this faculty of the mind in the affairs of the material plane, so it is likewise true of the manifestations on the mental plane. You know that the clearer a mental picture you possess of anything that you want, the better you know just what you want, and the better you know the latter, the better able you are to take steps to get it. Many people go through life wanting something, but not really knowing just what they do want. Is it any wonder that they do not realize or materialize their desires any better? And the same thing holds well on the plane of manifestation of mental influence. If one wishes to materialize anything by the use of the influence, is he not handicapped by a lack of mental image of just what he wants to materialize? And is he not helped very much by the creation of a mental pattern or plan, in the shape of a mental picture, through and around which he may direct his thought currents? The occultists manifesting the greatest degree of mental influence acquire by practice this art of creating mental images of that which they wish to materialize. They train their imagination in this way until the very act of creating the mental image acts strongly toward the actual materialization or event, as actually existing in their minds before they attempt to concentrate their thought waves upon the task of accomplishing it. Then the mental picture, being completed and standing in strong outline, they focus their mental force through it, just as in the case of the magic lantern before referred to, and the picture is reproduced on the screen of mentality of other people. The imagination may be strengthened in many ways, the principle being constant and persistent practice. The practice of recalling to the memory of scenes previously witnessed, and then whether describing them to others or else drawing a rough picture of them will help in this matter. Describe to others scenes that you have witnessed, occurrences, details of appearances, etc., etc., until you are able to reproduce mentally the aspects and appearances of the things. Then you may begin to draw mental pictures of things desired as if they were being drawn on the screen of your mind. See, mentally, the things as actually occurring, create a little playhouse of your own, in your mind, and there enact the plays that you wish to witness in actual life. When you have acquired this, you will be able to project your mental pictures on the screen of objectivity in actual life with far greater effect. In thinking of this subject, you would do well to remember the illustration of the magic lantern, for the figure is a good one, and will enable you to carry the idea better in your mind. You see, in giving you this suggestion, we are really telling you to form a mental picture of the mental magic lantern, using the illustration given. You see how much easier it is for you to think of it in this way, and how much easier it is for you to manifest it in practice. Build your mental images by degrees, commencing with the general outlines, and then filling in the details. Always commence by trying simple and easy things, and then working up to the more complex and difficult feats. And now, I offer a word of warning at this point to all. Do not allow your imagination to run away with you. Do not become a dreamer of dreams and a doer of nothing. You must master your imagination and make it your servant and not your master. You must make it do your bidding, instead of allowing it to dictate to you. You will see in the succeeding chapters the important part that mental imaging plays in the different phases of mental influence. Even when we do not refer directly to it by name, you will see that the idea sought to be conveyed by one mind to another, the feeling, desire, or mental state sought to be transferred from one mind to others, must and does depend very materially for strength upon the clearness and completeness of the mental image held in the mind of the person seeking to do the influencing, the projector, of the mental image of his mental magic lantern upon the screen of the minds of others. Carry this principle well in mind that you may see its operation in the different forms. Fascination. In this and the next chapter, we shall present to you information regarding the effect of mental influence manifested when there is personal contact between the persons using the power and the person affected. Then we shall pass on to a consideration of the effect produced when the persons are not in direct contact with each other. There are two general forms of the direct use of mental influence, which, although somewhat resembling each other, may still be separated into two classes. The first we shall call fascination, and the second hypnotism. By fascination, we mean the manifestation of mental influence when the two persons are together, without passes or the usual hypnotic methods. By hypnotism, we mean the use of the power, also, when the two parties are together, but accompanied by passes or hypnotic methods. Under the head of fascination are to be found the manifestations generally known as personal magnetism, charming, etc., is quite commonly employed, in varying degrees by many persons, often without their conscious knowledge of the principles employed. Many persons are possessed of the power of fascination naturally, and without having studied or practiced the principles. Many others, not originally possessing the power, have acquired by study and practice the power to influence people in this way. For, it must be known, the power may be acquired by study and practice, just as may any other power of mind and body. To some it is easy, to others difficult, but all may acquire a very great degree of the power by intelligent study and practice of the underlying principles. Fascination is one of the oldest forms of the manifestations of mental influence. It was known to, and employed by, the earliest races of men. It is even found among the lower animals that pursue their prey or capture their mates by its use. A recent writer on the subject has defined the word, used in this connection, as acting upon by some powerful or irresistible influence, influencing by an irresistible charm, alluring, exciting, irresistibly or powerfully, charming, captivating or attracting powerfully, influencing the imagination, reason, or will of another in an uncontrollable manner, enchanting, captivating, or alluring, powerfully or irresistibly. As we have just said, This power is observable even among the lower animals in some cases. Instances are related by naturalists, which scorpions have fascinated other insects, causing them to circle around and around until finally the insect would plunge down right within striking distance of the scorpion, which would then devour its prey. Birds of prey unquestionably fascinate their game, and men who have been brought in contact with wild tigers, lions, etc. have testified that they felt paralyzed in some manner, their legs refusing to obey their will, and their minds seeming to become numbed and stunned. Those who have seen a mouse in the presence of a cat will testify to the effect of some power exerted by the latter. Birds in the presence of a cat and serpents also manifest symptoms of a conquered will, and naturalists cite many instances of the employment of this force by birds seeking to captivate and charm their mates at the beginning of the season. Among men, it has been noticed that certain individuals possess this power to a great degree, some of the great men of ancient and modern times having been so filled with the power that they could manage their followers almost as one would move automatons. Julius Caesar had this power developed to a great degree and used it from youth to his last days. He was worshipped almost as a god by his soldiers, who would undertake almost any task at his bidding. Napoleon also possessed this charm to a wonderful degree. It enabled him to control men with whom he came in contact and to bend them to his will. He rose from a poor student to the dignity and power of the Emperor of France. When banished to Elba, he escaped and, landing in France, alone and unarmed, confronted the ranks of the French army drawn up to capture him, and walking towards the soldiers compelled the latter to throw down their guns and flock to his support. He entered Paris at the head of the great army, which had been sent forth to capture him. This is no wild legend, but a sober fact of history. And in our own times we see how certain leaders of men sweep people before them and move them around like pawns on the chessboard of life. All of the above-mentioned phenomena comes under the head of fascination, and is the result of the emanation of streams of active thought waves from the mind of a person, the same being strongly concentrated and directed toward those whom the person wishes to affect. The person forms a strong thought in his mind and sends it out to the others charged with the force of concentrated will, so that the other person feels it most strongly and forcibly. The fundamental idea is the forming of the thought and then sending it out to the other person. For instance, if you wish a person to like you, you should form in your mind this thought: that person likes me, fixing it in your own mind as a fact. Then project to him the concentrated thought: you like me very much, with an air of assurance and confidence, and the other person is bound to feel the effect unless he or she has acquired a knowledge of the subject and is using self-protection. The thought should be sent forth with the strength that usually accompanies a strong spoken statement, but you must not actually speak the words aloud. You should merely say them strongly in your mind. If you wish to produce an effect or impress strength upon another person, the same process may be used, changing the thought and vibrations to the idea that you have a stronger will than the other person and are able to overcome his will, using the silent message of, I am stronger than you, my will overcomes yours, etc. Some successful agents and salesmen use the following method in reaching their customers. They form a thought that the other person desires their goods very much, and then they send out the thought waves that, you desire my goods, you want them very much, you have an irresistible longing for them, etc. Others use the following when they wish another to comply with their wishes. You will do as I say, will do as I say, you will yield to me fully and completely, etc. You will readily see from the above examples that the whole principle employed in any and all of these cases consists of the thought of what the person wishes the other to do held firmly in the mind, and the projection of that thought to the other, silently, in the shape of unspoken words. In the above you have the whole secret of fascination condensed to a small space. You will understand, of course, that the words are only a means of concentrating and vitalizing the thought. Animals merely feel desires, but are able to fascinate by the strength of them, although they cannot use words. And one person may fascinate another without understanding a word of his language, the real strength coming from the strength of the desire behind the words. The formation of the desire thought into words is merely for the purpose of concentrating and focusing the thought, for words are concentrated symbols of ideas, thoughts, or feelings. The exact process of sending forth the thought wave to the other is difficult to describe. You know how you feel when you say something very forcible and emphatic to another person. You can fairly feel the force of the words being hurled at the other person. Well, cultivate that same power in sending forth the unspoken word in the above manner, and you will soon be able to notice the effect of the thought on the other. It may help you to imagine that you can see the force flying from you to the other. The imagination properly used helps very much in these matters, for it creates a mental path over which the force may travel. You must not act awkwardly when sending out the thought waves, but converse in an ordinary manner, sending your thought waves between your speeches when the other person is talking to you, or at any pause in the conversation. It is always well to send first a powerful thought wave before the conversation is opened, preferably while you are approaching the person. And it is likewise well to terminate the interview with a parting shot of considerable strength. You will find that these thought waves are of far greater power than spoken words, and then again, you can in this way send out impressions that you could not utter in spoken words for obvious reasons. And now do you see how you have been affected by persons who have influenced you at times in your past life? Now that you know the secret, you will be in a measure immune from further impressions from others. And when you read our concluding chapter, entitled Self-Protection, you will be able to surround yourself with a protective armor through which the thought waves cannot penetrate, but which will turn aside the shafts directed toward you. Hypnotic influence. As we have mentioned in the previous lesson, there is a general resemblance between the manifestation of mental influence, known as fascination, and that known as hypnotic influence. In the manifestation known as fascination, the influence is exerted solely by thought waves passing from mind to mind without a physical medium or channel other than the ether. In hypnotic influence, on the contrary, the influence is heightened by means of passes, stroking, or eye influence. In hypnotic influence, the mind of the person affected, whom we shall call the subject, is rendered passive by a flow of mental energy calculated to render it more or less drowsy or sleepy, and therefore less calculated to set up powers of resistance to the thought waves of the person using the influence. But the power employed is the same in all cases, no matter whether they fall under the classification of fascination or whether that of hypnotic influence. The two classes of manifestation, as a matter of fact, really blend into each other, and it is difficult to draw a dividing line in some cases. Hypnotic influence is a form of that which was formerly termed mesmerism, which name was given to it in honor of its discoverer, Frederick Anton Mesmer, who practiced this form of mental influence during the latter half of the 18th century. As a fact, however, the force in its use was known to the ancient centuries before Mesmer's time, the latter person having merely rediscovered it. Mesmer taught that the power was based upon the presence of a strange universal fluid which pervaded everything, and which had a peculiar effect upon the nerves and brains of people. He and his followers believed that it was necessary to put the subjects into a sound sleep before they could be influenced. But both of these ideas have given way to the new theories on the subject now held by investigators and students of the subject. It is now known that the magnetic fluid believed in by Mesmer and his followers is nothing else than the currents of thought waves emanating from the mind of the operator. And it is also known that the deep sleep condition is not necessary to render the will of the subject subservient to that of the operator. It is also now known that the nerves of the arms and fingers afford a highly sensitive conductor for the mental currents, which may be propelled over them to the mind of the subject or to his nerves and muscles. This fact is explained by the well-known scientific fact that the material of which the nerves are composed is almost identical with that of the brain, In fact, the nervous system may be spoken of as a continuation of the brain itself. It is now also known that the eye has a peculiar property of transmitting the mental currents along the rays of light entering it, and from thence to the eyes of the other person. The above fact explains the phenomena of hypnotic influence, as it is now known to science. The question of suggestion also has a bearing on the subject, as we shall see presently. Modern operators do not produce the deep sleep condition usually except in cases when it is desired to produce some form of psychic phenomena apart from the subject of mental influence. That is, in which they are merely inducing the deep hypnotic condition in order to get the subject into a psychic condition in which the phenomena mentioned may be manifested or exhibited. We shall not enter into this phase of the subject in this book, for it is outside of the immediate subject. The modern hypnotic investigator merely induces a passive state in the mind, nerves, or muscles of the subject sufficient to reduce the powers of resistance, and then he gives his orders or verbal suggestions accompanied by a projection of his thought waves into the mind of the subject. In order to illustrate the subject, we will give you a few experiments, which may be easily performed by anyone manifesting the power of concentration and thought projection. There is, of course, a great difference in the degrees of impressionability of different persons to hypnotic influence, that is to say, difference of degrees resistance. Some persons will interpose a strong resistance, while others will set up a very feeble resistance, which is easily beaten down by the will of the operator. In the following experiments, you had better begin by getting some person who is perfectly willing for the experiment, and who will not interpose a resistance, but who is willing to become passive. Some person friendly to you and interested in the experiments, we mean. Begin by having the person stand before you. Then make sweeping passes in front of the person from head to foot. Then make a few passes in front of the face of the subject, then along his arms. Then take hold of his hands and hold them a little while, looking him straight in the eyes. Make all passes downward. Avoid levity or laughter and maintain a serious, earnest expression and frame of mind. Then standing in front of the subject, tell him to take his will off of his legs and stand perfectly passive and relaxed. Then looking him straight in the eyes, say to him, "Now, I am going to draw you forward toward me by my mental power. You will feel yourself falling forward toward me. Don't resist, but let yourself come toward me. I will catch you. Don't be afraid. Now come. 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 Now you're coming. That's right," etc. You will find that he will begin to sway toward you, and in a moment or two will fall forward in your arms. It is unnecessary to say that you should concentrate your mind steadily upon the idea of his falling forward, using your will firmly to that effect. It will help matters if you hold your hands on each side of his head, but just in front of him, not touching him, however, and then draw away your hands toward yourself, saying at the same time, "Come now, come, you're coming," etc. Standing behind the subject and drawing him backward may reverse this experiment. Be sure and catch him in your arms when he falls to protect him from a fall to the floor. In the same manner, you may fasten his hands together, telling him that he cannot draw them apart. Or you may start him revolving his hands, and then giving him orders that he cannot stop them. Or you may draw him all around the room after you, following your finger that you have pointed at his nose. Or you may make him experience a feeling of heat and pain by touching your finger to his hand and telling him that it is hot. All of the familiar simple experiments may be performed successfully upon a large percentage of persons, in this way, by following the above general directions. We shall not go into detail of the higher experiments of hypnotism, as that forms a special subject by itself. We give the above experiments merely for the purpose of showing you that the phenomena of hypnotic influence does not require any magnetic fluid theory, and is all explainable upon the hypothesis of mental influence by means of thought waves and mental induction. In the above experiments, be sure you take off the influence afterward by making upward passes and willing that the influence pass off. Do not neglect this. In your experiments, if you care to undertake them, You will soon discover the power of your eye upon the other person's. You will be able to almost feel the force passing from your gaze to theirs. And this is true in the case of the passes and stroking of the hands. You will feel the vibratory waves flowing from your hands into their nervous system. It is wonderful what power is aroused in a person after conducting a few experiments along these lines. Those who care to follow the subject further are referred to a forthcoming book of this series, to be issued shortly, and which will be called The New Hypnotism, in which full instructions will be given in the higher phenomena, in complete detail. And now a word of warning. Beware of people who are always putting their hands on you, or patting or stroking you, or wishing to hold your hands a long time. Many persons do this from force of habit and innocently, but others do so with the intention of producing a mild form of hypnotic influence upon you. If you meet such persons and find them attempting anything of this sort, you can counteract their influence by sending them a strong thought current, as stated in our last chapter. Sending them the thought, "You can't affect me. I am too strong for you. You can't play your tricks on me." It is a good plan to practice this counteracting force when you are shaking hands with a magnetic person who seems to affect people. You will soon be able to distinguish these people by a certain force about them and a peculiar expression in their eyes, at the same time using your protective will upon them. Caution young girls against allowing young men to be too free in using their hands and caressing them, and a word of advice to young men in your family would not be out of place in this respect. There are many cases of sex attraction, leading to very deplorable results, arising from a conscious or unconscious use of this simple form of hypnotic influence. The danger lies in the fact that it renders one passive to other influences, and more readily led into temptation and to yield to the desires or will of the other person. A word to the wise should be sufficient. The use of this power for immoral purposes is a terrible crime and brings down upon the user deplorable results, which all occultists know and teach. Everyone should learn to resist such influences when exerted upon them. Forewarned is forearmed. Influencing at a distance. In the two preceding chapters, we invited your consideration of the manifestation of mental influence when the user of projector of the force was in actual contact with, or in presence of, the person or persons he was aiming to influence. In this chapter, and the one immediately following it, we shall pass on to a consideration of the manifestation of the influence when the persons affected are removed in space from the person using the influence. The general public is familiar in a general way with the phenomena of hypnotism, and to a lesser degree with the phenomena of fascination in its more common forms of personal magnetism, etc. But as regards the use of the influence at a distance, people are more or less skeptical owing to a lack of knowledge of the subject. And still every day is bringing to the mind of the public new facts and instances of such an influence. And the teaching of various cults along these lines is now awakening a new interest in the subject, and a desire to learn something regarding the laws and principles underlying the same. As strange as it may appear at first glance, the principles underlying mental influence at a distance are precisely the same as those underlying the use of influence when the persons are in the presence of each other. A little thought must show the truth of this. In the case of present influence, the mental currents flow across an intervening space between the two minds. There is a space outside of the two minds to be traversed by the currents. And a moment's thought will show you that the difference between present influence and distant influence is merely a matter of degree, a question of a little more or less space to be traversed by the currents. Do you see this plainly? Well, then, this being so, it follows that the methods used must be identical. Of course, in the case of personal influence, the added effect of the voice, manner, suggestive methods, the eye, etc., are present, which render the result more easily obtained, and causes the rapport condition to be more easily established. But with this exception, the methods are identical, and even the advantages accruing from the exception mentioned may be duplicated by practice and development in the case of distant influence. There are a number of methods given by the authorities in this matter of distant influencing, but they are all based upon the same principles named in the previous chapters of this book, i.e., vibrations, thought waves, mental induction, concentration, and mental imaging. In these words, you have the key to the subject. The rest is all a matter of practice and development and variation. One of the most elementary, and yet one of the most effective methods known to occultists is that of creating a mental image of the person treated, for that is the common term among modern writers on the subject, in the sense of imagining him to be seated in a chair in front of the person treating him at a distance. The treater proceeds to give both verbal commands, and at the same time directs thought waves toward the imaginary person seated before him. This process establishes a psychic condition between the treater and the actual person, although the latter may be removed from the treater by many miles of space. This was the method of the ancient magicians and wonder workers, and has always been a favorite among persons pursuing these experiments, of mentally influencing others at a distance. A variation of the above, very common in former days, was to mold a clay or wax figure, calling it by the name of the person treated and identifying it in the mind and imagination with the other person. A variation is also noticed in the cases where a photograph, lock of hair, article of clothing, etc., is used in this way as a psychic connecting link between the two persons. The practitioners of black magic, witchcraft, and other nefarious perversions of mental influence seem to prefer these methods, although, on the contrary, they are used with the very best results today by many in giving beneficial treatments to absent patients, friends, and others whose welfare is desired. The only effect the mental image of the person, or the picture, etc., has is the fact that by these means a psychic connection link is set up along which the thought waves travel more readily. In the above forms of treatment, the treater treats the mental image, picture, etc., precisely as he would if the person were actually present. He forgets for the time being that the person may be hundreds of miles away and concentrates his influence on the image or picture, etc., because the latter is really the starting point of the psychic chain, which leads direct to the person. The treater sends his thought waves toward the object, and in some cases actually talks, mentally, to the person by means of the medium mentioned. He may give commands, arguments, remonstrance, persuasion, etc., just as if the person were actually present. In short, he acts as if the person were sitting before him, wide awake, and receptive to his influence. Another way, employed by some, is to begin darting thought waves toward the other person, forming in the imagination a gradual lengthening psychic wire composed of thought vibrations. Those practicing this form state that when the psychic wire is projected sufficiently far, and it travels with incredible speed, and comes in contact with the mind of the other person, the treater feels at once that contact has been established by a peculiar faint shock similar to that of a very mild galvanic current. Then the treater proceeds to send his thought currents along the psychic wire in the same manner as if the person were actually in his presence, as described under the head of fascination in a preceding chapter. In fact, such treatments, and the others mentioned in this chapter, are really and practically long-distance fascination. Another form of distant treatment consists in forming astral tube, mentioned in other books of this series. The astral tube is set up in a similar manner to the psychic wire and projected toward the person desired to influence. It is formed in the imagination as a vortex ring, similar to the little ring of smoke puffed out by the cigar smoker, only larger, about 6 inches to 1 foot wide, or, better still, like the ring of smoke ejected from the stack of a locomotive sometimes when it is puffing rapidly. This vortex ring is then seen, in the imagination, by the use of the will, to lengthen out in the shape of a tube, which rapidly extends and travels toward the person treated, in a manner identical with that of the psychic wire. This tube is known to occultists as the astral tube, and is employed in various forms of occult and psychic phenomena, such as clairvoyance and other forms of psychomancy, as described by us in our volume of this series, so entitled. Those following this method of distant influencing report that they recognize the completion of the tube by a sensation of stoppage and a feeling of rapport having been established between themselves and the other person. In some cases, they report that they are able to faintly see the figure of the other person in miniature at the other end of the tube, but this is undoubtedly due to the possession of psychomantic powers suddenly awakened into effect. The tube, once established, the treatment is proceeded with as if they were in the actual presence of the person treated. In many respects, the psychic, wire, and the astral, tube methods are similar, and a statement concerning one is generally true of the other. There are two other methods frequently used in distant influencing, which we shall now briefly describe. The first of these two methods consists in sitting or standing in a quiet place, or rather in some place in which you can concentrate. The advanced occultist can find peace in the midst of the noise, and then directing your thought waves toward the other person, forming in the imagination a mental picture of the force flying from you toward the other, like tiny sparks of electricity or of a subtle fluid. This mental picture tends to give a concentrative force to the current, which renders them powerful and sends them direct to the desired spot. The second of these two methods is that used by the most advanced occultists who have advanced beyond the use of the methods described just now. These people simply stand or sit quietly and concentrate their minds until they attain the state of mental calm, known to many as the silence. Then they create a strong mental picture of the person treated, surrounded by the conditions desired created, or doing the things desired to be done. This is one of the highest forms of mental influence and really approaches a higher phase of influence than that of the mental plane as generally known. A picture of a person held in the mind in this way, the person being seen in perfect, robust health and happy and successful, tends to materialize the same conditions in the person in real life. This form of treatment, however, is possible only to those of great concentration and who have mastered the act of mental imaging, and who also possess creative willpower to a marked degree. Some degree of success in it, however, is open to nearly every student who practices along these lines. Before practicing any of these experiments, read what we have said in the chapter on magic black and white, and guard against employing the power for evil purposes, for the fate of the black magician is a sad one. Influencing en masse. In our last chapter, we considered the manifestation of mental influence at a distance in so far as was concerned the influencing of one or more persons by another. There is another phase of the subject that must not be overlooked, and that is the influencing of large numbers of people by some active, strong projector of mental influence. This form of the manifestation of the power is known as mental influencing en masse. En masse, of course, means in a body, or in a crowd, and mental influencing en masse means the use of the influence in the phase of exerting a strong attracting or directing power to the mind or the crowd, or rather, the public, or a large number of people. This form of the use of the power is that consciously or unconsciously exerted by the great leaders of men in the fields of statesmanship, politics, business, finance, or military life. You will at once recall a number of the so-called great men of history from ancient times down to our own times who seem to exert a wonderfully, almost miraculous, effect upon the minds of the people, causing men to see things through the eyes of the strong man, and making of all instruments to carry out the ideals, will, or desires of these great masters of mental influence. And on a smaller scale are the majority of the successful people who depend upon public support. In fact, this influence in some degree is used by nearly all who succeed in any form of business or profession, in which success calls for the attraction of other people toward the occupation of the person in question. This may seem like a strange thought to many, but occultists know it as the truth, notwithstanding. The most common form of influencing en masse is the lesser degree manifestation, along unconscious lines, manifested by a majority of people by reason of their desire for the success of certain things. By desire, we do not mean the mere wanting or wishing state of mind, but rather than eager longing, craving, demanding mental state that evinces a hungry reaching out for the desired thing. You will notice that the men and women who get things are generally those who are possessed of a strong, burning desire for the things in question, which prompts them to be more or less aggressive in the search for satisfaction of the desire possessing them. These people are constantly sending out strong waves of thought, vibrations, which has a drawing, attracting influence upon all with whom they come in contact, and tending to draw such persons toward the center of attraction, which is, of course, the mind of the person sending out such thoughts. And in the same way, a person possessed of a strong fear of a thing will send out similar attracting waves, which have a tendency to attract or draw to him the people calculated to bring about the materialization of the thing feared. This may sound paradoxical, but the secret lies in the fact that in both the case of desire and fear, the mind forms the mental image, which tends to become materialized. Fear, after all, is a form of expectation, which, alas, too often tends to materialize it. The thing that I have feared hath come upon me, says Job, and in that saying he has stated the experience of the race. The way to fight things you may fear is to create a burning desire for the opposite thing. Other persons who have either studied the principles of mental influence or else have stumbled upon certain facts concerning the same improve upon this elementary form of influencing en masse just mentioned. They send out the thought waves consciously and deliberately, erecting the mental image and holding strongly to it, so that in time their sweeps of mental currents reach further and further away and bring a greater number of people under the influence and into the field of attraction. They treat the public en masse by holding the strong mental picture of that which they desire, and then sending out strong thought, currents of desire in all directions, willing that those coming within their radius shall be attracted toward the ideas expressed in the mental image projected in all directions. The constant dwelling upon some special object of subject, by men who have developed concentration, strong wills, and fixity of purpose, has the effect of sending out from the mind of that person great circles, constantly widening, of thought, waves, which sweep ever outward like waves in a pond caused by dropping in a stone. These waves reach and affect a great number of people, and will render them at least interested in the object or subject thought of, and the indifference has been overcome. Other appeals to the minds of these people will be far more likely to reach them than otherwise, for interest is the first step toward attention, and attention is another step toward action. Of course, there are very many people sending out circles of thought, waves, and these currents come in contact with each other and tend to neutralize each. But now and then a particularly strong man will send out waves that will persist even after meeting other currents, and will reach the minds of the public in spite of the opposition. These thought currents have the personality of the sender and reflect the character of his will, be it strong or weak. The mental influence sent out by a strong businessman in a town will soon make itself felt in a subtle manner, and the store becomes a center of attractive influence, although the public does not understand just why. In the same way, some lawyers spring into public favor, although not possessing greater ability than their legal brethren. And popular preachers make their influence felt in a community in similar ways, although often they are not conscious of just what force they are using, their only knowledge being that they have a feeling of inward strength and an attractive influence over people, and at the same time a burning, ardent desire to draw people their way, and a strong will to back it up with. And these are just the mental qualities that create and manifest the strongest kind of mental influence. And, besides, these people almost invariably know just what they want. There is no mere vague wishing about them. They make a clear mental picture of the things that they wish to bring about, and then they bend every effort toward materializing the picture. Everything they do towards accomplishing their ends gives an additional impetus to their constantly widening and constantly strengthening circle of power and influence. Some masters of this art of influencing the public create a mental picture of themselves sending out great volumes of thought, waves for a time, and then afterward mentally imparting a rotary motion to the waves, until at last they form a mental whirlpool rushing round and always sucking in toward the center. An effort of this kind acts on the mental plane just as a physical whirlpool acts on the physical plane. That is, it draws into its power all that comes in contact with its force. This is one of the most powerful forms of influencing en masse, and is used with great effect by many of the strong men of this age, who have acquainted themselves fully with the secrets of the ancient occultists. Ancient occultism and modern finance seem far apart, but they are really working together to further the interests of some of these powerful minds of the day, and the public is paying the bill. You will readily see from what has been said that an individual who has cultivated the faculty of concentration and has acquired the art of creating sharp, clear, strong mental images, and who when engaged in an undertaking will so charge his mind with the idea of success, will be bound to become an attracting center. And if such an individual will keep his mental picture ever in his mind, even though it may be in the background of his mind, when he is attending to the details and planning of his affairs, if he will give his mental picture a prominent place in his mental gallery, taking a frequent glance at it, and using his will upon it to create new scenes of actual success, he will create for himself a center of radiating thought that will surely be felt by those coming within its field of influence. Such a man frequently sees people coming to him and his enterprises and falling in line with his plans. He mentally sees money flowing into his, and all of his plans working out right. In short, he mentally imagines each step of his plans a little ahead of the time for their execution, and he concentrates forcibly and earnestly upon them. It is astonishing to witness how events, people, circumstances, and things seem to move in place in actual life, as if urged by some mighty power to serve to materialize the conditions so imaged in the mind of the man. But, understood, there has got to be active mental effort behind the imaging. Daydreamers do not materialize thought, they merely dissipate energy. The man who converts thought in activity and material being, throws energy into the task, and puts forth his will, power through the picture on the slide. With the rays of the will there will be no picture projected, no matter how beautifully the imagination has pictured it. Thought pictured in mental images and them vitalized by the force of the desire and will tend to objectify themselves into material beings. That is the whole thing in a nutshell. The need of the knowledge. Although the true scientific principles underlying the subject of mental influence have been but recently recognized and taught to the general public, still the knowledge is far from being new. The occultists of the old civilizations undoubtedly understood the underlying principles and used them in practice, thus gaining an ascendancy over the masses. And more than this, the masses themselves had a more or less comprehensive knowledge of the working principles of the subject, for we find among all peoples, in all times, records of the use of this power. Under one name or another, under one form or another, mental influence has been operated and used from the earliest times. And today, even in the most remote portions of the globe, and among the most savage and barbarous races, we find instances of the employment of this force. The forms of the manifestation of mental influence are many and varied. In some cases it manifests under the form of a fascinating, attracting power exerted by some people, which causes such persons to draw or attract other persons to them. Persons are allured or charmed by others possessing this power, and their affections are taken captive by this mysterious force. Some persons are spoken of as fascination, possessing powers of charming, having winning ways, having great personal magnetism, etc. Others exert another form of the power in the driving of and compelling others to do their bidding, and people speak of them as having a compelling will, being able to work their will on those around them, possessing dominating powers, etc. We are also brought face to face with the wonderful effects of mental science, under one form or another, under this name or that term, with the many forms of treatments followed by the different schools and cults. Then we read in the pages of history about the mysterious powers recorded under the name of witchcraft, hexes, voodoos, and black magic, including the Hawaiian kahuna work. And turning back the pages of history to ancient time, Greece, Persia, and Egypt, not to speak of India, ancient and modern, we find innumerable instances of the employment of and knowledge of mental influence in some of its forms. And although many will seek to deny the fact, scientific investigators and students realize that there is but one real underlying principle under and back of all of the various forms of manifestation. The good results and the evil results all arise from the employment of the same force, strange as it may appear at first thought. The secret lies in the fact that this mental influence is a great natural force, just as is electricity or any other natural forces. It may be, and is, used for both good and evil purposes. The electricity which runs out machines, lights our houses, and performs countless other beneficent tasks in the service of man is also used to electrocute criminals, and the unfortunate person who touches a live wire may be struck with instant death. The sun, which warms our earth and renders life possible, also kills countless persons exposed to its rays on the desert, or even in our large cities. Fire, that great friend of man, which has been one of the most potent factors in the evolution of the race from barbarism to civilization, is also a mighty enemy, destroying both property and lives. Water, that most necessary element, which renders life possible, and which is necessary to grow our grain and to perform countless other good services for us, also acts as an enemy at times, drowning people and sweeping away their homes. Gravitation, which holds all things in place, from suns and stars down to the tiniest atom of matter, also causes people to fall to their death from high places or brings down on their heads objects from above them. In short, every natural force or power is capable of producing either beneficent or baleful effects to man, according to the circumstances of the case. We recognize these things and accept them as a law of nature. And yet some would deny the identity of the power of mental influence as manifested in its good and bad uses. There will be people who ascribe to God all the good qualities of mental influence, and ascribe to the devil all of its evil uses. These people have primitive minds. Their counterparts are seen in those who would credit God with the helpful rain or sun, and who ascribe to the devil the same things when there occurs a flood or a drought. Such reasoning is worthy only of the savage mind. The forces are natural forces and work according to their own laws, immanent in their constituent qualities and nature, and are in that sense above good and evil. When they work for man's interest and comfort, man calls them good. When they work harm and discomfort to him, man calls them bad. But the force remains unchanged, being neither good nor bad. And thus it is with the power of mental influence. It is above good and bad in it. It is a great natural force, capable of being used for either weal or woe to mankind. But, remember this, there is a difference. While the force in itself is neither good nor bad, the individual who employs it may be, and is, good or bad, according to its use. Just as a man commits a good or bad act when he uses his gun to slay a wild beast attacking another man, or else turns it upon his brother or neighbor, as the case may be, so is a man good or bad according to his use of mental influence. The merit or demerit lies in the intention and purpose of the user, not in the force or power employed by him. Therein lies the difference. On all sides of us we may see the manifestation of the possession of mental influence. We see men who are able to sway those around them in some mysterious and wonderful way, either by their powers of persuasion or by their dominant willpower. Some spring into prominence and power suddenly, in a way unaccountable to those who are ignorant of the secret of mental influence. As we have said in a previous chapter, certain people seem to have something about them that makes them attractive or successful in their relations with other people. The personal magnetism of leaders manifests itself strongly, some having this power to such an extent that the masses follow them like a great flock of sheep after the bell, whether with the tinkling bell around his neck. We have all come in contact with the agent or salesman who managed in some way to sell us things that we did not want and had no use for, and after he had gone we wondered and wondered how it all happened. If we had but understood the laws of mental influence, this could not have happened. We have all felt ourselves, at some time or another in our lives, in the presence of individuals who almost compelled us to do what we knew in our hearts we should not do. Knowledge of the laws of mental influence would have enabled us to overcome the temptation. And not only in the case of personal interviews have we been affected. There is a far more subtle and dangerous use of the power, i.e., in the shape of distant influence, or absent treatment, as it had been called. And the increase in the interest and knowledge of occult matters during the past 20 years has resulted in a widely diffused knowledge of this great force, and its consequent employment, worthily and unworthily, by many people who are thereby enabled to gain an influence over their neighbors and fellow men who are not familiar with the laws of the force. It would surprise many people if they knew that some of the multi-millionaires of the country and some of its greatest politicians and leaders were secret students of occultism and who were using their forces upon the masses of the people. Not only this, but there are schools of occultism which teach their pupils the theory, practice, and art of mental influence, under one name or another, under this guise or that, the result being that there are a greater number of people equipped for the use of this force and instructed in the practice of employing it turned out every year than is generally imagined. There are schools for salesmanship giving disguised instruction in the art of mental influence. Nearly every large concern employing selling agents has private instructors for their men who teach them the principles of mental influence disguised under the name of psychology of business or some such name. And besides these, there are a number of people who have studied at the feet of some of the great metaphysical, semi-religious cults of the day, who have received instruction in mental influence disguised under the name of some creed or religious teachings, who have departed from the moral principles inculcated by their teachers, and who are using their knowledge in the shape of treatments of other persons for the purpose of influencing them to accede to their wishes or to act so as to bring financial gain to the person giving the treatment. The air is full of this black magic today, and it is surely time that the general masses were instructed on this subject. And this is the purpose of this little book, published and sold at a popular price in order to bring it within the reach of the purses of the plain people, who have been exploited and influenced by those who have acquired a knowledge of the principles of mental influence, and who are using it unworthily upon their fellow men. There is self-protection possible to all, and this little book purposes to teach you how to use it. Magic black and white. The use of the word magic in connection with mental influence is quite ancient. Occultists make a clear distinction between the use of mental influence in a manner conducive to the welfare of others, and its use in a selfish, base manner calculated to work harm on others. Both forms are common and are frequently mentioned in all occult writings. White magic has many forms, both in its ancient manifestations and in these latter days of revived occult knowledge. The use of mental influence in this way generally takes the form of kindly treatments of persons by others having their welfare at heart. In this particular class fall the various treatments of the several cults and schools of what is known as mental science, or similar names. These people make a practice of giving treatments, both present and absent, for the purpose of healing physical ailments and bringing about a normal physical condition of health and strength. Similar treatments are given by some to bring about a condition of success to others, by imparting to the minds of such persons the vibrations of courage, confidence, energy, etc., which surely make for success along the lines of material occupation, etc. In the same way one may treat adverse conditions surrounding others, bringing the force of the mind and will to bear on these conditions with the idea of changing the prevailing vibrations and bringing harmony from inharmony and success from failure. The majority of persons not informed along these lines are surrounded by a mental atmosphere arising from the prevailing mental states, thoughts, feelings, etc., and also arising from the thought currents which they have attracted to them by the law of mental attraction. These mental atmospheres, when once firmly settled around a person, render it most difficult for him to break away from their vibrations. He struggles and fights, but the prevailing vibrations are beating down upon him all the time and must produce a strong effect upon even persons of strong will, unless indeed they have fully acquainted themselves with the laws of mental influence and have acquired the power of concentration. The habit of a lifetime, perhaps, has to be overcome, and besides the constant suggestive vibrations from the mental atmosphere are constantly bringing a pressure to bear upon the person, so that indeed he has a mighty task before him to throw off the old conditions, unaided and alone. And so, while individual effort is preferable, there comes a time in the lives of many people when a helping hand, or rather a helping mind, is of great service and aid. The person coming to the mental aid of a person needing his or her services is performing a most worthy and proper act. We hear a great deal about interfering with other people's minds in such kind and worthy treatments, but in many cases there is but little real interference done. The work of the helper is really in the nature of neutralizing and dissipating the unfavorable mental influence surrounds the other person, and thereby giving the other person a chance to work out his own mental salvation. It is true that everyone must do his or her own work, but help of the kind above indicated is surely most worthy and proper. In these white magic treatments, the person giving the treatments forms the mental picture of the desired condition in his mind, and then sends his thought currents to the other person endeavoring to reproduce the mental picture in the mind or thought atmosphere of the other person. The best way of doing this, of course, is to assert mentally that the desired condition actually exists. One may be of great help and aid to others in this way, and there is no good reason why it should not be done. And now for the reverse side of the shield. We wish it were possible to avoid even a mention of this hateful form and manifestation of mental influence. But we feel that ignorance is no protection, and that it is useless and foolish to pursue the policy of the ostrich which sticks its head in the sand when pursued, that not seeing the hunter the latter may not see him. We believe that it is better to look things in the face, particularly where it is a case of forewarned being forearmed. It is a fact known to all students of occultism that black magic has been frequently employed in all times to further the selfish, base aims of some people. And it is also known to advanced thinkers today that even in this enlightened age there are many who do not scruple to stoop to the use of this hateful practice in order to serve their own ends, notwithstanding the punishment that occultists know awaits such persons. The annals of history are full of records of various forms of witchcraft, conjuration, and similar forms of black magic. All the much talked of forms of putting spells upon people are really forms of black magic, heightened by the fear and superstition of those affected. One has but to read the history of witchcraft to see that there was undoubtedly some force at work behind all of the appalling superstition and ignorance shown by the people of those times. What they attributed to the influence of people in league with the devil really arose from the use of black magic, or an unworthy use of mental influence, the two things being one. An examination of the methods used by these witches, as shown by their confessions, gives us a key to the mystery. These witches would fix their minds upon other people or their animals, and by holding a concentrated mental picture there, would send forth thought, waves affecting the welfare of the persons being adversely treated, which would influence and disturb them, and often bring on sicknesses. Of course, the effect of these treatments were greatly heightened by the extreme ignorant fear and superstition held by the masses of people at the time, for fear is ever a weakening factor in mental influence, and the superstitions and credulity of the people caused their minds to vibrate in such a manner as to render them extremely passive to the adverse influences being directed against them. It is well known that the voodoos of Africa and similar cults among other savage races practice black magic among their people with great effect. Among the natives of Hawaii, there are certain men known as kahunas who pray people sick or well, whichever way they are paid for. These instances could be multiplied had we the space and inclination to proceed further with the matter. And in our own civilized lands, there are many people who have learned the principles of mental influence, and who are using the same for unworthy purposes, seeking to injure others and defeat their undertakings, or else trying to bring them around to their own, the treaters, point of view and inclinations. The modern revival of occult knowledge has operated along two lines. On the one hand, we see and hear of the mighty power for good mental influence is exerting among the people today, raising up the sick, strengthening the weak, putting courage into the despondent, and making successes of failures. But on the other hand, the hateful selfishness and greed of unprincipled persons in taking advantage of this mighty force of nature and prostituting it to their own hateful ends, without heeding the dictates of conscience or the teaching of religion or morality. These people are sowing a baleful wind that will result in their reaping a frightful whirlwind on the mental plane. They are bringing down upon themselves pain and misery in the future. At this point, we wish to utter a solemn warning to those who have been, or are tempted, to employ this mighty force for unworthy purposes. The laws of the mental plane are such that, as one sows, so shall he reap. The mighty law of attraction acts with the accuracy of a machine, and those who seek to entangle others in a net of mental influence sooner or later are caught by their own snare. The black magician involves him to pieces. He is sucked down into the whirlpool of his own making and is dragged down to the lowest depths. These are not idle remarks, but a statement of certain laws of nature, operation on the mental plane, which all should know and heed. And to those who may feel appalled at this mention of the existence and possibilities of black magic, we would say that there is one thing to be remembered, and that is that good always overcomes evil on the mental plane. A good thought always has the power to neutralize the evil one, and a person whose mind is filled with love and faith may combat a multitude whose minds are filled with hate and evil. The tendency of all nature is upward and toward good, and he who would pull it back toward evil sets himself against the law of spiritual evolution, and sooner or later falls a victim to his folly. And then, remember this thought. Waves find entrance only to those minds that are accustomed to think similar thoughts. He who thinks hate may be affected by hate thoughts, while he whose mind is filled with faith and love is surrounded by a resistant armor which repels the invading waves and causes them to be deflected or else driven back to their senders. Bad thoughts, like chickens, come home to roost. Thoughts are like boomerangs in their tendency to return to their sender. To the poison of black magic, nature gives the antidote of right thinking. Self-protection. The reader of the preceding chapters will see the power of mental influence in its various phases of manifestation, and will recognize the possibility of the force being used to influence himself. The question that will naturally arise in the mind of every student and investigator of this important subject, and which comes to all at some time, is, how may I protect myself from the use of this power against myself? How may I render myself immune from these influences which may be directed against me? It is true that we, and other writers on the subject, have shown you that one is far less liable to influence if he will maintain a mental atmosphere of high vibration, that is, keeping oneself surrounded by a thought atmosphere filled with vibrations of the highest kind of thoughts, and free from thoughts and desire of a base, selfish character, which tends to attract similar thoughts. In this way, one creates a state of mental hygienic cleanliness, which renders him immune from the contagious thoughts of the selfish plane of desire, etc. This should be remembered and taken advantage of by everyone. For just as physical cleanliness gives no congenial lodgment for the germs of disease, so mental cleanliness refuses to admit the mental microbes. But there is a method far more efficacious than even the above-mentioned plan. And this method is really that employed by the adepts in occultism, and the method and practice taught the initiates of the occult brotherhoods and lodges all over the world. Let us consider it here. In the first place, without entering into a statement of the details of the high occult teachings, we wish to inform you that the basic principle of all such teaching and instruction is the fact that within each of us, in the very center of the being of each individual, in the very heart of hearts of the immortal ego, is what occultists know as the flame of the spirit. This is what you recognize in consciousness as the I am consciousness, that consciousness of being which is far above the consciousness of personality or the things of personality. It is that consciousness which informs each individual unmistakably that he is actually an individual being. This consciousness comes to the individual by reason of his contact with the great one life of the universe. It is the point of contact between the part and the all. And in this part of a man's consciousness, coupled with the sense of being an I, there resides a spark from the divine flame of life and power, which is what has been called the will of man. Now, do not mistake us and confuse this with the so-called will of personality, which is merely a desire, or else a certain firmness, which often is little more than stubbornness. This inner will is real power, and when once recognized may be drawn upon as a source of unending and unfailing strength. The occult adepts have developed the consciousness of this power within and use it freely. This is the result of years of practice and correct living and thinking. But, still, each and every person may draw upon this source of strength within them to aid them in life and to repel the thought vibrations of the lower plane. This consciousness may be developed by a realization of its existence and by a practice of bringing the idea in everyday consciousness by thought, meditation, and practice. The very fact of having called your attention to its existence has awakened within the mind of you who are reading these lines a new strength and sense of power. Think a moment and see whether you do not feel a dawning sense of strength within you that you have not realized so fully before this moment. A continued recognition in your everyday consciousness of this something within will develop your ability to manifest it. Particularly in an hour of need will it spring to your assistance, giving you a sense of a part of yourself crying out to you in words of encouragement. I am here. Be not afraid. It is very difficult to give you this method in written or printed works, but if you will enter fully into a recognition of this inward power, you will find yourself developing a new power of resisting outside influences that will astonish you. When you come in contact with people who are seeking to influence you in any of the ways mentioned in the preceding chapters of this book, or in others ways, you will find yourself able to defy their mental attacks by simply remembering the strength immanent in your I, aided by the statement, made silently to yourself, I am an immortal spirit, using the will within my ego. With this mental attitude, you may make the slightest mental effort in the direction of throwing out from your mind vibrations, which will scatter the adverse influences in all directions, and which, if persisted in, will cause the other person to become confused and anxious to let you alone. With this consciousness held in mind, your mental command to another, let me alone, I cast off your influence by the power of my spirit, will act so strongly that you will be able to actually see the effect at once. If the other person is stubborn and determined to influence you by words of suggestion, coaxing, threatening, or similar methods, look him or her straight in the eyes, saying mentally, I defy you. My inner power casts off your influence. Try this the next time that anyone attempts to influence you either verbally or by thought waves and see how strong and positive you will feel and how the efforts of the other person will fail. This sounds simple, but the little secret is worth thousands of dollars to every individual who will put it into practice. Above all, put out of your mind all fear of others' persons. The feeling of fear prevents you from manifesting the power within you to its full extent. Cast out fear as unworthy and hurtful. Not only in the case of personal influence in the actual presence of the other person may be defeated in this way, but the same method will act equally as well in the matter of repelling the mental influence of others directed against you in the form of absent treatments, etc. If you feel yourself inclining toward doing something which in your heart you feel that is not to your best interests, judged from a true standpoint, you may know that, consciously or unconsciously, someone is seeking to influence you in this way. Then smile to yourself and make the statements mentioned above, or some similar one, and holding the power of the Spirit within your I firmly in your mind, send out a mental command just as you would in the case of the actual presence of the person himself or herself. You may also deny the influencing power out of existence by asserting mentally, I deny your power to influence me. You have no such power over me. I am resting on my knowledge of Spirit and its will within me. I deny your power out of existence. This form of denial may be used either in the case of absent influence or personal influence. The rule is the same in all cases. In repelling these absent influences, you will at once experience a feeling of relief and strength, and will be able to smile at the defeated efforts of the other person. If you feel sufficiently broad and full of love for mankind, you may then treat the other person for his error, sending him thoughts of love and knowledge with the idea of dispelling his ignorance and selfishness, and bringing him to a realization of the higher truths of life. You will doubtless have many interesting experiences arising from thus repelling these attacks. In some cases, you will find that the next time you meet the person in question, he will appear confused and puzzled and ill at ease. In other cases, the person will begin to manifest a new respect and regard for you, and disposed to aid you instead of trying to influence you to his way and desire. In other cases, the person will still have the desire and will endeavor to argue you into doing that which he has tried to influence you into doing by mental influence. But his efforts will fall flat and without effect, particularly if you give him another dose of the assertion of the power of the Spirit within you. In the same way, you should call upon your higher self for aid and strength when you feel yourself being affected by any of the great mental waves of feeling or emotion sweeping over the public mind, and which have a tendency to stampede people into adopting certain ideas or of following certain leaders. In such case, the assertion of the I within you will dissipate the influence around you, and you will find yourself standing in a center of peace, surrounded on all sides by the ocean of mental tumult and agitation, which is sweeping over or circling around the place. In the same way, you will be able to neutralize the unpleasant mental atmospheres of places, localities, houses, etc., and render yourself positive to and immune from the same. In short, we have given you here a recipe that may be used in any and every instance of the employment of mental influence. It may sound simple to you, but a little use of it will make you deem it the most important bit of practical knowledge you may possess. Practical Mind Reading. Lesson I. The Nature of Mind Reading. Lesson 2. The Proofs of Mind Reading. Lesson 3. Contact Mind Reading. Lesson 4. Development Exercises. Lesson V. Simple Demonstrations. Lesson 6. Difficult Demonstrations. Lesson 7. Sensational Feats. Lesson 8. Higher Phenomena. Lesson I. The Nature of Mind Reading. Only a few years ago, the general public was in almost total ignorance of the great truth of thought transference, thought projection, telepathy, or mind reading. It is true that here and there were to be found a few scientists earnestly investigating and eagerly uncovering the hidden truths concerning the subjects. But the mass of the people were either entirely ignorant of the subject, or else were intensely skeptical of anything concerning the matter, laughing to scorn the daring thinker who ventured to express his interest or belief in this great scientific phenomena. But how different today? On all hands we hear of the wonders of thought transference, or telepathy, as it is called. Scientific men write and teach of its fascinating manifestations, and even the general public has heard much of the new science and believes more or less in it. according to the degree of intelligence and knowledge concerning the subject possessed by the individual. Listen to these words from the lips of some of the greatest scientists of the day. Professor William James, the eminent instructor at Harvard University, says, "When from our present advanced standpoint, we look back upon the past stages of human thought, whether it be scientific thought or theological thought, we are amazed that a universe which appears to us of so vast and mysterious a complication should ever have seemed to anyone so little and plain a thing. Whether it be Descartes' world or Newton's, whether it be that of the materialists of the last century, or that of the Bridgewater treatises of our own, it is always the same to us, incredibly perspectiveless and short. Even Lyell's, Faraday's, Mill's, and Darwin's consciousness of their respective subjects are already beginning to put on an infantile and innocent look. These remarks are doubly significant by reason of their having been made by Professor James as the president of the Society for Psychical Research. The eminent English scientist, Sir William Crookes, in his address as president of the Royal Society at Bristol, England, a few years ago, said, "Were I now introducing for the first time these inquiries to the world of science, I should choose a starting point different from that of old, where we formerly began. It would be well to begin with telepathy, with the fundamental law, as I believe it to be, that thoughts and images may be transferred from one mind to another without the agency of the recognized organs of sense, that knowledge may enter the human mind without being communicated in any hitherto known or recognized ways. Although the inquiry has elicited important facts with reference to the mind, it has not yet reached the scientific stage of certainty which would enable it to be usefully brought before one of our sections. I will therefore confine myself to pointing out the direction in which scientific investigation can legitimately advance. If telepathy take place, we have two physical facts: the physical change in the brain of A, the suggester, and the analogous physical change in the brain of B, the recipient of the suggestion. Between these two physical events, there must exist a train of physical causes. Whenever the connecting sequence of intermediate causes begins to be revealed, the inquiry will then come within the range of one of the sections of the British Association. Such a sequence can only occur through an intervening medium. All the phenomena of the universe are presumably in some way continuous, and it is unscientific to call in the aid of mysterious agencies, when with every fresh advance in knowledge, it is shown that ether vibrations have powers and attributes abundantly equal to any demand, even the transmission of thought. Professor Crookes then went on to say, "It is supposed by some physiologists that the essential cells of nerves do not actually touch, but are separated by a narrow gap which widens in sleep, while it narrows almost to extinction during mental activity. This condition is so singularly like that of a Branly or Lodge coherer, a device which has led Marconi to the discovery of wireless telegraphy, as to suggest a further analogy. The structure of brain and nerve being similar, it is conceivable that there may be present masses of such nerve coherers in the brain whose special function it may be to receive impulses brought from without through the connecting sequence of ether waves of appropriate order of magnitude. Röntgen has familiarized us with an order of vibrations of extreme minuteness compared with the smallest waves of which we have hitherto been acquainted, and of dimensions comparable with the distances between the centers of the atoms of which the material universe is built up. And there is no reason for believing that we have here reached the limit of frequency. It is known that the action of thought is accompanied by certain molecular movements in the brain, and here we have physical vibrations capable from their extreme minuteness of acting direct upon individual molecules, while their rapidity approaches that of the internal and external movements of the atoms themselves. A formidable range of phenomena must be scientifically sifted before we effectually grasp a faculty so strange, so bewildering, and for ages so inscrutable as the direct action of mind on mind. It has been said that nothing worth the proving can be proved, nor yet disproved. True this may have been in the past, it is true no longer. The science of our century has forged weapons of observation and analysis by which the veriest tyro may profit. Science has trained and fashioned the average mind into habits of exactitude and disciplined perception, and in so doing has fortified itself for tasks higher, wider, and incomparably more wonderful than even the wisest among our ancestors imagined. Like the souls in Plato's myth that follow the chariot of Zeus, it has ascended to a point of vision far above the earth. It is henceforth open to science to transcend all we now think we know of matter, and to gain new glimpses of a profounder scheme of cosmic law. In old Egyptian days, a well-known inscription was carved over the portal of the Temple of Isis. I am whatever has been, is, or ever will be, and my veil no man hath yet lifted. Not thus do modern seekers after truth confront nature, the word that stands for the baffling mysteries of the universe. Steadily, unflinchingly, we strive to pierce the inmost heart of nature, from what she is, to reconstruct what she has been, and to prophesy what she yet shall be. Veil after veil we have lifted, and her face grows more beautiful, august, and wonderful with every barrier that is withdrawn. Camille Flammarion, the eminent French astronomer, is a believer in thought transference and mind reading, and has written the following expression of his convictions on this subject. We sum up, therefore, our preceding observations by the conclusion that one mind can act at a distance upon another, without the habitual medium of words or any other visible means of communication. It appears to us altogether unreasonable to reject this conclusion if we accept the facts. There is nothing unscientific, nothing romantic, in admitting that an idea can influence the brain from a distance. The action of one human being upon another, from a distance, is a scientific fact. It is as certain as the existence of Paris, of Napoleon, of oxygen, or of Sirius. The same authority has also said, there can be no doubt that our psychical force creates a movement of the ether, which transmits itself afar, like all movements of ether, and becomes perceptible to brains in harmony with our own. The transformation of a psychic action into an ethereal movement, and the reverse, may be analogous to what takes place on a telephone, where the receptive plate, which is identical with the plate at the other end, reconstructs the sonorous movement transmitted not by means of sound, but by electricity. We have quoted at length from this eminent authority to show once and for all that this great science of mind reading is recognized and approved of by the highest authorities on modern science, and also to give our students the benefit of the current scientific theories upon the subject. In this work we have but very little to say about theory, but shall confine ourselves to facts and actual instruction. Science knows and has proven that thoughts may be and have been transmitted from one mind to another, in some cases over thousands of miles of space, but it has not as yet solved the mystery of the why of the subject and contents itself with explaining the how. The nearest approach to a correct theory seems to be the one which compares the mind with the wireless telegraph, and which supposes that the vibrations of thought travel through the ether, just as do the waves of this high order of electricity. The mind of one person acts like a transmitter of the wireless telegraph, while the mind of the other acts as a receiver of the same set of instruments. There are undoubtedly vibrations set up in the brain when one thinks, and there are undoubtedly waves of thought, just as there are waves of electricity. Science informs us that there is an increase of temperature in the human brain during periods of thought activity, and also that there are constant chemical changes in the structure going on when the brain cells are active. This is akin to the generation of electricity in a battery, and undoubtedly acts in the same way in producing vibrations and transmitting them to the brain of another. Sir William Crookes, in the address just quoted, points out the direction of the scientific theories concerning the matter. But this is all that we shall have to say about the theory of mind reading. We shall now pass on to the actual practical instruction. The student is asked, however, to always carry in his mind the fact that mind travels in waves from one brain to another, just as electricity travels from the transmitter to the receiver. By holding this picture in your mind, you will have the whole practical theory in condensed form, right before you, so that you may be able to act accordingly. Lesson 2. The proofs of mind reading. As we have said in the previous chapter, the general public is gradually awakening to the knowledge of the reality of mental transference, and it is scarcely necessary to devote the time and space to a proof of the reality of the phenomena in these days. Although a few years ago a work on the subject would have had to be composed principally of evidences and proofs. But, nevertheless, it may be well for us to take a hasty look at the nature of the proof in this work. Nearly everyone has had evidences of mind reading or thought transference in his or her own life. Nearly everyone has had experiences of being in a person's company when one of the two would make a remark and the other, somewhat startled, would exclaim, "Why, that's just what I was going to say," or words to that effect. Nearly everyone has had experiences of knowing what a second person was going to say before the person spoke. And, likewise common is the experience of thinking of a person a few moments before the person came into sight. Many of us have suddenly found ourselves thinking of a person who had been out of our minds for months or years, when all of a sudden the person himself would appear. These instances are so common as to be generally recognized, without question. These occurrences have given rise to the two common sayings, viz., "Speak of the devil and his imps appear," or "Speak of angels and you hear the rustle of their wings." Mark Twain, in an article printed several years ago, spoke of a plan that he had frequently practiced, that of writing a letter to a person upon some subject, then addressing the envelope and inserting the letter, and then tearing the whole thing into pieces instead of sending it. He stated that in a large percentage of such cases he would receive within a short time a letter from the person to whom the destroyed letter had been addressed, answering the questions asked, or else speaking along the same lines as those of the destroyed letter. We have known of this experiment being tried on people thousands of miles away from the writer, and also in cases in which the other person had not been heard of for many years. There is a field open for experiment along these lines which some of our students might investigate with profit and satisfaction. Perhaps the best available evidence of mind reading at the disposal of the public today is that found in the records of the English Society for Psychical Research. The experiments of the members of this society and other investigators have resulted in the piling up of a mass of facts more than sufficient to fully establish the correctness of the theory of mind reading. Series of carefully managed experiments have been conducted, the results of which have conclusively proven that the thought waves set into motion by the mind of one person may be consciously received by the mind of another. We shall quote here from the reports of those investigators, in order to show you the important results that have been obtained, and to set at rest forever any lurking doubts as to the reality of the phenomena which may still find lodgment in your mind. Remember, please, that these committees were composed of some of the leading scientific authorities of England, men whose standing and reliability, as well as whose judgment, was beyond question. These cases form a part of the scientific records of the English Society. The Creary Experiments. One of the interesting series of experiments conducted by members of the English Society was that of the family of the Reverend A.M. Creary of Derbyshire, England. This investigation was made upon hearing the report of the Reverend Mr. Creary regarding a number of experiments he had conducted with his 4 children. He reported that he had begun by practicing a variation of what is generally known as the willing game, in which one of the party leaves the room and the company selects some object to be hidden, after which the person is recalled to the room when the company concentrates its mind upon the hidden object, and the seeker eventually finds it by means of mind reading. The Reverend gentleman said in his report to the Society, "We began by selecting the simplest objects in the room, then chose names of towns, people, dates, cards out of a pack, lines from different poems, etc., anything or series of ideas that those present could keep before the mind steadily. The children seldom made a mistake. I have seen 17 cards chosen by myself, named right in succession without any mistake. We soon found that a great deal depended upon the steadiness with which the ideas were kept before the minds of the thinkers, and upon the energy with which they willed the ideas to pass. I may say that this faculty is not confined to the members of one family. It is much more general than we imagine. To verify this conclusion, I invited 2 of a neighbor's children to join us in our experiment, and very excellent results we secured from them. The society then began a series of careful investigations extending over a period of 1 year. The utmost care was taken to obviate the chance of fraud, collusion, mistakes, or outside influences. The experiments were conducted partly in Mr. Creary's house and partly in rooms selected by the members of the investigating committee. Having selected at random one of the children, the child would be taken from the room and accompanied by a member of the committee would wait out of sight or hearing of the room. The remainder of the committee would then select a card from a pack, or else write down a name or number which occurred to them at the moment. The following verbatim report of what followed will give you an idea of the results generally obtained. The report goes on to say, on re-entering the room, the little girl would usually stand with her face to the wall, placed thus by us. But sometimes she would stand with her eyes directed toward the ground for a period of silence, varying from a few seconds to a minute, till she called out to us some number, card, or what it might be. The report states that in the case of giving the names of objects chosen, the child scored 6 cases out of 14. In the case of naming of small objects held in the hands of members of the committee, she scored 5 out of 6. In the case of naming cards, she scored 6 out of 13. In the case of stating fictitious names chosen by the committee, she scored, at a first trial, 5 out of 10. One of the experiments is reported as follows. One of the children was sent into an adjoining room, the door of which was closed. The committee then thought of some object in the house and wrote the name down on paper. The strictest silence was observed. We then all silently thought of the name of the thing selected. In a few seconds, the door of the adjoining room opened, and the child would appear generally with the object selected. No one was allowed to leave the room after the object had been fixed upon. No communication with the child was conceivable, as her place was often changed. Further, the only instructions given to the child were to fetch some object in the house that we would fix upon and would keep in mind to the exclusion of all other ideas. In this way we wrote down, among other things, a hairbrush. It was brought, an orange. It was brought, a wineglass. It was brought, an apple. It was brought, etc., etc. The report to the Society sums up the following results. 382 trials were made in the series. In the test of naming the chosen letters of the alphabet, cards, and numbers of 2 figures, the chances against the girl were 21 to 1, 51 to 1, and 89 to 1, respectively. In the case of stating chosen surnames, the odds against her were very much in excess of the figures just named. In the cases of the experiments of naming chosen cards, it was calculated that a mere guesser, according to the law of probability, would be able to correctly name but 7 1/3 out of a total of the 382 trials. The actual results obtained by the child were as follows. On the first attempt, 127. On the second attempt, 56 additional. And on the third attempt, 19 additional, making a grand total of 202 successes out of a possible 382. On one occasion, 5 cards straight running were successfully named on a first trial. The mathematical chances of a mere guess doing this feat, under the law of average or probabilities, are estimated at over 1,000,000 to 1 against the chance. And this was not merely an isolated, exceptional case, for there were other long runs. For instance, there were 2 cases in which runs of 8 straight consecutive successes were scored, once with names and once with cards. In the case of the 8 consecutive cards, it has been figured that the chances against the girl would figure up at least 140 million to 1, according to the law of average and probabilities. To understand just what this means, it may help you if you will think that the feat was like picking out one chosen man in a population of 140 millions, nearly double the population of the United States. And yet there are people who would dismiss matters like this with the remark, mere coincidence. The interest in the Creary children attracted the notice of Professor Balfour Stewart, Doctor of Laws, and Fellow of the Royal Society. This distinguished gentleman testifies as follows. In the first instance, when I was present, the thought reader was outside a door. The object or thing thought of was written on paper and silently handed to the company in the room. The thought reader was then called in, and in the course of perhaps a minute the answer was given. Definite objects in the room, for instance, were first thought of, and in the majority of cases the answers were correct. These numbers were thought of and the answers were generally right. But, of course, there were some cases of error. The names of towns were thought of, and a good many of these were right. Then fancy names were thought of. I was asked to think of certain fancy names and mark them down and hand them around to the company. I then thought of and wrote on paper Bluebeard, Tom Thumb, Cinderella, and the answers were all correct. Subsequent experiments with the Creary children at the house of the well-known investigator Mr. F.W.H. Myers at Cambridge, England, proved equally successful. The children and their ages were as follows: Mary, 17, Alice, 15, Maud, 13. The percentage of successes obtained at Mr. Myers' house tallied very well with those obtained elsewhere. One remarkable result was obtained, though, that had not been obtained before. On one occasion the child was asked to name this suit of cards chosen one after another. That is, of course, the child was asked to name which suit, hearts, diamonds, clubs, or spades, were shown of the card drawn and seen by the committee, and then thought of. On this occasion the child scored a run of 14 straight running, consecutive successes. The chances against this success were 4,782,969 to 1. We will close by mentioning another remarkable series of experiments conducted by the same society. The mind reader was M.G.A. Smith, of England. Among other startling feats successfully performed by Mr. Smith, that of the reproduction of geometrical figures was perhaps the most remarkable. In this feat Mr. Smith sat blindfolded, in a room belonging to the committee, with a pad of paper before him and a member of the committee on each side of him. A selected member of the committee then would go outside of the room, and behind a closed door would draw some geometrical figure at random. Returning to the room, the figure would be shown to the committee and also to Mr. Douglas Blackburn, who acted as the transmitter for Mr. Smith, the latter being known as the receiver. The transmitter, with closed eyes, now took his position immediately back of Mr. Smith, but at a distance of 2 feet from him, no contact being allowed, this precaution being taken to obviate charges of confederacy, etc. The transmitter would then concentrate his mind intently for a few minutes, and in a short time Mr. Smith would receive the impression of the mental image in the mind of the transmitter and would begin to attempt to reproduce it on paper. In the series of experiments running over a period of 4 days, 37 drawings were made, of which only 8 were considered unsuccessful. 29 successes out of a possible 37, remember. The committee reports that it took all the precaution to guard against secret signals, etc., and that confederacy, fraud, collusion, or similar methods were out of the question. The 8 cases of failure consisted of 4 cases in which Mr. Smith received no impression and therefore could not reproduce the drawing, and 4 cases in which the drawing was so vague and imperfect as to be called a total failure. Some of the figures were grotesque, unusual, and complicated, but all were reproduced in a more or less perfect manner. The drawing was made deliberately and without hesitation, and as if Smith had actually seen the figure shown to the transmitter a few moments before. On one occasion, in order to be doubly guarded against collusion, they closed Mr. Smith's ears with putty, tied a bandage around his eyes and ears, pulled a bolster case over his head, and then covered him all over with a blanket which completely enveloped his body and head. And under these extraordinary conditions, he reproduced the figures with his usual success. We could proceed relating case after case, experiment after experiment, conducted by these scientific bodies of learned and careful men. but the story would be no more convincing than that related above. And, after all, there is a method of satisfying yourself that is far more conclusive than the reading of any results of experiments of others, and that is to learn to perform the feats of mind reading yourself. By means of a very little practice, you will be able to reproduce many of the demonstrations of the public performers, as well as the experiments of the scientific societies. And then when you have realized that you can do these things, you will need no further proof of the reality of the science of mind reading. Lesson 3. Contact mind reading. Mind reading is divided by the authorities into two general classes, viz., contact mind reading and telepathic mind reading. The first of these classes, contact mind reading, is demonstrated by physical contact between the transmitter, or active agent, and the receiver, or passive agent, in order to afford an easy channel for the passage of the vibrations, thought waves, nerve currents, or magnetism of the transmitter, according to the several theories favored by scientists. The second class, telepathic mind reading, is demonstrated by the transferal of the waves, vibrations, currents, or magnetism of the transmitter to the receiver over the ether, through space, often for thousands of miles, without the more convenient wires of the nerves of the two agents. You will readily see that two classes of phenomena closely resemble the two classes of telegraphic phenomena, i.e., the wire system and the wireless system. There is a striking analogy between electric phenomena and mental force phenomena all the way through the subject, and this subject of mind reading is simply one of the many forms of the resemblance. We shall begin by giving you instructions in the first form, contact mind reading, as it is the simplest and most easy of accomplishment and demonstration. And besides, the best telepathists have been trained by means of the practice of contact mind reading at the start. One leads to the other, just as the ordinary wire telegraph naturally led to the wireless system, which is even now but in its infancy. At this point, we wish to point out to you a most grievous error and unjust judgment that certain so-called scientists and investigators have fallen into regarding this matter of contact mind reading. In order to give you a clearer idea of the nature of this error, we must call your attention to the fact that contact mind reading has been given much publicity through the advertisements and performances of several celebrated public performers and their lesser-light imitators. These performers, like many others, have sought to give an attractive public entertainment rather than a scientific demonstration, and some of them have found it much easier to fake some of the demonstrations rather than to perform them according to scientific principles. And the careful investigators soon discovered that in certain cases there was no mind reading at all, but only a clever imitation which was styled muscle reading. In other words, instead of the performer receiving his mental impressions from the mind of the transmitter over the nervous system of other persons, he would push up against him, and by a clever system of pushing, pulling, leading, and leaning would detect the muscular movements of the transmitter, and by careful practice would learn to interpret these movements so as to get an indication of the location of the hidden objects and practically be led or pushed toward the spot. But even in these cases, the performer would of necessity have to employ more or less genuine contact mind reading to finish the feats. The only advantage the performer gained by resorting to these unfair methods was that it was less fatiguing to his mind and enabled him to fake through the performance with less mental wear and tear. The investigators, easily discovering the above-mentioned faking performances, came to the conclusion that the whole thing was a fake and could be explained by the muscle reading theory entirely. And so the news was spread broadcast, and you will find a number of books written explaining contact mind reading on this hypothesis. Of course, some of the public may prefer to accept this erroneous theory, but we wish to say here positively that if any person will honestly investigate for himself and will learn to make the demonstrations personally, he or she will soon discover that muscle reading has nothing to do with the genuine phenomena. The proof of the thing is in the doing of it, and you may learn the truth for yourself if you will, but try the feats and demonstrations herein given, just as we teach them. The result of such practice will cause you to feel with us the indignation arising from the attempts to belittle a noble scientific principle and practice by an explanation arising from the witnessing of fake imitations of the real thing. The truth is that the muscles have nothing to do with the passage of the mental currents or waves from the transmitter to the receiver any more than they have to do with the transmission of nervous sensations from body to brain or the motor impulses from brain to body. When you wish to close your hand, you send a nervous current from your brain to the muscles controlling your hand. The current travels along the nervous system and is by it distributed over the muscles, causing them to contract. A current from a galvanic battery will cause the muscles to act in the same way. But the muscle is the machinery affected and set into motion, and the nerves are the delicate telegraphic wires leading to the parts. And so it is with this transmission of the mental waves and currents. The brain of the transmitter, aroused by his active will, sends a powerful current or wave through his nervous system. When it reaches the extremity of his fingers, it leaps over the tiny space separating his nerves from the nerves of the receiver and enters the nervous system of the latter and influences his actions. The receiver being in a passive condition and his brain sending practically no impulses over his nerves, he is in a receptive condition to the imparted nervous current, which acts upon him something like an impulse from his own brain, only weaker. That is the whole secret of contact mind reading. It is nerve reading, if you like, but certainly not muscle reading. The tips of the fingers of a person of fine sensibilities and delicate touch are known by anatomists to be filled with masses of nerve matter similar to that forming parts of the brain. In fact, they are tiny finger brains, and they will send out, convey, and receive delicate impulses from one mind to another. Those of you who have experienced the peculiar touch of some persons of this kind can bear witness to the fact that a subtle magnetism or current passed from them to you. This is a fact well known to investigators of psychic phenomena, and such people laugh at the crude muscle-reading theories, for they have disproved them repeatedly in actual careful experiments. And you may do the same if you will practice the demonstrations given in this book. The fact that the developed contact mind reader usually walks ahead of his transmitter instead of being led by him, and that he usually allows the latter's arm to hang limp instead of muscularly contracted, is another proof of the absurdity of the theory above mentioned. Besides this, wires may be used between the two persons, or even a third person may be placed between them. But, as we have said, after all, the best and only real test is to try the experiments yourself and learn that muscle reading has nothing to do with the real phenomena. The experimenter will soon find that when he gets into the work and is engaged in a search for a hidden object by means of mind reading, he will forget all about the transmitter. He will almost forget where he is and will feel himself floating and gliding over the floor and scarcely touching it with his toes. He will find himself drawn or impelled irresistibly toward the hidden object, as if by some outside energy or fine force. He will feel the hidden object drawing him like a magnet and attracting him to the spot. He will forget his audience and everything else in his desire to reach the center of attraction. These experiences cannot well be explained in print, but the investigator will soon learn to know them for himself, and he will be amazed and filled with wonder at the strange psychical phenomena in which he is taking a principal part. And then only will he be able to intelligently reject the absurd and unjust theories of muscle reading, and to see the crudeness of the attempted explanation. He will see that the foolish theory is as far out of the way as the ignorant person's idea that the telegraph messages are sent by the wires being pulled or jerked, instead of being but channels for the passage of the electric fluid or magnetic waves. He will class such pretended scientists with those doubting Thomases who, when gas was first introduced in the British House of Parliament, insisted that the pipes rendered the building unsafe because they would become heated by the passage of the light, and who, when the system was seen in actual operation, would gently feel the pipes with their gloved fingers, wondering why they felt no heat. We trust that we have said enough to convince you of the ridiculousness of the muscle reading theory and to give you sufficient interest to demonstrate the matter for yourself. Many of our readers have witnessed the public performances of the several well-known contact mind readers who have visited the leading cities of this country and other lands. Of course, the average public performer soon discovers that the average patron of his performance attends principally to be amused and entertained rather than to be instructed. And he is apt to gradually add sensational features to the performance for the purpose of thrilling and mystifying the audience, knowing that by so doing he will better please his patrons than if he were to give them a strictly scientific demonstration of the science of contact mind reading as produced in the psychological laboratories of the great investigators of the subject. Some of these public performers have even gone so far as to add fake features to their performance, employing confederates, and in other ways introducing unscientific methods in order to intensify the interest and satisfaction of their audiences. But notwithstanding this fact, the average public mind reader, in spite of his sensational additions, generally gives his audience enough of the real thing to render his performance of sufficient scientific interest to make it worthy of attendance by the earnest student of the subject. And we believe that the time is approaching when a strictly scientific performance will prove of sufficient interest to the public to render it worthwhile for a new class of entertainers and lecturers to arise and take the field, instructing the public regarding their great subject and illustrating their theories by striking experiments along scientific lines. And we think that this little book will do its part in the direction of educating the public mind to appreciate such an entertainment, as well as serving to educate future entertainers for their life work. However, in this little book, we shall treat the subject as if a parlor demonstration was all that is desired, and our instructions and directions shall be chiefly toward that end, although we wish to say that any man or woman who will carefully study these instructions and directions, and who will carefully practice the feats and exercises, will be able to gradually develop sufficient ability and skill to give a successful public performance, and perhaps reap a goodly share of fame and financial reward. The principles of the parlor demonstration and the public performance are the same. These same instructions and directions have been studied and applied by some of the best performers now before the public, illustrating the wonders of contact mind reading. So that if any of the students of this work have ambitions in the direction of public performance, they will find herein the methods calculated to develop them into a successful public entertainer and demonstrator. Anyone may develop himself or herself into a good contact mind reader by practice and perseverance. As in everything else in life, some will succeed better than others, and some will find the work easier than do others, but all may develop quite a respectable degree of proficiency in a short time. A little careful, conscientious practice and experiment will accomplish wonders. Mind-reading feats depend upon the degree of will and concentration on the part of the transmitter, and upon the degree of receptivity and passivity upon the part of the receiver. We are taking it for granted that the student will wish to act as a receiver or performer of the feat of mind-reading, rather than as the transmitter or person called upon to have his mind read. And so we shall address him as such, with this understanding. But we shall also give herein full directions for the transmitter, as well, in order to give the student the methods necessary to act in either capacity, and to also enable him to instruct the transmitter in his work. The receiver should understand the duties of the transmitter in order that the best possible results be obtained, and the proper harmony and rapport conditions may be established. Lesson 4. Development Exercises. The student should practice privately with the assistance of a few friends before he ventures before a parlor audience, for by so doing he overcomes the first lack of confidence in himself and the awkwardness natural to the beginner along any new line of work. By careful and repeated practice, he gains confidence in himself by reason of his growing success in his experiments, and besides wears off the rough edges of his actions, etc., so that when he finally appears before an audience he will feel perfectly self-possessed and at ease, and thus be able to devote his entire attention to his work without annoying self-consciousness and awkwardness. Begin the development exercises by selecting one or more friends who are in sympathy with you and who are interested in the subject. Do not have any unsympathetic or uncongenial persons around when you are practicing, for such people tend to distract your attention from your work and really exert a detrimental effect upon the preliminary work. Select one of your friends as the transmitter and take the part of the receiver yourself. Begin your practice by establishing a psychic harmony or rapport between yourself and your transmitter by means of rhythmic breathing. Although this feature of the work has been overlooked by many investigators of the subject, still it is a very important feature of the work and one that is conducive to the production of the very best results along these lines of psychic demonstrations. The term rapport is one frequently met within occult and psychic books. The word is defined by Webster as relation, conformity, correspondence, sympathetic accord. It is used by occultists in the sense of having harmonious vibrations with another, the occult teachings being that every person has his or her own rate of mental vibration which, when in harmonious accord with the vibrations of another, induces the most favorable conditions for the production of mental or psychic phenomena or mental relations, sympathetic understanding, etc. This harmonious vibration does not necessarily mean that the two persons must be attuned to precisely the same key, but that their keynotes must harmonize instead of producing discord. The comparison of the notes of the musical scale will illustrate the principle thoroughly. When two persons are in rapport with each other, there is a mental and psychic harmony between them, which is productive of the best possible mental cooperative work. Hence the necessity of good rapport conditions in mind reading. Rhythmic breathing has been known to occultists of all ages as one of the important adjuncts of psychic phenomena, and its use in bringing about rapport relations is thoroughly understood by all practical occultists. Rhythmic breathing consists in the person breathing in slow, measured, regular rhythm. It may be acquired by counting the indrawn breath, the retained breath, and the outgoing breath by regular beats like the ticking of a large clock. For instance, draw in your breath slowly, counting mentally according to the ticking of an imaginary large clock. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then hold the breath, counting 1, 2. Then breathe out slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rule is that the indrawn breath should have the same number of counts as the outgoing breath, the held breath taking up but 1/2 the counts of either of the others. The above count illustrates this matter. The advanced occultists get their time beat from the pulse beats, but this is not absolutely necessary in this connection. The principal point about rhythmic breathing that we wish to impress upon you now is that the two persons, the transmitter and receiver, should breathe in unison with each other, that is, in perfect time and rhythm. This breathing in unison will soon establish the very best possible rapport conditions between them. From 4 to 7 rhythmic breaths will be sufficient to establish the proper conditions in ordinary cases. In the performance of a test, in case you should feel the power of the transmitter failing, you should stop and ask him to breathe in unison with you for a moment, and then restart your work. By breathing a little loud, the other person will catch your time, so that it is not necessary for you to instruct him in the science or theory of rhythmic breathing. Simply tell him to breathe in unison and keeping time with you. Begin all your practicing with this rapport breathing and start each demonstration with it. Also, you will find that it will have a very soothing, calming, quieting effect upon both persons and will produce in each a mental earnestness and concentration that will help along the demonstration of mind reading. We shall not mention this rhythmic breathing or rapport condition when we proceed to give you the detailed direction for the demonstration, but you must remember that it should be observed in each case. Of course, you will be able to get results without it, but not so easily or so thoroughly and satisfying. It is well to conclude your practice by taking a few deep breaths by yourself and not in unison with the transmitter. This destroys the rapport condition. General directions. The prime requisite for a successful demonstration of mind reading is the acquirement or possession by the transmitter of a clear idea of direction in his mind. The associated requisite is that the transmitter be able to concentrate his will upon the mind of the receiver, impressing upon him the sense of direction so strongly that he will move in accordance with the will of the transmitter. Remember the 2 points to be observed by the transmitter. Begin by having the transmitter standing beside you in the center of the room, you being blindfolded. Have him mentally select some one corner of the room, saying nothing to you of his choice. Then let him concentrate his mind upon that one corner, forgetting every other part of the room. Then have the transmitter grasp your left hand with his right hand, you grasping his fingers in your hand and lifting the hand to your forehead. Hold the hand against your forehead, just above your eyes. Instruct him then to will that you go to the corner of the room that he has selected, shutting out all other thoughts from his mind, and concentrating his entire attention upon the projection of his will. He must not content himself merely forming a mental picture of the selected corner, but must think of the direction of that corner, just as he would in case he were to wish to walk there himself. He must not simply think that corner, he must think there, using the sense of direction. He must will that you shall go there, carrying the words "go there" in his mind. You, the receiver, must place yourself in a perfectly passive and receptive state of mind, resigning your own will for the time being, and being perfectly willing and desirous of being mentally directed or led by the will of the transmitter. He is the active factor, and you the passive. It is the strength of his will and the degree of your receptivity that makes the demonstration a success. Keep your eyes closed, even though you be blindfolded, for by so doing you induce a passive state of mind, and even the stray glimpses that you may catch through the handkerchief will serve only to distract you. You must shut out sights, and even thought of sights. Stand quiet a moment or two, awaiting impressions from the mind of the transmitter, who is making the mental command, "Go there, I say," while at the same time he is willing that you follow his command. After a moment or two of passive and receptive waiting, you will begin to feel an impulse to move forward. Obey this impulse and take the first step, which will often be in an entirely opposite direction from the selected corner. The idea of this first step is to get started. While you are taking the first step or two, you will feel a clearer impulse toward the real selected corner and will find yourself swinging around to it. Do not grow impatient, for you are but learning to receive the impressions. Advance 1 foot forward, hesitatingly, resting your weight on the ball of the other foot, and you will soon feel yourself being compelled to move in a certain direction, which will end in your moving toward the right corner. You will soon become conscious of being directed by the will of the projector, whose mind is acting upon yours and leading and directing you toward the right place. It is difficult to describe to you the exact feeling that you will experience, but a little practice will soon make it clear to you. Follow the impulse, and you will soon begin to feel the mental command. This way, no, not that way, but this way, until you will reach the desired spot, when you will feel the command. That's right, stop where you are. This is the place. If you start to wander off in the wrong direction, you will begin to feel the correcting impression. This way, I tell you. And if you will but passively receive and follow the mental telegraph message, you will find the impulse growing stronger and stronger until you walk right into the corner selected, when you will feel that you have reached base, as the children say in their games. When you walk in the right direction, you will feel the mental message, right you are. And when you move in the wrong direction, you will feel the mental message, saying no, not that way. This way, I say, come along, come. By practice, you will soon become quite sensitive to these guiding thought waves, and will act upon them almost automatically. Practice will soon so sharpen your perceptive faculties that you will often be able to move right off to the desired corner at once, sometimes actually running right to it, dragging the transmitter after you. You will soon begin to notice that there is quite a difference in the power of concentration on the part of different people acting as the transmitter. Some will be able to concentrate so forcibly that they will send you the message clear and sharp, while others will send only a feeble and wavering message. The more concentration the transmitter has, the stronger will be the message. It will be very advisable for you to experiment with a number of persons acting as the transmitter so that you may become familiar with the different degrees of concentration, personal characteristics of people in transmitting, etc. This will aid you when you begin your parlor performances. When you find a lazy transmitter who is sending only feeble messages, you must remonstrate with him, telling him that he must exercise his willpower more. This plan will often arouse in them a desire to give a good exhibition of their willpower, and they will begin sending you strong mental impulses. It is a good plan, when you have an unsatisfactory projector, to extend his arm out its full length and hold it up about the height of your eyes. In this way he feels the strain, and it arouses his will in order to hold it there, which seems to act in the direction of his sending sharper and clearer messages and impulse. In case the transmitter proves very unsatisfactory, substitute another for him. But as a rule, this unsatisfactoriness arises from the fact that he does not fully understand his duties, does not know what is required of him. A little practice and instruction will bring him out all right. It is often advisable to let the transmitter read this book of instructions, if he happens to be a personal friend who is helping you out in your practicing and experiments. The transmitter will find that by looking toward the selected corner, he will be aided in concentrating his attention and directing his willpower. Practice this exercise and experiment in different rooms and with different transmitters until you can go readily to the selected corner. Do not be discouraged, but remember that practice makes perfect, and that like any other thing, the art must be learned by patient practice and repetition. It is like learning to play the violin, skating, dancing, or anything else. If after a number of trials you begin to feel tired, stop practicing and adjourn the experiments until the next day. Do not unduly strain yourself or tire out your mind. When the next day comes, you will be surprised at the added proficiency you have gained. You may vary the above method by holding the transmitter's hand out at arm's length, instead of holding it up to your head. Some find one plan more effective, and others prefer the second. The principle is the same in both cases, so adopt either plan, or any variation thereof, providing it proves effective. Practice exercise I, finding locations. After you have grown proficient in locating the corners of rooms, you may have the transmitter select other parts of the room, such as doors, mantels, windows, alcoves, projections, etc. Try a number of these selected locations in turn, gaining a variety of experiences which will prove valuable later on. In all of these experiments, the transmitter must guard you from running into obstacles, furniture, etc., by telling you to avoid them, guiding you past them, and in other proper ways prevent you from bruising yourself or breaking or upsetting things. You must impress this upon his mind, and then you should give yourself into his care with the utmost confidence, giving yourself no further concern about these things, and keeping your mind as passive as possible. Don't allow your mind to be distracted by outside things. Attend to the matter of the experiment in which you are engaged. Practice exercise 2, finding large objects. The next step should be the selecting and finding of large objects in the room, such as chairs, tables, etc. Proceed as in the previous exercises. Do not neglect this exercise in your desire to do more wonderful things, for you need just this training. You will realize the importance of these exercises after you begin to appear before friends and evening companies, etc., when you will be called upon to find hidden objects, selected articles secreted under tables, on persons, on furniture, etc. If you can find selected chairs, you will be able to more readily find persons seated on chairs. Continue this exercise until you can readily find any and every piece of furniture in a room, and the other large objects in a room as well, when they are thought of by the transmitter. Practice exercise 3, finding small objects. After mastering the above exercise, have the transmitter select some small articles, such as a book, vase, ornament, etc., on a table, mantelpiece, etc. Proceed as before, varying the objects and places, endeavoring to get as wide a range of experiences as possible along the line of mind reading of this kind. Practice exercise 4. Finding hidden articles. After you have mastered the last mentioned exercise, have the transmitter select a small object, such as a watch key, match safe, etc., and secrete it in some part of the room, you remaining out of the room until the article is selected and hidden. Proceed as before until you find the secreted object. Your transmitter should endeavor to give you a great variety in this exercise in order to properly train you for the public demonstrations before companies, etc. Have him place a key in a book, under a rug, back of a picture, and in similar difficult places. Let him exercise his ingenuity in finding strange places in which to hide the object. In the experiments in finding the hidden objects, he must train himself to give you the mental messages up, down, to the right, to the left, etc., just as he did his old message or impulse this way. And you must train yourself to receive them. This training will be of the greatest possible benefit to you when you are called upon later to find objects hidden in people's pockets, etc. General remarks on practice. The above exercises will train the student to receive and act upon the mental commands or messages of the transmitter under a great variety of circumstances and conditions. Many of the most successful public mind readers started out in public work with far less careful and thorough training. But there are now still greater degrees of proficiency possible. The student will find in succeeding chapters a number of interesting and startling feats and experiments which are intended for parlor audiences, etc., but which may be most profitably practiced previously with the aid of a good friendly transmitter, in order that the performer may familiarize himself with the details of the experiment, and thus be more at his ease when he demonstrates it in public. Then other new experiments and feats will suggest themselves from time to time to the intelligent student which, likewise, should be practiced previous to a public demonstration. In finding a hidden object, the first thing to do is to get an idea of the direction, then the general location of the hiding place, and so on, from general impressions to detailed ones, until at last the fingers close upon the object itself. The transmitter will be greatly relieved when the object is finally found, and the relaxing of his mental tension may be distinctly felt, and then you will know that your search is at an end. Preparing for public work. Before taking you on with the work before an audience, we must urge upon you to prepare yourself thoroughly by means of the above-mentioned exercises. The great tendency among students is to hurry through to the public work and skipping the exercises as much as possible. This is all wrong. You will never be a thoroughly good demonstrator of anything in life until you master the rudiments, and by practice familiarize yourself thoroughly with the details of the work. And mind reading is no exception. It is true that after a few exercises you may be able to give a fair demonstration before an audience, but you will never get further than fair without careful practice. And therefore we urge you to have patience and perseverance, and to stick to the exercise until you become a master of mind reading, when you need fear no audience whatsoever, and will be able to give a demonstration that will be a great credit to both yourself and to us, your instructors. And now for your work before an audience, remembering always that the feats and experiments that we shall mention should be practiced by you privately, with the aid of a friendly transmitter, before you reproduce them in public. In the case of feats, in which the audience is a party to the experiment, such as the finding of a scarf pin on a member of the audience, you may practice with a dummy audience, that is with an imaginary audience consisting of chairs, etc., until you familiarize yourself with the details of the feat. Lesson V. Simple demonstrations. In beginning a public demonstration, it will be well for you to give a short preliminary talk to the audience, somewhat along the following lines. Opening talk. Ladies and gentlemen, With your assistance, I shall endeavor to give you a demonstration of practical mind reading, beginning with some simple feats, and then proceeding gradually to more complicated demonstrations. In these demonstrations, I must have your cooperation, for the success of the experiments depends as much upon you as upon myself. In the first place, I must ask that you refrain from conversation, laughter, etc., while I am demonstrating, for these things distract the mind of the transmitter and prevent him from concentrating his mind and will upon mine, and also prevent me from maintaining that passive mental state which is essential to the success of the experiments. I trust that you will help me in this way. I also ask that during the experiments, you will all concentrate your mind and will upon me, and help me in the work. In order to obtain the best results, all mind readers prefer that their audiences concentrate their wills upon the work, with the purpose of mentally willing that the demonstrator be successful. In fact, the success of the experiments depend very materially upon the willing exerted by the audience. If you will in my favor, I shall be successful. If you will that I shall fail, I shall feel the effect. Therefore, kindly give me your aid. I ask you to blindfold me and take such other means to prevent unfair methods and practices as your judgment may dictate. I am now ready to proceed with the tests. Choosing the transmitter. Then have the audience select a committee to blindfold you and remain outside of the room with you, while the remainder of the audience select the object that you are to find, etc. When you return to the room, select someone to act as transmitter. If possible, get someone with whom you have previously practiced and established rapport conditions. This will aid you very materially, of course. If this is not possible, select someone of the audience that is in harmony with you, and who will have a strong enough will to give you the vibrations. Sometimes women are very good at this work, as they get very much in earnest when interested, and therefore will intently. If your first transmitter is not satisfactory, test another, and so on until you get a good one. You may change transmitters during the evening, if you prefer. In fact, this is a good plan, if you are an adept, for it shows the audience that there is no collusion. Instructing the transmitter. You should instruct the transmitter along the lines indicated in a previous chapter, i.e. that he must hold the thought of direction, fix his eyes on the chosen spot, and then concentrate his will upon it, and that your success will depend materially upon his ability to concentrate his mind and will upon the task. You should explain to him that you receive your impulses through his thought waves or vibrations, and that the stronger these are, the better you will succeed. Make this plain to him. When the transmitter fails to concentrate his will, you will know it at once and should call his attention to it, saying, "Concentrate, concentrate now. Harder, use your will," or words to that effect. You should impress upon the transmitter that it is the strength of his will that produces the mental vibrations that give you the impressions. Beginning the test. Then, take the hand of the transmitter in the manner already described in previous lesson, placing it to your forehead, or else holding it up high in front of you. Then begin a wavering motion or direction, preferably describing a circle, slowly. In this meaningless wavering motion, remain perfectly passive awaiting impressions. Soon you will begin to feel a mental resistance to certain directions and a mental willingness that you move in another direction. Then move along the line of the least mental resistance. In some cases you will receive a strong mental urge, pull, or push in the direction of the selected spot. Here is where your practice comes in. For in your practice experiments you have acquired the art of recognizing these impressions as they come to you, in their different forms, and so are prepared to yield to them and move accordingly. It is impossible to describe in writing just how these impressions come and feel like, for actual experience is necessary before you will know just what is meant. But once you have accustomed yourself to receive and recognize the impressions, the rest is all a matter of practice and development. And now for the demonstrations themselves. You should begin with the simplest feats, and then work up gradually to the more complicated and difficult ones. This plan will build up your own powers and will develop the transmitters. We herewith give a number of interesting feats and demonstrations, explaining the details of each. Of course, the general directions we have given regarding the receiving of impressions, etc., will apply to all of these feats, for the principle underlying them all is the same, precisely. Finding a location. Demonstration I. Begin by having the audience select a part in the room, which may be easily reached by you. Then proceed as directed until you feel that you have reached the right place or location. Finding a person. Demonstration 2. Have the audience select a person, one of their number. Find the general location of the person. Then, standing still, reach out your right hand and begin feeling about. You will find that as your hand moves away from the right person, you will feel a drawing back impression, whereas when you reach toward the person, you will receive an urging forward impression. A little practice will soon enable you to distinguish these mental impressions. Then place your hand on the person who seems to be the center of the impressions. If this is the wrong person, you will receive a mental impression of wrong, in which case you must start up the moving your hand to and fro and around until you feel the urge impression, when you should place your hand on the person immediately in front of you. When you reach the right person, you will receive an unmistakable impression and mental message of all right, followed by a lessening of the will tension, and you will know that you have succeeded. You should practice this in private before attempting public demonstration. Finding a small object. Demonstration 3. Have the audience select some small object in plain sight in the room. Then find it in the manner described above in the case of the selected person. The rule is identically the same, but there are some other details to be observed. In the matter of up or down, for the object may be higher than your shoulder or lower, in which case you will have to either reach up or down. In this reaching up or down, follow the same general rule as given. When you reach the right location, you will feel an impression of not yet finished from the mind of the transmitter. Then reach up slowly. If this is right, you will receive a corresponding impression and may go on to center the object. But if it is not right, you will receive a mental urge downward, which you should follow. The rule always is to follow the line of the least mental resistance. You will always receive the resistance when you are not succeeding, and will always receive the lack of resistance when you are succeeding. Learn to focus these impressions until they center positively and constantly on the same spot. Then you have succeeded, for there will be your object right under your hand. Finding a book. Demonstration 4. Have the audience select a book on the shelves of a bookcase, and then find it in the manner just related. The two feats are precisely the same, although the latter will appear more startling to the observer. The floral tribute. Demonstration V. This test is known as the floral tribute. It is performed by having a bouquet of flowers on the table. Then select some young man in the audience, and let him pick out some young woman in the audience whom he wishes to have the flowers. You must retire from the room, of course, while he selects the young lady and mentions her name and position to the audience. Then returning to the room, pick up the bouquet, and taking the hand of your transmitter, find the young lady and present her with the flowers. Of course, this feat is merely a fancy rendition of the simple feat of finding the person thought of, and is performed in the same way. Study the directions for Demonstration 2 and apply in the present case, with appropriate variations. The reunited couple. Demonstration 6. This test is known as the reunited couple. It is performed by having the audience select two persons, a young man and a young woman, and stand them up in front of the room, like a couple about to be married. Then they should have a third person, a man, selected and stood before them as the parson who will tie the knot. The three persons should then take their seats, and when you enter the room and take the hand of your transmitter, you must first find the parson, then the groom, and then the bride, and arrange them in their proper positions. This is a highly effective test, and invariably brings hearty applause, and the hunt affords much merriment to the audience. But, as you will see readily, it is but a variation of Demonstration 2. The hidden jewelry. Demonstration 7. Have the audience select some small article, like a scarf pin, ring, etc., and hide it on the person of someone of the audience. Then you are to find it. This demonstration combines the features of Demonstration 2 and Demonstration 3. That is, you have first to find the person, as described in Demonstration 2, and then the object, which is practically a variation of Demonstration 3. Study the details of Demonstration 3 and practice the present demonstration in private before trying it in public. The Discovered Course. Demonstration 8. Have a member of the audience walk around the room, following a prescribed course selected by the audience. Have your transmitter memorize the course accurately, and then you must walk over the same course when you return to the room. This is effective, but is merely a variation of the Finding the Corner demonstration. Replacing the pin. Demonstration 9. This is called replacing the pin and is very effective when properly performed. Have a member of the audience take a pin and insert it in the wall in a spot plainly visible to the audience, not too high up, however, about on the level of your shoulder is best. Then have him withdraw the pin and hide it somewhere in the room. Then when you return to the room and take the transmitter's hand, you should first find the pin in the manner heretofore described, and then find the place where it had been stuck. Then circling your hand around in narrowing circles until you feel the proper impression, push the pin home in the spot in which it formerly was driven. This final effort is really merely a modification of finding the spot, and with a little practice may be easily performed. The theft detected. Demonstration X. This feat is called the theft. Have one of the audience play the thief and steal an article of jewelry or similar small object from a second person called the victim. Then the thief should hide his spoil in a safe place about the room. Returning, you first find the thief, then the hidden article, then the person, according to the methods already given. This is a very effective feat, but is merely a combination of finding the person and finding an object. The reconstructed tableau. Demonstration 11. This feat is known as the reconstructed tableau. It is performed by having several of the audience form a simple tableau group and then retire to their seats. Returning to the room, you are to find each person, lead him or her to the former spot, then reconstruct the group. This is somewhat difficult, but not nearly so much so as you might suppose. A little private practice will enable you to perform it with ease. The murder and the detective. Demonstration 12. This test is known as the murder and the detective, and is very spectacular and sensational, and is accordingly one that is in great favor with the public performers. It is performed as follows. The audience selects one man to act as the murderer, another to act as the victim, and also some object to act as the dagger, and lastly a place in which the body is to be concealed. Then the murderer picks up the dagger and kills his victim, afterward concealing the body in some part of the room, usually sitting in a chair, and the dagger in another place. Then when you return to the room, you first find the body, then the wound, then the dagger, and then the murderer. This is usually announced as a wonderful piece of telepathic detective work, and is extremely effective, and may be reserved as the principal effect of your series of demonstrations. You will notice that the feat is merely an elaborate combination of the simpler feats of finding the person, finding the object, etc. The returned hats. Demonstration 13. Have the hats of a number of men in the audience placed on a table or other place, and then returning to the room, blindfolded of course, you pick up the hats, one by one, and place them upon the heads of their proper owners, who are seated in different parts of the room. This is a simple feat, although very effective. It is, of course, merely a variation of the feat of finding the person. There is one point, however, that must be remembered in this feat, and that is that the transmitter should know just whose hat is held in your hand, just who the owner of that particular hat is, and where he is sitting or standing. Otherwise, he cannot send you the mental impulses which will enable you to find the owner. It will be well for the transmitter to hold the hat so that it can be seen by the audience, requesting the owner to rise in his seat so as to indicate his whereabouts. your back being turned to the audience while this is being done in order to avoid suspicion of your peeping, etc. The Lady and the Ring. Demonstration 14. This feat is performed by having a lady in the audience loan the transmitter her ring. When you return to the room, you find the lady and replace the ring upon the finger from which she took it. The transmitter must remember the lady and the particular finger, of course. The rest is simply a combination of the finding the person and finding the spot feats. It is very effective if neatly performed. General advice. We have given you a great variety of demonstrations or feats, but you must not attempt to produce all of them at an evening's entertainment. It will take some time to perform a few of them effectively and impressively, and you should avoid any attempt to hurry through the feats. Nor should you spoil your good impression by cheapening the demonstrations in the direction of performing too many at one sitting. Neither should you tire or fatigue yourself by too many feats. When your mind or body are tired, you do yourself an injury to perform these demonstrations, and besides, you cannot obtain the best results while fatigued. You should rest a little while after each feat before attempting another one. When the entertainment or exercises are over, you should take a few strong, deep breaths, swing your arm around a little to promote the circulation and relieve the nervous tension. You may feel a little dazed at first after performing a few feats, but will soon learn to throw off the passive condition and engage in the laughing conversation that will follow the entertainment. Do not take yourself too seriously, and remember that laughter and a little boyish or girlish spirits is a wonderful tonic. Do not become impatient if you do not progress as rapidly as you would desire. You are practically developing a sixth sense and are like a baby learning to walk. It takes time, but practice will surely bring you success. Take things calmly. The feats that will be possible for you to perform, even from the start, will be wonderful enough, without any necessity for your complaining about your slowness in learning to perform the more complicated ones. About transmitters. If your transmitter does not do his work properly, and you feel that he is not concentrating properly, or using his will effectively, do not hesitate to change him. You need not offend him, for you may say simply that the rapport conditions are not fully developed between you, and that these things sometimes happen, etc. Your new transmitter will feel anxious to do better than his predecessor, and will be most likely to concentrate and will to the best of his ability. The transmitter should be in earnest, and no levity or trifling should be permitted. If you have the selection, pick out some earnest person and avoid the trifling, featherbrained class. If your transmitter does not seem to be concentrating properly, you should speak to him firmly, but kindly, about it. Say to him, "Please concentrate your mind, and will earnestly fix your mind on the right spot. Make a determined mental effort that I move in the right direction. It is your mind and will that gives me the impression. Remember, it all depends upon you," etc. This will often have the effect of bracing him up to renewed mental activity, and you will notice the improvement at once. A word of warning. Beginning your entertainment, caution the audience about placing the hidden objects in places that you cannot conveniently touch, such as high up on the wall, under the strings of a piano, etc. Tell them that you can find the article anywhere, but it must be placed so that you can get at it with only ordinary care and work. Some smart Alex may try to play pranks on you in this way, but discourage same vigorously at the start, informing the audience that this is a scientific test and not a circus. And, remember this, tell them that the article must never be hidden about the transmitter, for the reason that he is seldom able to think as intently about his own location as about some place away from him. These are the only restrictions that you need make. Caution the transmitter to guide you away from obstacles over which you might stumble or which you might overturn. Tell him that you place yourself in his hands for protection, and then endeavor to think no more about the matter, for such thought tends to distract your passivity. The above feats or demonstrations are all performed along the same general lines as indicated a little further back, and all are capable of being accomplished by anyone of ordinary intelligence, with a little study, care, and practice. Practice makes perfect, in mind reading as in everything else. Remember, so keep at it until you have worn off the rough edges and have polished up the details of the work. You may vary, improve, add to the above feats, and may also insert many new ones for yourself as you proceed with your work. Use your inventive faculties. The wire contact. A sensational and effective method of performing some of the simpler feats is performed by some public performers and consists in having a piece of thick wire, about 1 foot in length, grasped by the receiver's left hand and by the transmitter's right hand, instead of the ordinary contact. A little practice will surprise you in the facility in which the impressions are transferred over the wire from the transmitter to the receiver. The methods of operation in this case are identical with those employed in the ordinary methods. A wooden ruler may be substituted for the wire. Some performers succeed even with a long walking cane. Third person interposed. Another variation is that in which a third person is interposed between the transmitter and receiver. Practice along these lines will enable the skilled mind reader to receive the impressions as usual, notwithstanding the interposition of the third person. Do not attempt to try these variations until you have thoroughly mastered the ordinary methods. The student is here advised to turn to the conclusion of Lesson 6 of this book and acquaint himself with the simpler method there described. It may help him in this phase of his work. We shall now pass on to the consideration of some of the more complicated or difficult feats of contact mind reading. Lesson 6. Difficult demonstrations. We shall now direct your attention to a class of demonstrations of a rather more complicated order than those related in the last chapter. But even these difficult feats may be rendered comparatively easy of accomplishment by careful practice and development of receptivity. Preliminaries. In these experiments or demonstrations, the transmitter stands by your left side, you grasping the fingers of his right hand in your left hand, and holding as in the case of the former experiments, i.e., either with his hand pressed against your head, or else held out and up, as before described. You receive the impressions in the same way. The following demonstrations may be performed after a little private practice, so as to be shown at a public performance almost as easily as the simpler feats heretofore described. Discovering the card. Demonstration I. Spread a number of cards over the table. Then, retiring from the room, have the audience select one card of the number, which the transmitter must be sure to remember distinctly. That is, the transmitter should remember just where the card is, the position being the important feature rather than the name of the card. Then, taking the transmitter's hand as above described, you should move your right hand to and fro over the table, moving it backward and forward and in circles. You will soon find that this feat closely resembles the one of the last chapter in which you find small objects, the pinhole, etc. You will soon find that the impressions tend to center over a certain spot on the table. Begin to lessen your circles and hand movements until you gradually center over this spot. Then slowly lower your fingers until you touch the card resting on the said spot, when you will be sure that you are right, when you must pick up the card and exhibit it to the audience. The same indications mentioned in the feats of the last chapter will be felt by you. You will feel the no impression when you are wrong, and the that's right impression when you are moving in the right direction, until at last you will distinctly feel the relaxation of the mental urge, which you will have learned to translate into right you are, when you finally touch the right card. This feat is really no more difficult than the one in which the small object is found, and we have included it in the list of difficult demonstrations simply because it is practically a connecting link between the two classes of demonstration, as you will see as we proceed. The checker move. Demonstration 2. This is akin to the last experiment. Have a checkerboard arranged by some of the audience who understands the game. Then let someone decide on the next move. Be sure that the transmitter thoroughly understands the piece to be moved, as well as the place to where it is to be moved. Then, proceeding as above indicated, first find the piece to be moved, and then move it to the proper place. This feat consists of two parts, you will notice. The finding of the piece is like the finding of the card. Then with the piece grasped between your thumb and forefinger, make a small circular and backward and forward movement until you feel the mental impression of there, when you will place your piece directly on the spot. This may seem difficult, and appears so to the audience, but you will find by a little private practice that it is really as easily performed as some of the simpler tests. The game of cards. Demonstration 3. Similar to the above is the feat known as the game of cards. Two players sit opposite each other at a table, having dealt themselves 2 hands of euchre. Have the transmitter lead you behind the first player, and standing there have the player silently point out the card he wishes to lead to the transmitter. The transmitter then should concentrate his mind on the card, and you will find it in the usual manner, and having found it will play it on the table. Then leading you around to the other player, the transmitter repeats the process, and you find and play the card. Then back to the first play, and repeat. Then alternate between the players, in the same manner, until you have played out the game. This may be improved upon by the transmitter thinking of which player has won the trick, when you will push the cards over to the winner, having discovered the direction in the usual manner. This feat is very effective indeed when properly performed. The mapped-out trip. Demonstration 4. Have a map laid open on the table, and have the audience decide upon a trip between 2 points, either by rail or by water. Then returning to the room, stand as above described, and with your forefinger find the place from which the trip starts. Then move slowly along the selected course in the same manner in which the checker game was played, passing along the chosen route until the end is reached. These feats are all really variations of the one principle. The pack of cards. Demonstration V. This is a very effective feat and requires some little skill and practice, but there is no reason why any careful, patient, and persistent student should not be able to master it. It consists in the audience selecting any given card from the pack and then replacing it with the others, being sure that the transmitter is familiar with the card chosen and knows enough about cards to recognize it when he sees it again. Then the pack of cards should be placed on the table, face up. Returning to the room, you take the transmitter's hand as usual, and with your right hand pick off the cards from the pack, slowly and one by one. As you pick up each card, slowly weigh it in your hand, so to speak, and then place it aside if you receive no stop orders from the mind of the transmitter. Having previously practiced this feat in private, you will have learned that peculiar, heavier sensation that comes to you when you lift the right card from the pack, so that when you finally reach it you will know it. We cannot describe just what this sensation will feel like. You must learn it by actually experiencing it in private practice. We advise you to diligently practice this feat in private, for it is wonderfully effective. You will find that after a bit of practice you will be able to get the heavy feeling when you lift up and weigh the right card. You should perform this feat slowly and carefully, shaking your head. No, just before you discard a card. If by the lack of concentration of the transmitter, you fail to feel the heavy feeling when you pick up the right card, the shake of the head will be apt to arouse him to exert his will more actively, and you will receive the hold-on impulse immediately. Do not be in too much of a hurry to discard, but make several feints at it before finally letting go. This feat may be improved by having the audience select a poker hand, such as a flush, a straight, 3 of a kind, a full house, etc., etc., and having you find the hand 1 card at a time. This latter is a fine effect and always brings down the house. But be sure that your transmitter really knows and remembers the cards, else the feat will fail, of course. He must remember each card and recognize it when it appears face up on the pack before you, as you proceed with the discarding. Never attempt this feat in public without previous careful, private practice, for it requires the most delicate perception and skill. If you find that you cannot master it to your satisfaction, after sufficient practice, you may try it by the simpler method given at the conclusion of this lesson. The chosen word in the book. Demonstration 6. Like the last feat, this is a complex and difficult one, but one that always arouses enthusiasm in an audience when well performed. It will repay you for the private practice that you will have to employ upon it before you produce it in public. The feat consists of the audience selecting a book from a pile, or a bookshelf, or bookcase, etc. Then a given page is chosen, then a line of printed matter on that page, and then a word in that line. It is well to have the transmitter draw a pencil circle around the chosen word, so that he may be sure to remember it later. The book is then replaced on the shelf. Then returning to the room, you first find the book by the methods already given in previous feats. Then laying it flat on the table, you should begin to slowly and deliberately pick each leaf up separately. This part of the feat is almost identical with the last one, in which you picked up the cards from the pack. When you get the proper impression, you should announce that you have found the leaf. If satisfied that you are right, ascertain upon which side of the leaf the chosen page is. This can be done by pressing the leaf to the right or left in succession until you get the right impression as to which way to press it down. Then, having thus found the page, pass your fingers slowly down and back over the page several times until you get the impression of a center. This center will be the chosen line. Then, by passing the finger slowly along the line, you will discover the word when you reach it. This is a ticklish feat, but it may be mastered by practice. In fact, some people have found it almost as simple as some of the easier feats, while others require careful practice with it. Do not be discouraged if you do not succeed at first trial, even in public, but try again, and after a bit you will seem to get the knack all at once, and thereafter will have but little trouble in making the demonstration. If you find that you do not meet with the desired degree of success in this feat, try it by this simpler method given at the last of this part of the book. But do not give it up without the proper practice. If you have carefully performed the previous feats, you should have so developed yourself by this time that you should have no special difficulty in this feat. Blackboard demonstrations. The following feats may be performed either upon a large blackboard hanging from the wall, or upon a large sheet of cardboard or stiff paper spread upon the table. If the blackboard is used, you should stand before it, the transmitter standing in the usual position. If the table is used, you should stand before it, the transmitter in his usual place. Drawing the chosen figure. Demonstration 7. Have the audience select a number and think intently of it. Impress upon the transmitter that is to think of the shape of the figure instead of merely remembering its name. For instance, if the figure 8 is thought of, the transmitter should think of the shape of the figure and not of the word 8. Then begin to circle your hand around over the blackboard just as you did when finding the place of the beginning of the trip of the demonstration mentioned a few minutes ago. Then bring your pencil or chalk to a starting point, which you will soon perceive. Then hold your fingers pressing lightly forward and impart to your hand a trembling vibratory motion as if in hesitation regarding the next movement, saying at the same time to your transmitter, "Well, hard now. Well, the direction to me," and you will soon begin to get an impression of right or left or down, as the case may be, which you should follow slowly. Be slow about it, for if the impression is not right you will soon be checked up. Fence around a little until you begin to get the impressions clearly. You will find that the principal trouble is at the start, for once you are started on the right track, your transmitters will be freely employed, and he will pour the impressions into you. Let him feel that it is his will that is really doing the work, and he will exert it freely. Once started, these drawing feats are easily performed, the trouble being with the start. You should practice this feat frequently in private before attempting it in a public demonstration. It is very effective. The lady's age. Demonstration 7. This is a variation of the above feat. A lady in the audience is asked to whisper her age in the ear of the transmitter, and you are to draw it on the board or paper. The feat is performed precisely in the manner described above, the transmitter being cautioned to think of but one figure at a time during the drawing. The banknote test. Demonstration 9. Akin to the last two feats, is the reading of the number of a banknote held in the hand of the transmitter. It is performed in precisely the same manner as the preceding feat. Be sure to have the transmitter understand that he is to think of but one figure at a time until it is drawn, and then the next, and so on. The watch number test. Demonstration X. The feat of reading and drawing the number of a person's watch is a variation of the last-mentioned demonstration, and is performed in precisely the same way. The geometrical figure test. Demonstration 11. Have the audience select some simple geometrical figure, such as a square, triangle, circle, right angle, etc., and proceed to draw it in the same way as the figures in the demonstrations just described. Have the transmitter hold the figure in his mind and mentally draw it as you proceed. A little private practice will enable you to draw these figures easily, and in fact, they are really simpler than numbers, although more startlingly effective at times. Drawing pictures. Demonstration 12. The same principle described in the above-mentioned test may be extended to apply to the drawing of simple pictures, such as the outline figure of a pig, etc. The copy is placed on the table or blackboard so that the transmitter may easily refer to it, and then you proceed as in the feats above mentioned. Practice this until you get it down fine. The hidden name. Demonstration 13. The same principle may be extended to the writing down of the name of a person, town, etc., previously chosen by the audience. Draw in large letters, so that the eye of the transmitter may easily follow you at each step. The underlying rule. In all of the drawing demonstrations, you should remember the primary principle, i.e., follow the line of the least mental resistance, and the will of the transmitter will invariably lead you to the right direction. This simpler method. A simpler method of performing the feats and demonstrations which we have styled the more difficult feats is that of having the transmitter stand by your right side, turning toward you and placing his right hand over yours, the tips of his fingers resting on your fingers between your large knuckles and first joints, instead of standing on your left side with his fingers grasped in your left hand, as heretofore mentioned. This method is not nearly so good so far as appearances go, for some critical members of the audience might object that he was in confederacy with you and really helping you to draw, but it is highly effective so far as simplifying the feat is concerned. His fingertips, with their nervous matter aroused into activity, seem to fairly charge your fingers with nervous energy or magnetism, and your hand acts almost automatically. The motion of the receiver's hand and fingers under this method becomes almost like the motion of a planchette, and often writes and draws the numbers, figures, letters, etc., so easily and smoothly that they seem to be fairly running away from the mind of the performer. You should at least familiarize yourself with this method, so as to be able to use it in emergencies, or in the case of a poor transmitter, or else in the case of the more delicate and complex tests. If you neglect this method, you will have failed to acquaint yourself with one of the most startling features of contact mind reading, which so far touches the higher phenomena that it is closely akin to what is known as automatic writing. In fact, if you are disposed and are naturally receptive and sensitive to impressions, you may even write a letter through the will of a good transmitter by this method. By all means, make yourself acquainted with its possibilities and phenomena. We now pass on to a consideration of the more sensational feats. Lesson 7. Sensational feats. In addition to the feats given in this work, which, together with their countless variations, form the stock in trade of the majority of the professional mind readers, there are a number of other feats essayed by the public performers which we have seen fit to group under the general title sensational feats. These feats are described here in order that the student may understand the nature of them and the manner of their performance. But we consider such feats suitable only for the sensational advertisements of the professional performers and always dependent upon more or less spectacular accessories, and attended by even dangerous features in the case of the driving feat, and therefore we do not offer them for reproduction by the private student or the parlor demonstrator. The principal sensational feats performed by the professionals are as follows. The driving feat. This is performed by the performer, blindfolded as usual, driving a team along the public streets to some selected point, which point is usually a hotel previously selected by a public committee. Upon reaching the hotel, the performer goes to the hotel register, turns the pages, and finds a name previously selected. The performer receives his impressions from members of the committee who are seated beside him on the carriage seat, with their arms on his shoulders, or having hold of his hands, or even connected with him by wire. The feat is really a spectacular reproduction of the familiar feats described in previous chapters, and the principles governing it are precisely the same. The transmitters impress the direction upon him, and he follows the line of the least mental resistance. The combination lock feat. This feat is employed either separately or in connection with the driving feat. It consists in the performer opening the combination safe of a hotel or some business establishment. In this case, the transmitter must know the combination perfectly, and his mental impressions acting upon the performer give him the cue to turn right or left or repeat, as the case may be. Of course, one must have cultivated a great degree of sensitiveness to mental impressions before he will be able to receive and respond to the direction impressions in this case. And yet almost any person, by following the directions given in this work, and carefully and repeatedly practicing the various feats and demonstrations given herein, may be able to reproduce this feat of the professional performer, who is in constant daily practice, and who is able to devote his entire time to the work, as his bread and butter is concerned therein. Once the sensitiveness is gained, the details of the work are nothing more than those employed in any of the finding or drawing feats herein described and explained. The office detective feat. In this feat, the public committee picks out an object on the desk or about the office of some one of its members, the office being located some distance from the place of meeting. The performer then rushes along the public streets, dragging the transmitter with him, until the office is reached, then upstairs, and into the room selected, and up to the desk or other place, and lo, the object is found. Divesting this feat of all its sensational features, the student will see that it is merely a variation of the ordinary finding feat performed in the parlor. It creates a great sensation, but there is nothing more wonderful about it than about the simplest finding feat. The post office feat. Another feat favored by some of the professional performers is that of having a letter placed in a post office lockbox, the key of which is given the performer at a point some distance from the post office. Rushing through the public streets, dragging the transmitter with him, the performer finds the post office in the usual way, and then locates the lockbox, into which he inserts the key and extracts the letter, thus triumphantly completing the feat. This feat, as every student will see, is merely a variation of the simpler feats manifested in a sensational manner for the purpose of public advertisement. The fire alarm feat. This feat is another free advertisement demonstration in which the performer, with the permission of the city officials, discovers the location of a certain fire alarm box and turns on the alarm with the key which had been previously loaned him. Some public officials allow this test to be performed, using it as a test alarm for the department as well, and the sight and sound of the clanging fire engines, the smoke, and confusion following upon the sensational mind-reading demonstration is calculated to cause great excitement and interest in the town, which usually results in packed houses at the night entertainment. But the test is really nothing but a variation of the simple finding the spot demonstration with sensational accompaniments. Variations. We might enlarge our list of sensational feats, but to no real benefit to the student, for they are all cut from the same cloth, and are but improvements upon the simple parlor feats. If the student wishes to do so, he may invent a dozen similar feats, just as sensational and just as effective. The purpose of the sensational feat is primarily to gain free advertisements for the public performers. As scientific demonstrations, they have but very slight value. Fake demonstrations exposed. In concluding this part of the book, we wish to warn our students against some of the so-called mind readers who are traveling around the country giving exhibitions of so-called mind reading, which while interesting enough in themselves are nothing but cleverly devised devices intended to counterfeit the genuine phenomena. The majority of these performers have a series of cleverly arranged signal codes by which the Confederate conveys to the mind reader the name and description of the article handed to the former by someone of the audience. One of the principal performers in this line in this country had a signal code of over 5,000 objects, which he and his Confederate had carefully memorized. This code was worked by the plan of asking the blindfolded mind reader to name the object. You can see the possibilities of this when you remember the many different ways in which the same question may be asked, and when you remember that each word and combination of words conveys a distinct and separate meaning to the blindfolded one. Others employ sleight of hand and legerdemain in order to produce the illusion. Prepared pads of paper upon which questions are written and similar means are commonly used in such exhibitions. We do not purpose going into this matter in detail, for such is not the purpose of this work, but we think it well to call the attention of our students to the same, in order that they may get a clue to some of the various counterfeit exhibitions of mind reading which are being advertised by some of the public performers. There are other public performers, however, who give fine exhibitions of the genuine phenomena. The student of this work should have acquired a sufficient knowledge of its underlying principles to enable him to distinguish between the genuine and the spurious when he sees an exhibition. If any wish to know more of the counterfeit, there are many good works published on legerdemain which will satisfy his curiosity. Lesson 8. Higher Phenomena. In the demonstrations described and explained in the previous parts of this work, the mental impressions travel from one mind to another over the channels of the telegraphic wires of the nervous system of the transmitter and receiver. In other words, the mind reading that is employed in the feats and demonstrations given is akin to the ordinary telegraphic current traveling over the wires from sending station to receiving station. The nervous system of the two persons furnishing a very close counterpart to the telegraphic wire, etc. But there is a step beyond this, many steps in fact. While the contact mind reading, which we have described and explained, is surely wonderful enough to attract the attention of all thinking minds, still when the advanced student passes on to the field of the higher phenomena, he is destined to meet with marvelous results, which in some cases almost surpass belief. This higher phenomena of mind reading, or telepathic mind reading, when compared to the contact mind reading, is as the wireless telegraph when compared to the ordinary telegraph using wires. In Lesson I of this book, we have given you the theories held by scientific men regarding the nature of the waves or currents that proceed from one mind to another and the mechanism by which these waves are registered. We think it will be interesting to many of you to know that certain occultists have their own theory regarding this matter, which while not widely known is still of the greatest interest to earnest students of the scientific side of the subject. We allude to what is known as the pineal gland theory. The pineal gland is a small gland, cone-shaped, and of a reddish-gray color, situated in the brain about the middle of the skull, nearly above the top of the spinal column. It is a compact mass of nervous matter, containing a quantity of what has been called brain sand, which is composed of very small particles of gritty matter. The anatomists and physiologists confess their ignorance of the function and purpose of the pineal gland, and it remains for the occultists to explain its real nature, which is the receiving and registering of the waves or currents or vibrations of thought and will receive from another person. This pineal gland is, according to the occultists, the receiving instrument for the wireless mind reading, and in fact it resembles the actual receiver of the wireless telegraph in more than one respect. The first steps. In the first place, the student who is practicing the experiments given in previous chapters and who is making the demonstrations given there will find that at times he is able to do away with the physical contact. He will loosen his hold upon the hand of the transmitter and at times will sever the contact entirely. And after the feat is demonstrated, he will realize to his astonishment that he has performed the principal part of the feat without contact at all. He may be almost unconscious of this fact, for the reason that he was so much immersed and absorbed in his work that he did not have time to think of these details. At other times he will find that even before he has made the physical contact with the transmitter, he will receive a flash of mental impression which will enable him to proceed to the selected location or object at once. Demonstrations without a transmitter. These experiences will become so frequent and so strong that he may often, in the cases of peculiarly sensitive people, perform the entire feat without the physical contact of the transmitter and perhaps without any transmitter at all. In well-developed cases, the receiver may perform the simple feats, and sometimes some of the more complicated ones, merely by the aid of the concentrated will of the audience. We have known of cases in which a pocket knife was the selected and hidden object, and when the demonstrator would enter the room, he would receive a sudden mental impression of the word knife, followed by the impression under the sofa pillow, etc., and upon going to the designated spot the knife would be found. Every person who carefully practices the demonstrations given in this book will be able to add actual experiences of this kind, of his own, which have been experienced by him during the course of his work. In order to develop the ability to produce the higher phenomena, the best course is for the student to frequently practice the demonstration and experiments of contact mind reading, as this will develop the receptive faculties of the mind. Then the student may occasionally practice with a few sympathetic and harmonious friends, endeavoring to reproduce the demonstrations without physical contact. Exercises for development. He may also try the experiment of having a friend hold a certain number of small buttons, etc., in his hand, and endeavor to will that the student shall guess the right number. Some people attain a surprising proficiency in this work almost from the first. A similar experiment with the pack of cards, the student endeavoring to guess the card drawn from the pack, naming color, suit, and number in turn, may afford successful results. A number of these experiments may be thought of by an ingenious person, remembering always that the guess is not a guess at all, but an attempt to register the mental impression of the transmitter. Reproducing the Sperry feats. The student may with great profit endeavor to reproduce the experiments of the Sperry children related in Lesson 2 of this work, in our account of the experiments of the Society for Psychical Research. The Willing Game. The well-known Willing Game will afford you an opportunity to develop this faculty of wireless mind reading. Your audience is seated in the room, and you enter blindfolded. An object has been previously selected. You stand in the center of the room, and the audience wills to the right, then forward, then a little lower down, etc., 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 until the object is found, just as was the case when the transmitter sends the impressions. The audience should will only one step at a time, and you should take that one step without thought of the succeeding ones. The mind should be held as receptive as possible, that is, open to vibrations. Take your time, and do not let hurry or anxiety enter your mind. It will be well to practice this experiment with members of your family or with harmonious and sympathetic friends. Long-distance experiments. Experiments of wireless mind reading or telepathy may be tried between friends at long distances, space apparently presenting no obstacle to the passage of the thought waves. Pick out some friend with whom you have established a strong rapport condition by means of his having acted as your transmitter in your contact mind reading experiments, and by having practiced rhythmic breathing, as heretofore described. Have the transmitter sit in his room at the appointed time, gazing intently at some small simple object, such as a knife, a glass, a cup, a book, etc., and endeavoring to make a clear mental picture of it, which picture he should also will to be reproduced in your mind. Remember, he should think of the looks or appearance of the object, not merely of its name. He should think of the shape, etc., of the book, instead of thinking the word book. At the same time, you should sit quietly in your room, placing yourself in the same passive, receptive mental attitude that you have acquired and practiced in your contact mind readings. Then wait patiently for impressions. After a while, if successful, you will get the mental picture of a book or whatever object was thought of by the transmitter. This experiment may be varied from time to time, the principle being the same in all cases. It will be well for both the transmitter and the receiver to keep a written record of the time of each experiment and the objects thought of. Several objects may be thought of at a sitting of, say, 5 minutes apart, a careful record being kept by both parties of the time and object, so that a later comparison may show the result of the experiments. In case of the two people being in different cities, they may mail each other copies of their record for comparison. The automatic writing experiments. Another way of conducting experiments along the lines of the higher phenomena of mind reading is akin to the automatic writing known to all students of occultism. The transmitter concentrates his thought and will in the usual manner, while the receiver places himself in the usual receptive, passive state of mind and awaits the impressions. But instead of the receiver merely sitting as usual, he draws his chair to a table, having a soft pencil in his hand and a pad of paper on the table before him. He holds the pencil lightly between his fingers, with its point touching the paper, and then awaits impressions. Under good conditions, after waiting a time, the pencil will begin to twitch and move feebly. The hands and fingers should allow it full and free motion. After a few moments of indecision, the pencil will often begin to write out words. In many experiments, the word or object thought of by the transmitter will be written out or drawn in full by the hand of the receiver acting automatically. Some experimenters succeed much better with this plan than with the more common method. The Stead experiments. Mr. W.T. Stead, the well-known London editor and investigator of psychic phenomena, discovered this method while he was experimenting along the lines of automatic writing from disembodied souls. He found that he was really coming in contact with the thought waves emanating from the minds of the living, instead of the dead. He persisted in his experiments along these lines, and after a time was able to write out full letters embodying the thoughts in the minds of persons of his acquaintance and others. Other investigators have reproduced his experiments with marvelous results. There is a great field here, awaiting investigation, and it may be that some of the students of this work are destined to add to the scientific testimony on the subject. The above simple directions are all that are necessary in order to conduct this scientific experiment. Rapport conditions. There is a great difference in the degrees of rapport existing between different people, and as the degree of success depends upon the degree of rapport, it is of the greatest importance that you find some person with whom you are in harmonious vibration in order to try these experiments in the higher phenomena. We will not burden the student with recitals of experiments to perform in this higher phenomena demonstration. He may readily devise experiments for himself from the examples given in connection with the contact mind reading. The transmitter may think of a card, an object, a name, a place, a scene, a thought, a feeling, etc., etc., without limit. And it makes no difference in the nature of the experiment or test, whether it be tried at long range or in the same room, without contact. The feat is the same. The principle is the same. The Blackburn-Smith experiments. As a further suggestion to the student, we would refer him to Lesson 2 of this work, to the report of the experiments with Mr. Smith and Mr. Blackburn. If you will carefully read this report again, you will find a wealth of suggestions regarding the forms of demonstrations. But, bless your hearts, the experiments may be varied without end. The principle is the same in each case. The underlying principle is that the transmitter thinks intently upon the appearance of the object or thing, or else upon the feeling connected with it, if it be a feeling instead of an object, and the receiver endeavors to receive the impression. The transmitter manifests an active will to transmit the mental image, while the receiver assumes a passive, receptive desire to receive the impression. The one is all will, the other is all desire. Concluding this chapter on the higher phenomena of mind reading, we would say to the students that very few of them will have the perseverance to continue their experiments beyond the point of contact mind reading, or perhaps the simplest forms of the higher phenomena. Contact mind reading is far more satisfactory to the average person, for its results are very constant indeed, and comparatively little labor, time, and trouble are necessary to make the demonstrations. While on the contrary, the results of the demonstrations of the higher phenomena are less constant except in the cases of very highly developed receivers, working with transmitters in almost perfect rapport and harmony. Then the average experiments along the lines of the higher phenomena some days will prove highly successful, while other days will be almost barren of result. In fact, there seems to be a sort of spontaneous action in the production of the higher phenomena, and the degree of success depends more or less upon some conditions of the mental world, not as yet fully understood by science. But to those who wish to push into the unknown as far as they may do so, this field of the higher phenomena of mind reading offers a fascination and attraction difficult to express to those who have not experienced it. Finus. How to read human nature. Chapter 1. Inner state and outer form. Chapter 2. The inner phase, character. Chapter 3. The outer form, personality. Chapter 4. The temperaments. Chapter 5. The mental qualities. Chapter 6. The egoistic qualities. Chapter 7. The motive qualities. Chapter 8. The vitative qualities. Chapter 9. The emotive qualities. Chapter 10. The applicative qualities. Chapter 11. The modificative qualities. Chapter 12. The relative qualities. Chapter 13. The perceptive qualities. Chapter 14. The reflective qualities. Chapter 15. The religio-moral qualities. Chapter 16. Faces. Chapter 17. Chins and mouths. Chapter 18. Eyes, ears, and noses. Chapter 19. Miscellaneous signs. Chapter 1. Inner state and outer form. Human nature is a term most frequently used and yet but little understood. The average person knows in a general way what he and others mean when this term is employed, but very few are able to give an offhand definition of the term or to state what in their opinion constitutes the real essence of the thought expressed by the familiar phrase. We are of the opinion that the first step in the process of correct understanding of any subject is that of acquaintance with its principal terms. And so, we shall begin our consideration of the subject of human nature by an examination of the term used to express the idea itself. Human, of course, means of or pertaining to man or mankind. Therefore, human nature means the nature of man or mankind. Nature, in this usage, means the natural disposition of mind of any person, temper, personal character, individual constitution, the peculiar mental characteristics and attributes which serve to distinguish one person from another. Thus we see that the essence of the nature of man, or of a particular human being, is the mind, the mental qualities, characteristics, properties, and attributes. Human nature is then a phase of psychology and subject to the laws, principles, and methods of study, examination, and consideration of that particular branch of science. But while the general subject of psychology includes the consideration of the inner workings of the mind, the processes of thought, the nature of feeling, and the operation of the will, the special subject of human nature is concerned only with the question of character, disposition, temperament, personal attributes, etc., of the individuals making up the race of man. Psychology is general, human nature is particular. Psychology is more or less abstract, human nature is concrete. Psychology deals with laws, causes, and principles. Human nature deals with effects, manifestations, and expressions. Human nature expresses itself in two general phases, i.e., 1. The phase of inner states, and 2. The phase of outer forms. These two phases, however, are not separate or opposed to each other, but are complementary aspects of the same thing. There is always an action and reaction between the inner state and the outer form, between the inner feeling and the outer expression. If we know the particular inner state, we may infer the appropriate outer form. and if we know the outer form, we may infer the inner state. That the inner state affects the outer form is a fact generally acknowledged by men, for it is in strict accordance with the general experience of the race. We know that certain mental states will result in imparting to the countenance certain lines and expressions appropriate thereto, certain peculiarities of carriage and manner, voice, and demeanor. The facial characteristics, manner, walk, voice, and gestures of the miser will be recognized as entirely different from that of the generous person. Those of the coward differ materially from those of the brave man. Those of the vain are distinguished from those of the modest. We know that certain mental attitudes will produce the corresponding physical expressions of a smile, a frown, an open hand, a clenched fist, an erect spine, or bowed shoulders, respectively. We also know that certain feelings will cause the eye to sparkle or grow dim, the voice to become resonant and positive, or to become husky and weak, according to the nature of the feelings. Professor William James says, "What kind of emotion of fear would be left if the feeling neither of trembling lips nor of weakened limbs, neither of goose flesh nor of visceral stirrings, were present? It is quite impossible for me to think. Can one fancy the state of rage, and picture no ebullition in the chest, no flushing of the face, no dilation of the nostrils, no clenching of the teeth, no impulse to vigorous action, but in their stead limp muscles, calm breathing, and a placid face?" Professor Halleck says, "All the emotions have well-defined muscular expression." Darwin has written an excellent work entitled "The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals," to which students must refer for a detailed account of such expression. A very few examples must suffice here. In all the exhilarating emotions, the eyebrows, the eyelids, the nostrils, and the angles of the mouth are raised. In the depressing passions, it is the reverse. This general statement conveys so much truth that a careful observer can read a large part of the history of a human being written in the face. For this reason, many phrenologists have wisely turned physiognomists. Grief is expressed by raising the inner ends of the eyebrows, drawing down the corners of the mouth, and transversely wrinkling the middle part of the forehead. In Terra del Fuego, a party of natives conveyed to Darwin the idea that a certain man was low-spirited by pulling down their cheeks in order to make their faces long. Joy is expressed by drawing backward and upward the corners of the mouth. The upper lip rises and draws the cheeks upward, forming wrinkles under the eyes. The elevation of the upper lip and the nostrils expresses contempt. A skillful observer can frequently tell if one person admires another. In this case, the eyebrows are raised, disclosing a brightening eye and a relaxed expression. Sometimes a gentle smile plays about the mouth. Blushing is merely the physical expression of certain emotions. We notice the expression of emotion more in the countenance, because the effects are there more plainly visible. But the muscles of the entire body, the vital organs, and the viscera are also vehicles of expression. These things need but a mention in order to be recognized and admitted. This is the action of the inner upon the outer. There is, however, a reaction of the outer upon the inner, which, while equally true, is not so generally recognized nor admitted, and we think it well to briefly call your attention to the same, for the reason that this correspondence between the inner and the outer, this reaction as well as the action, must be appreciated in order that the entire meaning and content of the subject of human nature may be fully grasped. That the reaction of the outer form upon the inner state may be understood, we ask you to consider the following opinions of well-known and accepted authorities of the new psychology regarding the established fact that a physical expression related to a mental state will, if voluntarily induced, tend to in turn induce the mental state appropriate to it. We have used these quotations in other books of this series, but will insert them here in this place because they have a direct bearing upon the particular subject before us, and because they furnish direct and unquestioned authority for the statements just made by us. We ask you to consider them carefully, for they express a most important truth. Professor Halleck says, By inducing an expression, we can often cause its allied emotion. Actors have frequently testified to the fact that emotion will arise if they go through the appropriate muscular movements. In talking to a character on the stage, if they clench the fist and frown, they often find themselves becoming really angry. If they start with counterfeit laughter, they find themselves growing cheerful. A German professor says that he cannot walk with a schoolgirl's mincing step and air without feeling frivolous. Professor William James says, whistling to keep up courage is no mere figure of speech. On the other hand, sit all day in a moping posture, sigh, and reply to everything with a dismal voice, and your melancholy lingers. If we wish to conquer undesirable emotional tendencies in ourselves, we must assiduously, and in the first instance cold-bloodedly, go through the outward movements of those contrary dispositions which we wish to cultivate. Smooth the brow, brighten the eye, contract the dorsal rather than the ventral aspect of the frame, and speak in a major key, pass the genial compliment, and your heart must indeed be frigid if it does not gradually thaw. Dr. Wood Hutchinson says, to what extent muscular contractions condition emotions, as Professor James has suggested, may be easily tested by a quaint and simple little experiment upon a group of the smallest voluntary muscles of the body, those that move the eyeball. Choose some time when you are sitting quietly in your room, free from all disturbing influences. Then stand up, and assuming an easy position, cast the eyes upward and hold them in that position for 30 seconds. Instantly and involuntarily, you will be conscious of a tendency toward reverential, devotional, contemplative ideas and thoughts. Then turn the eyes sideways, glancing directly to the right or to the left through half-closed lids. Within 30 seconds, images of suspicion, of uneasiness, or of dislike will rise unbidden to the mind. Turn the eyes on one side and slightly downward, and suggestions of jealousy or coquetry will be apt to spring unbidden. Direct your gaze downward toward the floor, and you are likely to go off into a fit of reverie or abstraction. Professor Maudsley says, the specific muscular action is not merely an exponent of passion, but truly an essential part of it. If we try while the features are fixed in the expression of one passion to call up in the mind a different one, we shall find it impossible to do so. We state the fact of the reaction of the outer upon the inner, with its supporting quotations from the authorities, not for the purpose of instructing our readers in the art of training the emotions by means of the physical, for while this subject is highly important, it forms no part of the particular subject under our present consideration, but that the student may realize the close relationship existing between the inner state and the outer form. These two elements, or phases, in their constant action and reaction, manifest the phenomena of human nature, and a knowledge of each, and both give to us the key which will open for us the door of the understanding of human nature. Let us now call your attention to an illustration which embodies both principles, that of the inner and the outer, and the action and reaction between them, as given by that master of subtle ratiocination, Edgar Allan Poe. Poe, in his story The Purloined Letter, tells of a boy at school who attained great proficiency in the game of even or odd, in which one player strives to guess whether the marbles held in the hand of his opponent are odd or even. The boy's plan was to gauge the intelligence of his opponent regarding the matter of making changes, and as Poe says, this lay in mere observation and admeasurement of the astuteness of his opponents. Poe describes the process as follows. For example, an arrant simpleton is his opponent, and, holding up his closed hand, asks, "Are they even or odd?" Our schoolboy replies, "Odd," and loses. But upon the second trial he wins, for he then says to himself, "The simpleton had them even upon the first trial, and his amount of cunning is just sufficient to make him have them odd upon the second. I will therefore guess odd." He guesses and wins. Now, with a simpleton a degree above the first, he would have reasoned thus. This fellow finds that in the first instance I guessed odd, and, in the second, he will propose to himself upon the first impulse a simple variation from even to odd, as did the first simpleton, but then a second thought will suggest that this is too simple a variation, and finally he will decide upon putting it even as before. I will therefore guess even. He guesses even and wins. Poe continues by stating that this is merely an identification of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent. Upon inquiring of the boy by what means he effected the thorough identification in which his success consisted, I received answer as follows. When I wished to find out how wise, or how stupid, or how good, or how wicked is any one, or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression of my face, as accurately as possible in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression. This response of the schoolboy lies at the bottom of all the spurious profundity which has been attributed to Rochefoucauld, to La Bougive, to Machiavelli, and to Campanella. In this consideration of human nature, we shall have much to say about the outer form. But we must ask the reader to always remember that the outer form is always the expression and manifestation of the inner state, be that inner state latent and dormant within the depths of the subconscious mentality, or else active and dynamic in conscious expression. Just as Professor James so strongly insists, we cannot imagine an inner feeling or emotion without its corresponding outward physical expression. So is it impossible to imagine the outward expressions generally associated with a particular feeling or emotion without its corresponding inner state. Whether or not one of these, the outer or inner, is the cause of the other, and if so, which one is the cause and which the effect, need not concern us here. In fact, it would seem more reasonable to accept the theory that they are correlated and appear simultaneously. Many careful thinkers have held that action and reaction are practically the same thing, merely the opposite phases of the same fact. If this be so, then indeed when we are studying the outer form of human nature, we are studying psychology just as much as when we are studying the inner states. Professor William James, in his works upon psychology, insists upon the relevancy of the consideration of the outward expressions of the inner feeling and emotion, as we have seen. The same authority speaks even more emphatically upon this phase of the subject, as follows. The feeling, in the coarser emotions, results from the bodily expression. My theory is that the bodily changes follow directly the perception of the exciting fact, and that our feeling of the same changes as they occur is the emotion. Particular perceptions certainly do produce widespread bodily effects by a sort of immediate physical influence, antecedent to the arousal of an emotion or emotional idea. Every one of the bodily changes, whatsoever it may be, is felt, acutely or obscurely, the moment it occurs. If we fancy some strong emotion, and then try to abstract from our consciousness of it all the feelings of its bodily symptoms, we have nothing left behind. A disembodied human emotion is a sheer nonentity. I do not say that it is a contradiction in the nature of things, or that pure spirits are necessarily condemned to cold intellectual lives. But I say that for us emotion disassociated from all bodily feeling is inconceivable. The more closely I scrutinize my states, the more persuaded I become that whatever coarse affections and passions I have are in very truth constituted by, and made up of, those bodily changes which we ordinarily call their expression or consequence. But our emotions must always be inwardly what they are, whatever may be the physiological ground of their apparition. If they are deep, pure, worthy, spiritual facts on any conceivable theory of their physiological source, they remain no less deep, pure, spiritual, and worthy of regard on this present sensational theory. Kay says, does the mind or spirit of man, whatever it may be, in its actings in and through the body, leave a material impression or trace in its structure of every conscious action it performs, which remains permanently fixed, and forms a material record of all that it has done in the body, to which it can afterward refer as to a book and recall to mind, making it again, as it were, present to it. We find nature everywhere around us recording its movements and marking the changes it has undergone in material forms. In the crust of the earth, the composition of the rocks, the structure of the trees, the conformation of our bodies, and those spirits of ours, so closely connected with our material bodies, that so far as we know, they can think no thought, perform no action, without their presence and cooperation, may have been so joined in order to preserve a material and lasting record of all that they think and do. Marsh says, every human movement, every organic act, every volition, passion, or emotion, every intellectual process, is accompanied with atomic disturbance. Pigeon says, the soul never does one single action by itself apart from some excitement of bodily tissue. Emerson says, the rolling rock leaves its scratches on the mountain, the river its channel in the soil, the animal its bones in the stratum, the fern and leaf their modest epitaph in the coal. The falling drop makes its sculpture in the sand or stone. The ground is all memoranda and signatures, and every object covered over with hints which speak to the intelligent. In nature this self-registration is incessant. Morel says, the mind depends for the manifestation of all its activities upon a material organism. Bain says, the organ of the mind is not the brain by itself. It is the brain, nerve, muscles, organs of sense, viscera. It is uncertain how far even thought, reminiscence, or the emotions of the past and absent could be sustained without the more distant communication between the brain and the rest of the body. And, thus, as we consider the subject carefully, we see that psychology is as much concerned with the physical manifestations of the mental impulses and states as with the metaphysical aspect of those states, as much with the outer form as with the inner state, for it is practically impossible to permanently separate them. As an illustration of the physical accompaniment or outer form, of the psychical feeling or inner state, the following quotation from Darwin's Origin of the Emotions will well serve the purpose. Fear is often preceded by astonishment, and is so far akin to it that both lead to the senses of sight and hearing being instantly aroused. In both cases the eyes and mouth are widely opened and the eyebrows raised. The frightened man at first stands like a statue, motionless and breathless, or crouches down as if instinctively to escape observation. The heart beats quickly and violently, so that it palpitates or knocks against the ribs, but it is very doubtful if it then works more efficiently than usual, so as to send a greater supply of blood to all parts of the body, for the skin instantly becomes pale, as during incipient faintness. This paleness of the surface, however, is probably in large part, or is exclusively, due to the vasomotor center being affected in such a manner as to cause the contraction of the small arteries of the skin. That the skin is much affected under the sense of great fear, we see in the marvelous manner in which perspiration immediately exudes from it. This exudation is all the more remarkable, as the surface is then cold, and hence the term, a cold sweat, whereas the sudorific glands are properly excited into action when the surface is heated. The hairs also on the skin stand erect, and the superficial muscles shiver. In connection with the disturbed action of the heart, the breathing is hurried. The salivary glands act imperfectly, the mouth becomes dry and is often opened and shut. I have noticed that under slight fear there is a strong tendency to yawn. One of the best marked symptoms is the trembling of all the muscles of the body, and this is often seen in the lips. From this cause, and from the dryness of the mouth, the voice becomes husky or indistinct or may altogether fail. As fear increases into an agony of terror, we behold, as under all violent emotions, diversified results. The heart beats wildly or fails to act and faintness ensues. There is a death-like pallor. The breathing is labored. The wings of the nostrils are widely dilated. There is a gasping and convulsive motion of the lips, a tremor of the hollow cheek, a gulping and catching of the throat. The uncovered and protruding eyeballs are fixed on the object of terror, or they may roll restlessly from side to side. The pupils are said to be enormously dilated. All the muscles of the body may become rigid or may be thrown into convulsive movements. The hands are alternately clenched and opened, often with a twitching movement. The arms may be protruded as if to avert some dreadful danger, or may be thrown wildly over the head. The Reverend Mr. Hagenar has seen this latter action in a terrified Australian. In other cases, there is a sudden and uncontrolled tendency to headlong flight, and so strong is this that the boldest soldiers may be seized with a sudden panic. In conclusion, let us say that just as the above striking description of the master scientist, Darwin, shows us that the particular emotion has its outer manifestations, the particular inner state its outer form, so has the general character of the person its outer manifestation and outer form. And, just as to the eye of the experienced observer at a distance, even in the case of a photographic representation, particularly in the case of a moving picture, may recognize the inner state from the outer form of the feeling or emotion, so may the experienced character reader interpret the whole character of the person from the outer form thereof. The two interpretations are based on exactly the same general principles. The inner thought and feeling manifest in the outer physical form. He who learns the alphabet of outer form may read page after page of the book of human nature. Chapter 2. The inner phase, character. Do you know what character is? The word itself, in its derivation and original usage, means a stamp, mark or sign, engraved or stamped. As time passed, the term was applied to the personal peculiarities of individuals and was defined as the personal qualities or attributes of a person, the distinguishing traits of a person. Later, the term was extended to mean the part enacted by anyone in a play. In the common usage of the term, we seek to convey an idea in which each and all of the above stated meanings are combined. A man's character is the result of impressions made upon his own mind, or those of the race. It is also the sum of his personal qualities and attributes. It is also, in a sense, the part he plays in the great drama of life. Each man's character has its inner phase consisting of the accumulated impressions of the past, which seek to manifest in the present. And, likewise, the character of each man manifests in an outer phase of form, mark, and stamp of personality. There are no two characters precisely alike. There is an infinite possibility of combination of the elements that go to make up character. This is accordance with what appears to be a universal law of nature, for there are no two blades of grass exactly alike, nor two grains of sand bearing an exact resemblance to each other. Nature seems to seek after and to manifest variety of form and quality. But, still, just as we may classify all things, animate and inanimate, into general classes and then into subordinate ones, each genus and each species having its particular characteristics, qualities, and attributes, so we may, and do, classify human character into general classes and then into particular subdivisions into which each individual is found to fit. This fact makes it possible for us to study human nature as a science. The character of each individual is held to be the result of the impressions made upon the plastic material of the mind, either in the form of past impressions upon his ancestors or of past impressions received by the individual. The past impressions reach him through the channel of heredity, while the personal impressions come to him through environment. But by heredity, we do not mean the transmission of the personal characteristics of one's parents or even grandparents, but something far deeper and broader. We believe that one inherits far less of the qualities of one's parents than is generally believed. But we believe that much that goes to make up our character is derived from the associated qualities and impressions of many generations of ancestors. Inasmuch as each individual contains within him the transmitted qualities of nearly every individual who lived several thousand years ago, it may be said that each individual is an heir to the accumulated impressions of the race, which however form in an infinite variety of combinations. The result being that although the root of the race is the same, yet each individual differs in combination from each other individual. As Luther Burbank has said, heredity means much, but what is heredity? Not some hideous ancestral specter, forever crossing the path of a human being. Heredity is simply the sum of all the effects of all the environments of all past generations on the responsive, ever-moving life forces. The records of the past environment of the race are stored away in the great region of the subconscious mentality, from whence they arise in response to the call of some attractive object of thought or perception, always, however, modified and restrained by the opposite characteristics. As Professor Elmer Gates has said, at least 90% of our mental life is subconscious. If you will analyze your mental operations, you will find that conscious thinking is never a continuous line of consciousness, but a series of conscious data with great intervals of subconsciousness. We sit and try to solve a problem and fail. We walk around, try again and fail. Suddenly an idea dawns that leads to a solution of the problem. The subconscious processes were at work. We do not volitionally create our own thinking. It takes place in us. We are more or less passive recipients. We cannot change the nature of a thought or of a truth, but we can, as it were, guide the ship by a moving of the helm. But character is dependent upon race inheritance only for its raw materials, which are then worked into shape by the influence of environment and by the will of the individual. A man's environment is, to some extent at least, dependent upon the will. A man may change his environment, and by the use of his will he may overcome many inherited tendencies. As Halleck well says, heredity is a powerful factor, for it supplies raw material for the will to shape. Even the will cannot make anything without material. Will acts through choice, and some kinds of environment afford far more opportunities for choice than others. Shakespeare found in London the germ of true theatrical taste, already vivified by a long line of miracle plays, moralities, and interludes. In youth, he connected himself with the theater, and his will responded powerfully to his environment. Some surroundings are rich in suggestion, affording opportunity for choice, while others are poor. The will is absolutely confined to a choice between alternatives. Character, then, is a resultant of willpower, heredity, and environment. The modern tendency is to overestimate the effects of heredity and environment in forming character. But, on the other hand, we must not underestimate them. The child of a Hottentot put in Shakespeare's home and afterwards sent away to London with him would never have made a Shakespeare, for heredity would not have given the will sufficient raw material to fashion over into such a noble product. We may also suppose a case to show the great power of environment. Had a band of gypsies stolen Shakespeare at birth, carried him to Tartary, and left him among the nomads, his environment would never have allowed him to produce such plays as he placed upon the English stage. Many persons are reluctant to admit the effect of heredity upon character. They seem to regard heredity as the idea of a monster ruling the individual with an iron hand, and with an emphasis upon undesirable traits of character. Such people lose sight of the fact that at the best heredity merely supplies us with the raw material of character rather than the finished product, and that there is much good in this raw material. We receive our inheritance of good as well as bad. Deprive a man of the advantage of his heredity, and we place him back to the plane of the savage, or perhaps still lower in the scale. Heredity is simply the shoulders of the race affording us a place for our feet, in order that we may rise higher than those who lived before. For heredity, substitute evolution, and we may get a clearer idea of this element of character. As for environment, it is folly to deny its influence. Take two young persons of equal ability, similar tastes, and the same heredity, and place them one in a small village and the other in a great metropolis, and keep them there until middle age, and we will see the influence of environment. The two may be equally happy and contented, and may possess the same degree of book education, but, nevertheless, their experiences will have been so different that the character of the two individuals must be different. In the same way, place the two young persons, one in the Whitechapel district, and the other amidst the best surroundings and example, and see the result. Remember that in environment is included the influence of other persons. The effect of environment arises from suggestion, that great molding and creative principle of the mind. It is true that, as a man thinketh, so is he, but a man's thoughts depend materially upon the associations of environment, experience, and suggestion. As Zehan says, we cannot think as we will, but we must think as just those associations which happen to be present prescribe. But, without going further into the question of the elements which go toward forming character, let us take our position firmly upon the fact that each individual is stamped with the impression of a special character, a character all his own. Each has his own character or part to play in the great drama of life. The character of some seems fixed and unchangeable, while that of others is seen to be in the process of change. But in either case, each and every man has his own character or manifestation of human nature, in its inner and outer aspects. And each individual, while in a sense forming a special class by himself, nevertheless belongs to a larger class, which in turn is a part of a still larger, and so on. Instead of studying the philosophy or metaphysics of character, or even its general psychology, let us in this particular volume devote our attention to the elements which go to form the character of each and every person, so that we may understand them when we meet them in manifested form. And let us learn the outer form which accompany these inner states. Upon the stage of life move backward and forward many characters, each having his or her own form, manner, and appearance, which, like those of the characters upon the mimic stage, may be recognized if we will but bestow a little care upon the subject. The Othellos, Hamlets, Shylocks, Iagos, Richards, Lears, and the rest are to be found in everyday life. The Micawbers, Chuzzlewits, Twists, and the rest are in as full evidence on the streets and in the offices as in the books. The person who is able to read and interpret human nature is possessed of a knowledge far more useful to him than that contained within the covers of musty books upon impractical subjects. Chapter 3. The outer phase, personality. Just as character is the inner phase of human nature, so is personality its outer phase. To many the two terms are synonymous, but analysis will show the shades of difference between them. A man's character is his inner self, while his personality is the outward indication of his self. The word, in this sense, is defined as that which constitutes the personal traits of a person, as his manner, conduct, habits, appearance, and other observable personal peculiarities. The word is derived from the Latin word persona, meaning a mask used by play actors, which in turn was derived from the two words per, meaning through, and sono, meaning to sound, or combined, to sound through. And the derivation of the term really gives us an idea of its inner meaning, for the personality is really the mask worn by the character, and through which it sounds, speaks, or manifests itself. Jeremy Taylor once said, "No man can long put on person and act a part, but his evil manners will peep through the corners of his white robe." Archbishop Trench once said that the real meaning of the phrase, "God is no respecter of persons," is that the Almighty cared nothing for what part in life a person plays, but how he plays it. The old-time play actor was wont to assume a mask of the features of the part he played, just as the modern actor makes up for the part and walks, speaks, and acts in accordance therewith. Whether or not the individual be aware of the fact, nature furnishes to each his mask of personality, his persona, by which those who understand may recognize the part he plays, or his character. In both the inner character and the outer personality, each individual struts the stage of life and plays his part. The mask, or make-up, of personality, by which men may read each other's character, is evolved and developed from the instinctive physical expression accompanying thought, feeling, and emotion. Just as the frown accompanying the feeling of annoyance or anger will, if repeated sufficiently often, become fixed upon the countenance of the man, so will all of his general thoughts, feelings, and emotions register themselves in his manner, gait, tone of voice, carriage, and facial expression. Moreover, his inherited tendencies will show themselves in the same way. Professor William James says, regarding the genesis of emotional reactions, how come the various objects which excite emotion to produce such special and different bodily effects? This question was not asked till quite recently, but already some interesting suggestions toward answering it have been made. Some movements of expression can be accounted for as weakened repetitions of movements which formerly, when they were stronger, were of utility to the subject. Others are similarly weakened repetitions of movements which under other conditions were physiologically necessary concomitants of the useful movements. Of the latter reactions, the respiratory disturbances in anger and fear might be taken as examples. Organic reminiscences, as it were, reverberations in imagination of the blowings of the man making a series of combative efforts, or the pantings of one in precipitate flight. Such at least is a suggestion made by Mr. Spencer which has found approval. Herbert Spencer says, on this subject, to have in a slight degree such psychical states as accompany the reception of wounds and are experienced during flight is to be in a state of what we call fear, and to have in a slight degree such psychical states as the processes of catching, killing, and eating imply is to have the desires to catch, kill, and eat. That the propensities to the acts are nothing else than nascent excitations of the psychical state involved in the acts, is proved by the natural language of the propensities. Fear, when strong, expresses itself in cries, in efforts to escape, in palpitations, in tremblings, and these are just the manifestations that go along with an actual suffering of the evil feared. The destructive passion is shown in a general tension of the muscular system, in gnashing of teeth and protrusion of the claws, in dilated eyes and nostrils and growls, and these are weaker forms of the actions that accompany the killing of prey. To such objective evidences, everyone can add subjective evidences. Everyone can testify that the psychical state called fear consists of mental representations of certain painful results, and that the one called anger consists of mental representations of the actions and impressions which would occur while inflicting some kind of pain. Professor William James adds the following to the discussion. So slight a symptom as the snarl or sneer, the one-sided uncovering of the upper teeth, is accounted for by Darwin as a survival from the time when our ancestors had large canines and unfleshed him, as dogs do now, for attack. Similarly, the raising of the eyebrows in outward attention, the opening of the mouth in astonishment, come, according to the same author, from the utility of these movements in extreme cases. The raising of the eyebrows goes with the opening of the eye for better vision, the opening of the mouth with the intensest listening, and with the rapid catching of the breath which precedes muscular effort. The distension of the nostrils in anger is interpreted by Spencer as an echo of the way in which our ancestors had to breathe when, during combat, their mouth was filled up by a part of an antagonist's body that had been seized. The trembling of fear is supposed by Mantegazza to be for the sake of warming the blood. The reddening of the face and neck is called by Wundt a compensatory arrangement for relieving the brain of the blood pressure which the simultaneous excitement of the heart brings with it. The effusion of tears is explained both by this author and by Darwin to be a blood-withdrawing agency of a similar sort. The contraction of the muscles around the eyes, of which the primitive use is to protect those organs from being too much gorged with blood during the screaming fits of infancy, survives in adult life in the shape of the frown, which instantly comes over the brow when anything difficult or displeasing presents itself either to thought or action. Thus, it will be seen, the fact that all inward states manifest themselves to some degree in outward physical expression brings with it the logical inference that particular mental states, when habitually manifested, tend to fix in the physical organism the expression associated with them. As thoughts take form in action, so habitual mental states tend to register traces of those actions. A piece of paper folded in a certain way several times shows plainly the marks on the folding. In the same manner, the creases in our clothing, shoes, and gloves show the marks of our personal physical form. A habitual mental state of cheerfulness is accompanied by a frequent exercise of the muscles expressing the physical signs of that feeling. And finally, the smile wrinkles are formed that all may read them. In the same way, the gloomy, pessimistic mental attitude produces the marks and wrinkles showing the habit of frequent downturning of the corners of our mouths. A habitual mental attitude of suspicion will tend to impart the appearance of the suspicious peering to our eyes. The mental attitude of combativeness will likewise give us the traditional set jaw and tightly compressed lips. The mental attitude of lack of self-respect will show itself in our walk, and so, in the opposite manner with the mental attitude of self-respect. People grow to walk, talk, carry themselves, and look like their habitual mental attitude. Dr. A.T. Schofield says, "He is a dull scholar, it is said, who cannot read a man's character even from a back view." Round a statue of the Prince Consort in Edinburgh stand representative groups paying homage to him. If you get a back view of any of these, you can see unconscious mind impressed on matter and can tell at once the sailor or soldier, peasant or scholar or workman. Look at the body and face of a man when the mind is gone. Look at the body of a man who has lost his self-respect. Look at the body of a thief, of a sot, of a miser. Compare the faces and expressions of a philanthropist, of a beggar, of a policeman, of a scholar, of a sailor, of a lawyer, of a doctor, of a shopwalker, of a sandwich man, of a farmer, of a successful manufacturer, of a nurse, of a refined girl, of a servant, of a barmaid, of a nun, of a ballet dancer, of an art student, and answer to yourself these two questions. First, are these different expressions of body and face due essentially to physical or psychical causes? And secondly, do these psychical causes act on the facial and other muscles in consciousness or out of consciousness? The only possible answers to these two questions leave us with this fact, were no other proof possible, that we each have within us an unconscious psychical power, here called the unconscious mind, which has sufficient force to act upon the body and display psychical conceptions through physical media. It is impossible for us, at least by any of the five senses, to peer into the mental chamber of other men and there read the record of their character, or to interpret the combination of human nature therein molded and formed. But nevertheless we are not balked in our desire, for by learning to interpret the outward signs of personality we may arrive with a wonderful degree of success at an understanding of the character, mind, or human nature in others. From the seen outer we may deduce the unseen inner. We may discern the shape of that which is concealed by observing the form of the covering which hides it from sight. The body, like the fabled veil of the goddess, conceals but to reveal. Chapter 4. The Temperaments. The student of human nature soon discovers that among men, as among the animals, there is to be observed a great variety of quality and various classes of temperament. Among cattle we notice great differences of form, which differences indicate certain qualities inherent in the beast. Certain qualities are recognized by their outward forms as being indicative of sturdiness, staying qualities, strong vitality, etc., which render their possessor valuable for draft oxen. Other qualities indicate the value of another animal for meat producing. Others, the production of large quantities of milk. Others, prolific breeding. And so on, each set of qualities being recognized by its outward form and being taken into consideration by breeders. In the same way, breeders recognize certain qualities in horses which they take advantage of in breeding for the strength of draft horses, the speed of thoroughbred runners and trotters, the docility and gentleness of driving horses and saddle animals. The draft horse and the thoroughbred runner or trotter may be easily distinguished by the eye of the average person, while it requires the eye of the expert to distinguish other points and signs of quality which prove the existence of certain traits of temperament in the animal. The same is true in the case of chickens and other fowls. Some types are adapted for laying, others for meat purposes, others for gameness, etc. Not only the physical qualities, but also the temperamental traits of the beast or bird are distinguished by the expert and are taken advantage of in breeding to develop and evolve the indicated trait or quality. Nearly anyone may distinguish the temperamental difference between the savage dog and the affectionate one, between the vicious horse and the docile one. We know at once that certain dogs may be approached and others kept at a distance, that certain horses are safe to ride or drive, and that others are unsafe and dangerous. A visit to a horse and cattle show or a poultry and pigeon exhibition will show even the most skeptical person that inner states manifest in outer form. And a little further study and observation will show that what is true of these lower animals is likewise true of the human being. Men, like animals, may be intelligently and scientifically classified according to the general quality or temperament. While each individual is different in a way from every other individual, nevertheless, each individual belongs to a certain class and may be labeled accordingly. A few outward signs will indicate his class, and we may confidently expect that he will manifest the leading qualities of that particular class. Quality. The first classification of the individuals of the human race is that of quality, independent of the various temperaments, although in a way related to them. We find the various degrees of quality manifested by different individuals. Quality may be defined as the degree of fineness. It is that which we call class in racehorses, breed in other animals, and often blood in men and women. Perhaps one may understand the classification better if he will recall the differences apparent between the mongrel cur and the hybrid dog, the scrub horse and the thoroughbred, the common cow and the carefully bred Alderney or other choice variety, the ordinary barnyard fowl and the prize winner at the poultry show. It is an intangible but real and readily recognized difference, which, however, is almost impossible to convey by words. Men and women of the highest quality are essentially fine-grained, possessed of fine feelings, refined natures, high tastes, and manifest the signs of true natural refinement and culture, which cannot be successfully imitated by those who have acquired merely the artificial manner and the outward polish. One may possess quality in a high degree and still be ignorant of the forms and little manners of so-called polite society, and yet will be recognized as one of nature's noblemen and as a natural gentleman. Descending the scale, we find lessening degrees of the manifestation of quality, until, finally, we reach the lowest degree of the scale, that of low quality. In this lowest degree, we find individuals showing all the outward signs of being coarse-grained, vulgar, of low tastes, brutal instincts, and manifesting the signs of lack of refinement and culture. Persons of low quality are found in all walks of life. Some of those possessing wealth and education belong to this class and are never able to counterfeit the reality. Quality is a matter of soul and not of wealth, education, or material advantages. A greyhound and a hyena give us animal symbols of quality, high and low. We meet many instances in which the individual is of too high quality for his environment, occupation, or place in life. Such individuals suffer keenly and are to be pitied. They incline toward high ideals and are wounded and discouraged by the grossness which they see on all sides. Those individuals of an average degree of quality, of course, fit into the usual environment far better than those above or below them in the scale. We also meet individuals of low quality in surroundings in which they are out of place. We see many instances of pigs in the parlor. These individuals, however, find it much easier to descend to their own level than it is for the high-quality individuals to ascend to theirs. The coarse man finds but little trouble in meeting with boon companions whose tastes are harmonious to his. The person of extremely high quality may be said to have been born before his time, while those of the lowest quality are atavistic and born after their time. Remember, always, that quality is an attribute of soul and not of birth, wealth, or even of education. We may find many gentlemen of humble birth, small means, and limited education, and also many educated pigs of high lineage and full coffers. The outer form of quality is shown by the relative fineness of general structure, and by the general form, appearance, manner, motion, voice, laughter, and more than all by that indescribable impression of fineness and distinction which they produce upon observing persons with whom they come in contact. It must be remembered that quality is a very different thing from intellectuality or morality. A high-quality person may be immoral and not specially intellectual, although there is almost always a keenness of perception and almost intuitive recognition. In these cases, the immorality is generally lacking in coarseness and is usually connected with perversion of the aesthetic faculties. In the same way, the person of low quality often may be moral according to the code, but will be coarse in the manifestation of that virtue, and may possess a certain low cunning which with many persons passes for intellect and brains. In speaking of quality, the words fineness and coarseness come easily to the mind and tongue, and are perhaps the terms most suggestive of the two extremes of this attribute of the man. Temperament. Next in the order of consideration, we find what is called temperament. Temperament is defined as that individual peculiarity of organization by which the manner of acting, feeling, and thinking of each person is permanently affected, disposition or constitution of the mind, especially as regards the passions and affections. Hippocrates, the ancient Greek philosopher-physician, B.C. 468 to 367, held to the existence of 4 temperaments, which he attributed to certain qualities of the blood and the several secretions of the body such as the bile, etc. While his theory was rejected by later investigators, his classification continued until very recently under the name of 1. The sanguine, 2. The lymphatic or phlegmatic, 3. The choleric or bilious, and 4. The melancholic temperaments, respectively. As a matter of general information on the subject, we herewith give the old classification with the attributes of each class. The sanguine temperament was held to be characterized by red or light brown hair, blue eyes, a fair or ruddy complexion, large arteries and veins, a full and rapid pulse, slight perspiration, impatience of heat, febrile tendency, and lively and cheerful temper, excitable passions, a warm, ardent, impulsive disposition, and a liking for active pursuits. The lymphatic or phlegmatic temperament was held to be characterized by light, sandy, or whitish hair, light gray eyes, pallid complexion, skin almost devoid of hair, flabby tissues, much perspiration, small blood vessels, a feeble and slow pulse, want of energy, lack of activity, deficient spirit and vividness. The choleric or bilious temperament was held to be characterized by black hair often curling, black or hazel eyes, and dark but ruddy complexion, hairy skin, strong full pulse, firm muscles, great activity and positiveness, strength of character, and an active brain. The melancholic temperament was held to be characterized by black hair, black or hazel eyes, a dark leaden complexion, pulse slow and feeble, and a disposition towards study, poetry, literature, and sentiment. Some later authorities added a 5th temperament, called the nervous temperament, which was held to be characterized by a medium complexion, large brain, small physical frame, fineness of organization, thin hair, finely cut features, quick lively disposition, intellectual tastes and tendencies, sensitive nature, high capacity for enjoyment and suffering. The latest authorities, however, discarded the old classification and adopted one more simple, although fully as comprehensive. The new classification recognizes 3 classes of temperament, viz. 1. The vital, 2. The motive, and 3. The mental, the characteristics of which are held to be as follows. The vital temperament has its basis in the predominance of the nutritive system, including the blood vessels, lymphatics, and the glands. Its organs are the heart, lungs, stomach, liver, bowels, and the entire internal vital system. It is characterized by a large, broad frame, broad shoulders, deep chest, full round abdomen, round, plump limbs, short, thick neck, comparatively small hands and feet, full face, flushed and florid cheeks, and general well-fed appearance. Those in whom it is predominant are fond of out-of-door exercise, although not of hard work, crave the good things of life, fond of sport, games and play, love variety of entertainment and amusement, are affectionate, love praise and flattery, prefer concrete rather than abstract subjects of thought, look out for themselves, are selfish, but yet good fellows when it does not cost too much physical discomfort to themselves, usually enjoy good health, yet when ill are apt to be very weak, tend to feverishness and apoplexy, etc. Persons of the vital temperament may have either fair or dark complexion, but in either case the cheeks and face are apt to be ruddy and flushed. Those of the dark type are apt to have greater power of endurance, while those of the light type are apt to be more sprightly and active. This temperament is particularly noticeable in women, a large proportion of whom belong to its class. This temperament furnishes the majority of the good companions, sociable friends and acquaintances, and theater-goers. A leading phrenologist says of them that they incline to become agents, overseers, captains, hotel keepers, butchers, traders, speculators, politicians, public officers, aldermen, contractors, etc., rather than anything requiring steady or hard work. We have noticed that a large number of railroad engineers and policemen are of this temperament. The motive temperament has as its basis the predominance of the motive or mechanical system, including the muscles, bones, and ligaments. The general system of active work and motion. Its organs are those of the entire framework of the body, together with those muscles and ligaments, large and small, general and special, which enable man to walk, move, and work. It is characterized by strong constitution, physical power, strong character, active feeling, and tendency toward work, large bones and joints, hard muscles, angular and rugged figure, usually broad shoulders and deep chest, comparatively small and flat abdomen, oblong face, large jaw, high cheekbones, strong large teeth, bushy coarse hair, rugged features, and prominent nose, ears, mouth, etc. Those in whom it is predominant are fond of physical and mental work, are tenacious and try to carry through what they undertake, resist fatigue, are good stayers, are full of dogged persistence and resistance, and are apt to manifest creative effort and work. Persons of the motive temperament may have either dark or light complexion. The Scotch or Scandinavian people show this temperament strongly, as also do a certain type of Americans. The world's active workers come chiefly from this class. This temperament is far more common among men than among women. The fighting nations who have in different times swept over other countries display this temperament strongly. This temperament, predominant, although associated with the other temperaments, has distinguished the men who do things in the world's history. Its rawbone and gawkiness has swept things before it, and has built up great things in all times. Its individuals have a burning desire to take hold and pull, or to get together and start something. As the name implies, this temperament is the moving force in mankind. The mental temperament has its basis in the predominance of the nervous system, including the brain and spinal cord. Its organs are the brain or brains, the spinal cord with its connecting nerves, in fact the entire nervous system, including the sympathetic nervous system, the various plexi, and the nervous substance found in various parts of the body. It is characterized by a light build, slight frame, comparatively large head, quick movements, sharp features, thin sharp nose, thin lips, sharp and not very strong teeth, keen, penetrating eye, high forehead and upper head, fondness for brain work, disinclination for physical drudgery, sensitive nature, quick perception, rapid mental action, developed intuition, fine and shapely features, expressive countenance, expressive and striking voice, generally rather high-strung, vividness and intensity of emotion and feeling, etc. Persons of this temperament are apt to be more or less intense, enjoy and suffer keenly, are sensitive to reproach or criticism, are inclined to be sedentary, take a pleasure in thinking, and often burn their candle of life at both ends because of this tendency, and inclined to occupations in which their brains rather than their body is exercised. They may be either of dark or of light complexion, and in either case are apt to have bright, expressive eyes. The impression created by an examination of their physical characteristics is that of sharpness. The fox, weasel, greyhound, and similar animals illustrate this type. Persons of this temperament are apt to be either very good or very bad. They run to extremes and sometimes execute a quick, right-about face. When properly balanced, this temperament produces the world's greatest thinkers along all lines of thought. When not properly balanced, it produces the abnormally gifted genius, between whom and the unbalanced person there is but a slender line of division, or the eccentric person with his so-called artistic temperament, the crank with his hobbies and vagaries, and the brilliant degenerate who dazzles yet horrifies the world. Balanced temperaments. The best authorities agree in the belief that the balanced temperament is the most desirable. That is, the condition in which the three temperaments balance each other perfectly, so that the weak points of each are remedied by the strong points of the others, and the extremes of each are neutralized and held in check by the influence of the others. Professor O.S. Fowler, the veteran phrenologist, says upon this point, "A well-balanced organism, with all the temperaments large and in about equal proportion, is by far the best and most favorable for both enjoyment and efficiency, to general genius and real greatness, to strength along with perfection of character, to consistency and power throughout. The motive large, with the mental deficient, gives power with sluggishness, so that the powers lie dormant. Adding large vital gives great physical power and enjoyment, with too little of the mental and the moral, along with coarseness. While the mental in excess creates too much mind for body, too much exquisiteness and sentimentality for the stamina, along with a greenhouse precocity most destructive of life's powers and pleasures, whereas their equal balance gives abundance of vital force, physical stamina, and mental power and susceptibility. They may be compared to the several parts of a steamboat and its appurtenances. The vital is the steam power, the motive, the hulk or framework, the mental, the freight or passengers. Predominant vital generates more vital energy than can well be worked off, which causes restlessness, excessive passion, and a pressure which endangers outbursts and overt actions. Predominant motive gives too much frame or hulk, moves slowly, and with weak mental, is too light freighted to secure the great ends of life. Predominant mental overloads, and endangers sinking, but all equally balanced and powerful, carry great loads rapidly and well, and accomplish wonders. Such persons unite cool judgments with intense and well-governed feelings, great force of character and intellect with perfect consistency, scholarship with sound common sense, far-seeing sagacity with brilliancy, and have the highest order of both physiology and mentality. Professor Nelson Sizer, another high authority, said, "In nature the temperaments exist in combination, one being, however, the most conspicuous. So rarely do we find examples of an even mixture or balance, that it may be said that they who possess it are marvelous exceptions in the current of human society. Such an even mixture would indicate a most extraordinary heritage. It would be constitutional perfection. But, once in a while, a person is met in whom there is a close approach to this balance, and we are accustomed to speak of it as a balanced temperament, it being difficult to determine which element is in predominance." Mixed temperaments. The experience of the older phrenologists, which is verified by the investigations of the later authorities, was that in the majority of persons two of the temperaments are well developed, the third remaining comparatively undeveloped. Of the two active temperaments, one is usually found to be predominant, although in many the two are found to be almost equally developed. But even in the last-mentioned instance, one of the two seems to have been more actively called forth by the environment of the person, and may therefore be regarded as the ruling temperament. Arising from this fact, we find the several classes of mixed temperament, known, respectively, as the vital motive, the motive vital, the motive mental, the mental motive, the vital mental, and the mental vital. In these classes, the name of the predominant or most active temperament appears first, the second name indicating the temperament relatively undeveloped or inactive. The vital motive and the motive vital temperaments give the combination in which is manifested physical activity and strong vitality. Those of these temperaments are adapted to out-of-door work, such as farming, out-of-door trades, mechanics, soldiers and sailors, and other occupations requiring strong vital power and muscular strength and activity. The physical characteristics are the prominent bones and strong muscles of the motive, and well-rounded limbs and stout forms of the vital. When the vital predominates, there is apt to be more flesh. When the motive predominates, there is apt to be more ruggedness and muscular development. The motive mental and mental motive temperaments give the combination in which is manifested the physical activity of the motive and the mental activity of the motive and the mental activity of the mental, the physical and mental characteristics of the vital being absent. The mental element relieves the motive of some of its crudeness and roughness, while the motive relieves the mental of its tendency to get away from the practical side of things. The strong frame and muscles are balanced by the brain development. Those of this temperament make good practical businessmen, physicians, lawyers, scientists, explorers, and others who have to work and think at the same time. These people often manifest great executive ability. When the motive predominates, the tendency is toward out-of-door occupations in which the brain is used in connection with bodily activity. When the mental predominates, there is a tendency toward indoor occupations in which active brain work is required. These people have well-developed heads, together with wiry, strong bodies. Some of the most successful men have come from this class. The vital mental and mental vital temperaments give the combination in which is manifested many attractive traits which render their possessor agreeable, companionable, and at the same time bright and intelligent. The vital element gives a plumpness to the form, while the mental imparts a brightness to the mind. This is the temperament of many attractive women. The mental activity tends to counterbalance the vital tendency toward physical ease and comfort. These people make good orators, after-dinner speakers, and agreeable society men and women, actors, artists, poets, and popular literary men. The respective predominance of the mental or the vital in this combination gives to this class somewhat of a variety, but a little observation will soon enable one to recognize the individuals belonging to it. A certain combination in this class produces the trait of emotionality, or superficial feeling and sympathy. The student of human nature should pay much attention to temperament and the outward indications of each class and subclass, for temperament gives us much of our best information regarding character and disposition. In fact, character reading depends materially upon the interpretation of temperament. Chapter 5. The Mental Qualities. We now approach the subject of the several particular mental qualities and the groups thereof, both in the phase of their inner states and that of their outer form. In the consideration of both of these phases, we must avail ourselves of the investigations and researches of the old phrenologists who cleared a path for all who follow. Although many of the phrenological theories are rejected by modern psychologists and biologists, nevertheless their work established a firm foundation for the science of the study of the brain and its functions. And to Gall and his followers we are indebted for the discovery and teaching that the activity and development of the several mental qualities or faculties manifest in outer form in the shape of the skull. Figure 1. The mental qualities. Figure 1. The mental qualities. The general principles of phrenology may be briefly stated as follows. The brain is the organ of the mind. The mind is not a single entity or power, but has several faculties, stronger or weaker, which determine the character of the individual. that each faculty or propensity has a special organ in the brain. The size of the brain, the quality being equal, is the true measure of power. There are several groups of faculties, and each group is represented by organs located in the same region of the brain. The relative size of each organ results from the activity of its appropriate faculty. The size of the organ is indicated by the appearance and size of the skull immediately over the region of the organ. The quality and temperament of the organization determine the degree of vigor, activity, and endurance of the mental powers. Modern psychology and biology claim to have disproven many of the phrenological contentions, while other lines of investigation have given us other theories to account for the phenomena first noted by the phrenologists. Some investigators of brain development and action hold that while certain mental states manifest in outer form on portions of the skull, the phenomenon is due to the action of the cranial muscles rather than to the fact of the localization of special faculties. That each mental state is associated with certain actions on the part of certain cranial muscles, which in turn exert a modifying effect upon the shape and size of the skull. As Urbez states it, the effect the scheme of cranial muscles have had, and still have upon the conformation of the skull, and, consequently, had in determining the location of those areas, and in giving brain and mind a character approximately identical from end to end of the scale of living things possessing the cerebrospinal nervous system. Insofar as the neural matter is dependent upon the cranial muscles, aside from the sensory stimuli, so far, likewise are the psychic manifestations, through tongue or limb, modified by variations in those muscles that, after their creative task is done, assume a vasomotor control over their respective areas. The same writer also says, the cerebral mass owes its location and subsequent expansion, moreover, in a measure that mind owes its character, primarily to the action of the muscles attached to and lying upon its peripheral covering, the skull. These same muscles thereafter, through exercising a cerebral vasomotor control, act in the nature of keys for calling the evolved, dependent brain areas into play, singly and en masse. Others have held that the development of certain areas of the surface of the skull is due to peculiar neural or nervous activities having their seat in certain parts of the brain adjacent to their appropriate area of the skull, but these theories fail to explain the nature of the relation between the mind, brain, and the nerve centers aforesaid. These several authorities, and others, however, agree upon the fact that certain areas of the brain are associated in some way with certain mental states, and that these brain areas register their relative activity upon the areas of the skull adjacent thereto, and that the activity and power of each brain area or faculty is denoted by the size of the associated skull area. Thus, the outward facts claimed by phrenology are admitted, while their theories of cause are disputed. In this book, we shall rest content with these outward facts of phrenology, and shall not concern ourselves with the various theories which seek to explain them, preferring to leave that task for others. In considering the subject of the outer form associated with the inner state of human nature, we shall merely claim that mental states manifest in outer form in the shape and size of the head, and that certain areas of the skull are thus associated with certain mental states, the size and shape of the former denoting the degree of activity of the latter. The general scheme of classification of the various mental faculties of the phrenologists, and the names given thereto by the old phrenologists, have in the main been adhered to in this book. In a number of cases, however, we have seen fit to rearrange the groups in accordance with the later ideas of the new psychology, and have given to some of the faculties names considered more appropriate to the later classification and understanding of the mental state. Moreover, in order to avoid the phrenological theories attaching thereto, we have decided not to use the terms faculties, propensities, and sentiments in referring to the several mental states, and shall therefore use the term qualities in the place thereof. The term quality, while denoting the condition of being such or such, nature relatively considered, does not carry with it the theory attached to the phrenological term faculty. But the locality of the several qualities of faculties has not been disturbed or changed. The place where each quality manifests in outer form, as assigned in this book, agrees with that assigned by the old phrenologists, time having served to establish the truth of the same, rather than to disprove it. The following is the classification and terminology adopted by us in this book in the consideration of the mental qualities. See Figure 1. The egoistic qualities, self-esteem, and approbativeness. The motive qualities, combativeness, destructiveness, cunning, cautiousness, acquisitiveness, and constructiveness. The vitative qualities, vitativeness, alimentativeness, and bibativeness. The emotive qualities, amativeness, conjugality, parental love, sociability, and home love. The applicative qualities, firmness, and continuity. The modificative qualities, ideality, infinity, and humor. The relative qualities, human nature, suavity, sympathy, and imitation. The perceptive qualities, observation, form, size, weight, color, order, calculation, tune, time, locality, eventuality, and words. The reflective qualities, analysis, and logic. The religio-moral qualities, reverence, mysticism, optimism, and conscientiousness. In the following several chapters we shall consider each group, in turn, together with the particular qualities of each group. It must be remembered that the power of each quality is modified by the influence of the other qualities. Therefore, in judging the character of an individual, each and every quality must be taken into consideration. Chapter 6. The egoistic qualities. The first group of qualities is that known as the egoistic qualities, which is composed of two particular qualities, known, respectively, as self-esteem and approbativeness. This group manifests outer form immediately at the crown of the head and on the sides directly beneath or side of the crown. See Figure 2. It is the seat of the consciousness of individuality and personality and the tendencies arising directly therefrom. Figure 2. The egoistic qualities. Figure 2. The egoistic qualities. Self-esteem. This quality manifests in a strong sense of individual power, self-respect, self-help, self-reliance, dignity, complacency, pride of individuality, and independence. In excess, it tends to produce egotism, abnormal conceit, imperiousness, etc. Deficiency of it is apt to produce lack of confidence in self, humility, self-depreciation, etc. It gives to one the ambitious spirit and the desire for executive positions and places of authority. It resents assumption of authority on the part of others and chafes under restraint. It renders its possessors dignified and desirous of the respectful recognition of others. It manifests outer form on the middle line of the head, at the crown, see group figure, just above approbativeness, where it may be perceived by reason of the enlargement of the crown. When fully developed, it tends to draw back the head, so that the latter is held erect. Whereas, when deficient, it allows the head to droop forward in an attitude lacking the appearance of pride. Approbativeness. This quality manifests in a strong desire for praise, approval, flattery, recommendation, fame, notoriety, good name, personal display, show, and outward appearance. It is a form of pride different from that of self-esteem, for it is a vanity arising from personal things and outward appearances, whereas self-esteem gives a pride to the inner self or ego. Those in whom it is well developed pay great attention to outward form, ceremony, etiquette, fashion, and social recognition, and are always to be found on the popular side and with the crowd. They thrive upon praise, approval, and notoriety, and shrink under censure, disapproval, or lack of notice. One with self-esteem can be happy when alone, and in fact often defies public opinion and fashion from very pride of self. while one with approbativeness largely developed lacks the pride to rise above approval and the opinion of others, while possessing a strong sense of vanity when public favor is bestowed. It manifests outer form at the upper back part of the head, just above cautiousness and below self-esteem. See group figure. When largely developed, it rises like two mounts on either side of self-esteem, but when self-esteem is large and approbativeness is small, the latter appears as two sunken places on either side of self-esteem. Self-esteem values the real self, while approbativeness values the appearances of personality. The one pursues the substance, the other the shadows. Self-esteem and approbativeness are often confused in the minds of the public. The true keynote of the first is pride, of the second, vanity. The student should learn to carefully distinguish between these two qualities. Approbativeness may cause one to make a monkey of himself in order to win notice, praise, or laughter, while self-esteem will never sacrifice self-respect and pride in order to win applause. Chapter 7. The motive qualities. The second group is known as the selfish qualities and is composed of the following particular qualities: combativeness, destructiveness, cunning, cautiousness, acquisitiveness, and constructiveness. This group manifests in outer form extending along the sides of the lower head from the back toward the temples. See Figure 3. Figure 3. The motive qualities. Figure 3. The motive qualities. Combativeness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to oppose, resist, combat, defy, defend. Those in whom it is developed enjoy a scrap, and, in the words of the familiar saying, would rather fight than eat. When combined with vitativeness, it manifests in the tendency to fight hard for life. When combined with acquisitiveness, it manifests in the tendency to fight for money or property. When combined with amativeness, it manifests in the tendency to fight for mates. When combined with the family-loving qualities, it manifests in a tendency to fight for the family. In fact, its particular direction is indicated by the development and combination of the other qualities. It manifests in outer form at the sides of the lower back part of the head, a little back of the top part of the ear. See group figure, giving, when developed, enlargement of that part of the head, a broad back head. The broad-headed animals, birds, and fish have this propensity well developed, while the narrow heads have it in but a small degree. It is also indicated by the strong jaw, and by the mouth indicating a strong bite. Destructiveness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to break precedents, doing things in new ways, asserting authority, extermination, severity, sternness, breaking down, crushing, walking over, etc. Its direction is largely governed by the other qualities. As for instance, in combination with acquisitiveness, it manifests in breaking down opposition and precedents in business, while with large conscientiousness it manifests in tearing down evil conditions, etc., and in doing the work of reform. It generally is accompanied with large combativeness, as the two go hand in hand. It manifests outer form directly above and back of the top part of the ear. See group figure. Cunning. This quality manifests in a strong desire to be cunning, sly, close-mouthed, diplomatic, deceitful, and generally foxy. It is best illustrated by the example of the fox, which animal combines in itself many of its qualities. The coyote also shows signs of having this quality well developed, as do birds of the crow and blackbird family and certain fishes. With strong caution, it renders one very secretive and close-mouthed. With strong acquisitiveness, it renders one sly and tricky in business. With strong approbativeness, it renders one apt to tell lying stories which magnify his importance and gratify his vanity. With a vivid imagination, it inclines one to draw on that quality and lie for the very love of romancing. It manifests outer form a little distance above the top of the ear, immediately above destructiveness, and back of acquisitiveness. See group figure. Cautiousness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to avoid danger or trouble, carefulness, prudence, watchfulness, anxiety, self-protection, etc. In excess, it is apt to render one fearful, over-anxious, and even cowardly. But in combination with other qualities, it tends to give to one a balance and to restrain him from rashness and unnecessary risk. Its direction is also largely influenced by the development of other qualities. Thus, with large acquisitiveness, it makes one very cautious about money matters. With large family qualities, it renders one very careful about the family. With large approbativeness, it renders one bashful, self-conscious, and fearful of adverse criticism. It manifests outer form toward the upper back part of the head, directly over secretiveness, see group figure, and when developed is apparent by the enlargement of the comparatively large area covered by it. An old phrenological authority says of it, "This is the easiest found of all the organs." Starting at the middle of the back part of the ears, draw a perpendicular line, when the head is erect, straight up to where the head begins to slope back in forming the top, and caution is located just at the first turn. Acquisitiveness. This quality manifests in a strong desire either to acquire, or else to hold property, money, or general objects of possession. In some cases, it contents itself with merely getting, while in others it also holds on to what is secured, the difference arising from the combinations of the other qualities. In itself, it may be said to be merely the tendency toward hoarding up, but the combination with large combativeness and destructiveness enlarges its scope and tends to make its possessor rapacious and grasping. It is the instinct of the squirrel and the bee, and even the dog manifests it when he buries a bone for future gnawing purposes. Those in whom it is developed in connection with large caution manifest a strict economy and even miserliness, while in others it expends itself in merely the getting for the sake of the getting, the possessions often being scattered prodigally afterward, the element of approbativeness entering largely into the latter action. It manifests outer form in the lowest middle section of the head, directly over alimentiveness, see group figure. Constructiveness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to invent, construct, build, create, put together, improve upon, add to, readjust, etc. It manifests along three general lines, namely, 1. Invention, 2. Construction, and 3. Materialization, by which is meant the making real of ideals previously entertained, the making come true of the dreams previously experienced, the materialization of the ideas, plans, and projects previously visualized. This quality causes the person to improve, alter, tinker with, build up, invent, and create along the lines of his vocation or avocation. These people find it difficult to refrain from tinkering with, altering, or improving anything and everything with which they have to do. With large logic, analysis, and perceptives, they manifest inventive ability. With large imitation, they are fond of copying and constructing after models. With large ideality, they work toward making their dreams come true. This quality is not confined to mechanical construction, as the old phrenologists taught, but manifests itself in business literature, art, and in fact in every vocation or occupation. With large destructiveness, it builds up new structures upon the ruins created by that quality. In persons of the motive temperament, it inclines toward mechanical invention, creation, and construction, while in persons of the mental temperament it manifests in creating and constructing ideas, thoughts, theories, scientific classification, literary productions, etc. And in persons of the vital temperament, it manifests in creating and improving upon things calculated to appeal to persons of that class. It manifests outer form in the lower and frontal part of the temples, backward and upward from the outer corner of the eyebrow, see group figure. Professor O.S. Fowler says, in broad-built and stocky persons it causes this part of the temples to widen and bulge out, but in tall, long-headed persons it spreads out upon them, and hence shows to be less than it really is. It is directly below ideality and in front of acquisitiveness. Chapter 8. The Vitative Qualities. The third group is known as the vitative qualities, which is composed of the three respective particular qualities: vitativeness, alimentativeness, and bibativeness. This group manifests in outer form directly back of, and in front of, the middle part of the ear. See Figure 4. Figure for the vitative qualities. Figure for the vitative qualities. Vitativeness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to live, resistance to disease and death, an intense clinging to life for the mere fact of living, rather than for the sake of anything to be accomplished by continued existence. It goes along with combativeness, and is especially noticeable in the broad-headed people and animals. The cat tribe, hawks, turtles, sharks, venomous snakes, and others have this propensity well developed, while it is deficient in the narrow-headed animals, such as the rabbit, certain birds, certain fish, and many harmless snakes. Those in whom it is developed die hard, while those in whom it is deficient die easily. This capacity manifests in outer form in the area situated just back of the middle part of the ear. See group figure. Alimentiveness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to gratify the taste for food. When large, it inclines one toward gluttony, and tends to make one live to eat, instead of to eat to live. Those in whom it is largely developed eat heartily and like to see others doing the same, while those in whom it is deficient care very little for the quality or amount of their food, and often actually resent the, to them, disgusting sight of persons partaking of a hearty meal. It manifests in outer form immediately in front of the upper part of the ear. See group figure. Bibativeness. This quality manifests in a strong desire to gratify the appetite for drinks of various kinds. In its normal well-developed state, it manifests in a desire for water, milk, and fluid foods, such as soups, broths, etc., and other juicy things. Perverted, it manifests in the appetite for intoxicating liquors, tea and coffee, soft drinks, and the various decoctions of the modern soda fountain. By some, this quality is regarded as merely a phase of alimentiveness, while others consider it to be a separate quality. It manifests in outer form immediately in front of the locality of alimentiveness, toward the eye. Chapter 9. The emotive qualities. The fourth group is that known as the social qualities, which group is composed of the following particular qualities: amativeness, conjugality, parental love, sociability, and home love. This group manifests outer form at the lower back portion of the head, see Figure 5, and shows itself by an enlargement of that region, causing the head to bulge back of the ears. It may best be understood by an examination of its several particular qualities. Figure 5. The emotive qualities. Figure 5. The emotive qualities. Amativeness. This quality manifests in a strong desire for sexual indulgence and association with the opposite sex. Its purpose is, of course, the reproduction of the race, but its abuse and perversion has led man to many excesses and unnatural practices. It is a dynamic propensity, and its normal development is seemingly necessary in order to produce the life spirit and vital activity, mental and physical. Those in whom it is deficient lack spirit and energy, while those in whom it is developed to excess tend to lean toward excesses. When developed normally, it seems to add an attractiveness or magnetism to its possessors. When deficient, it renders the person cold, non-magnetic, and unattractive. When overdeveloped and unrestrained, it causes the person to become disgusting and repulsive to the normal person, vulgar, licentious, and depraved. Its seat is in the cerebellum or little brain, and it manifests outer form by an enlarged fullness at the nape of the neck, at the base of the skull, see group figure. It tends to cause the head to lean backward and downward at the nape of the neck. It also manifests by fullness of the lips, particularly in their middles. The lips and position of the head of persons in whom this quality is largely developed is indicative of the attitude and position of kissing. Spurzheim says of it, "It is situated at the top of the neck, and its size is proportionate to the space between the mastoid process, immediately behind the ears, and the occipital spine, in the middle of the hind head. It is noticeable that those in whom this quality is fully or largely developed seem to have the power of attracting or charming those of the opposite sex, while those who are deficient in it lack this quality. Conjugality. This quality manifests in a strong desire for a mate, and one mate only. While amativeness may cause one to seek the society of many of the opposite sex, conjugality will act only to cause one to seek the one life partner. Conjugality causes the desire to mate for life. It is something quite different from amativeness, although of course related to it. The location of its outer form, between amativeness and friendship, gives the key to its quality, love with companionship. Those in whom it is well developed are very close to their mates and tend toward jealousy. They suffer intensely when the relation is inharmonious or disturbed in any way, and are often brokenhearted at disappointment in love or the death of the mate. Those in whom it is deficient feel very little true companionship for their mates, and with amativeness large, are apt to be promiscuous in their manifestation of love or passion. If one love is interrupted or interfered with, they find little difficulty in shifting their affections. Those in whom it is strong are true unto death, while those in whom it is weak are fickle, inconstant, and lack loyalty. The quality manifests outer form on each side of the lower back of the head, just above amativeness and just below friendship, and on either side of parental love, the location being especially indicative of its nature. See group figure. Parental love. This quality manifests in a strong desire for and love of children, particularly one's own. Those in whom it is very strong often adopt children in addition to their own and love to caress children wherever and whenever they may see them. It manifests outer form at the lower back part of the head on the middle line of the head, above amativeness, and below inhabitiveness. See group figure. Sociability. This quality manifests in a strong desire for companionship, fellowship, friends, sympathy, society, associates, etc. It is this social sense. Those in whom it is strong feel happy only when surrounded by associates, friends, or boon companions. They incline toward lodges, clubs, and social gatherings. To be alone is to suffer, to such people. Those in whom it is weak prefer to be alone, or at the best with a few carefully chosen companions, and avoid promiscuous friendships and social gatherings. It manifests outer form just above conjugality, and at the sides of parental love and inhabitiveness, and directly back of cautiousness and the upper part of combativeness. See group figure. Home love. This quality manifests in a strong love of familiar places, particularly of one's home and nearby country, and from this springs love of country and patriotism. Those in whom it is strong dislike to travel and are subject to homesickness. Those in whom it is weak are fond of travel, readily change their places of abode, and are apt to become roamers if they indulge the quality. When overlarge, it inclines one toward narrowness, sectionalism, and provincialism. When small, it inclines one toward frequent moves and changes of residence and location. It manifests outer form at the back part of the head, on the middle line, directly above parental love and below continuity. See group figure. When it is large, it tends to produce a ridge, flat iron shape, and pointing upward. When small, it presents a depression sufficient to contain the ball of the finger. Its close connection to continuity, on the one hand, and parental love on the other, is very suggestive. Chapter 10. The applicative qualities. The fifth group, known as the applicative qualities, is composed of two particular qualities, known, respectively, as firmness and continuity. This group manifests an outer form on the center line of the head, just above and just below the crown, at which latter point self-esteem is situated. See Figure 6. Figure 6. The applicative qualities. Figure 6. The applicative qualities. Firmness. This quality manifests in a strong tendency toward stability, tenacity, fixedness of purpose, and decision. When very highly developed with the reasoning powers weak, it often manifests as stubbornness, mulishness, obstinacy, etc. Those in whom it is largely developed display firmness and decision, are set in their ways, cannot be driven by force or converted by argument when they have once formed an opinion and taken a stand. The indomitable will arises from this quality. In fact, this quality might well be termed the will quality, although it manifests by that aspect of will which shows itself as fixedness, while its companion quality, that of continuity, manifests the phase of will known as stick-to-it-iveness. Persons in whom firmness is largely developed make certain decisions and then abide by them. They may be coaxed, but never driven. Professor O.S. Fowler, speaking of this quality, said, "No man ever succeeded without great willpower to hold on and hold out in the teeth of opposing difficulties. I never knew a man distinguished for anything, not even crimes, to lack it. It is an indispensable prerequisite of greatness and goodness. Without it great talents are of little avail, for they accomplish little, but with it large, fair to middling capacities accomplish commendable results. Success in life depends more on this than on any other single attribute. This quality manifests outer form on the center line of the back part of the top head, just above self-esteem. The location may be ascertained by holding the head erect, drawing an imaginary line upward from the opening of the ears straight to the top of the head to the middle line or center of the top of the head. The location is at this last point. It is usually quite prominent, and in many men unusually large. When fully developed, it gives a tallness to the head from the opening of the ears to top of head. When it is weak, there is apt to be a flatness or even a depression at the point of its location. It also manifests in a stiff upper lip, that is a firm upper lip, the latter often being longer than ordinarily. A certain stiffness of the upper lip is often noticed when firmness is habitually asserted or in cases when the quality is temporarily called into play. The term stiff upper lip is more than a mere figurative expression. Coombe says of this quality, "When this organ predominates, it gives a peculiar hardness to the manner, a stiffness and uprightness to the gait, with a forcible and emphatic tone to the voice." Continuity. This propensity manifests in a strong tendency to stick to a thing once begun until it is finished, a disinclination for change, a habit of patient work and thought, a desire to do but one thing at a time, etc. It is difficult to interest these people in new things. They hold fast to the old. They are naturally conservative and are averse to newfangled things. They are plodders and steady workers, and run on like a clock when once wound up. They are apt to possess the power of long and continued concentration upon anything which attracts their attention, although it is difficult to attract their attention to an entirely new thing. Professor Sizer says, "Firmness gives a stiff, determined fortitude, decision of character. It serves to brace up the other faculties to the work in hand. Firmness gives determination and obstinacy of purpose, while continuity gives a patient, perfecting, plodding application. Of two stone cutters with equal firmness, they will be alike thorough and persevering, but if one has large continuity, he prefers to use the drill in one place for hours, while the other with small continuity craves variety, and prefers to use the chisel in cutting and dressing the entire surface of the stone." Continuity in excess often manifests in long-windedness, prosiness, boredom, prolixity, and tiresomeness. When it is weak, there is manifested a flightiness, tendency to change, lack of concentration, attraction of the new, a shifting of base, change of mind, and general instability and lack of stick-to-itiveness. This quality manifests outer form on the center line of the top back of the head, just below the crown, self-esteem, and just above inhabitiveness, see group figure. Reference to the group figure will show that it is peculiar in shape and forms a semicircular arch over a part of the top back head. When fully developed, that part of the head is simply evenly rounded with swelling. When deficient, it leaves a hollow, crescent shape, horns downward. In America, we find the majority of people are weak in continuity, while in certain other countries it is found largely developed in the majority of cases. This fact gives to Americans a benefit in certain directions and a weakness in others. Both firmness and continuity are manifested almost entirely in connection with the other qualities, and are known almost altogether in that way. In themselves, they have almost abstract nature. In determining character, they must be taken largely into consideration, because their influence on the other qualities is very great. In fact, they may be said to determine the degree of application of the other qualities. Chapter 11. The modificative qualities. The sixth group is known as the modificative qualities, called by the phrenologists the self-perfecting group, which is composed of the following particular qualities: ideality, infinity, and humor, respectively. This group manifests outer form in the region of the temples, and when large gives width to the sides of the forepart of the head. See Figure 7. Ideality. This quality could well be called the artistic quality of the mind. It manifests in a strong desire for the beautiful, the ideal, the elegant, the polished, the graceful, the refined. It is also closely connected with the phase of mental activity called imagination. Those in whom it is largely developed manifest the artistic taste and temperament, the love of art, beauty, and the ideal, the poetic spirit, the love of the refined and choice, and a corresponding dislike for all opposed to these tastes and qualities. Figure 7. The modificative qualities. Figure 7. The modificative qualities. Spurzheim says of it, a poetic turn of mind results from a peculiar mode of feeling. Vividness, glow, exaltation, imagination, inspiration, rapture, exaggeration, and warmth of expression are requisite for poetry. Poets depict a fictitious and imaginary world. This faculty gives glow to the other faculties, impresses the poetical and ideal, aspires to imaginary perfection in everything, creates enthusiasm in friendship, virtue, painting, music, etc., produces sentimentality, and leads to delicacy and susceptibility. It often acts with spirituality, mysticism, located adjoining it, in embellishing poetry with the mysterious and supernatural. Practical exaltation varies with this organ. Kuhn says, this faculty loves exquisiteness, perfection, and the beau ideal, gives inspiration to the poet, stimulates those faculties which form ideas to create perfect scenes, inspires man with a ceaseless love of improvement, and prompts him to form and realize splendid conceptions, imparts an elevated strain to language, and shows a splendor of eloquence and poetic feeling, and gives to conversation a fascinating sprightliness and buoyancy, the opposite of dryness and dullness. In addition to the above characteristics, which are largely due to the cooperation of mysticism, infinity, and reverence, there is another set of manifestations which were largely overlooked by the older phrenologists, the activity of the imagination in connection with constructiveness. This combination of constructiveness and ideality is found in the great scientists, inventors, great financiers, and others whose plans for building up show that ideality has been also very active in the direction of picturing what may be the ideal which construction makes real. In much mental constructive work, there is found the artistic element, which arises from ideality. This quality manifests outer form in the upper and frontal portion of the temples, just where the head begins to curve upward, and just in front of, or under, the edges of the hair. See group figure. It is just above constructiveness, and just below mysticism and imitation, a position which throws light on its several phases of manifestation above noted. Infinity. This quality manifests in a strong realization of the grand, the majestic, the vast, the illimitable, the infinite, the eternal, the absolute, the omnipotent, the omnipresent, the omniscient. It is the realizing sense of the great. Those in whom it is large are impressed by the sublime, the majestic, the grand, in nature or in thought and conception. Niagara, the great work of the architect, the thunderstorm, the giant redwood of California, the ocean, or the thoughts of infinity, alike appeal to the one in whom this quality is large. If reverence be large, the trend of infinity will be toward religious ideas, the greatness of God. If the intellectual faculties be in the ascendancy, infinity will lead to high conceptions of space, nature, the infinite. If ideality be large, infinity will incline toward the grand and great in art. If constructiveness be well developed, infinity will impel to the creation of great works, enterprises, buildings, schemes, or whatnot. Infinity influences everything in the direction of largeness and greatness. This quality manifests in outer form on the side of the head, about midway between forehead and back head, and about midway between top and bottom of that part of the head which contains the brain, C group figure. It is back of ideality and in front of cautiousness, below optimism and above acquisitiveness, on the side of the head where the upward curve begins. Humor. This quality manifests in a strong appreciation of the ludicrous, humorous, ironical, facetious, and raillery. Spurzheim says, "Those who write like Voltaire, Rabelais, Pyrrhon, Sterne, Rabiner, Wieland, and all who are fond of jest, raillery, ridicule, irony, and comical conceptions, have the upper and outer parts of the forehead immediately before beauty, ideality, of considerable size." Coombs says, "I have found in the manifestations of those whose wit, mirthfulness, predominates over causality, logic, a striking love of the purely ludicrous, their great delight being to heap absurd and incongruous ideas together, extract laughter out of every object, and enjoy the mirth their sallies created, and therefore agree with Spurzheim that the sentiment of the ludicrous is its primitive function. Those in whom it is very large are apt to be regarded as trifling and undignified, and people often lack respect for them. Those in whom it is weak are apt to be over-serious and dreary. A sense of humor is valuable in many ways, among which is its influence in letting us see the silly side of much pretentious nonsense which might otherwise deceive our reason and judgment. Many a solemn and dignified fallacy or error can best be attacked through a laugh and a realization of its absurdity. This quality manifests outer form on the upper and lateral part of the forehead, C group figure. It is just before ideality and just below imitation. When large, it gives a square and prominent shape to this part of the forehead. Chapter 12. The relative qualities. The seventh group is known as the relative qualities and is composed of the following four particular qualities: human nature, suavity, sympathy, and imitation, respectively. The designation relative is applied to this group by reason of the fact that its activities are concerned with the relations between the individual and others of his kind. The group manifests outer form in the front upper part of the head, beginning just above the line of the hair, from which it extends backward toward the top head. See Fig. 8. Figure 8, the relative qualities. Figure 8, the relative qualities. Human nature. This quality manifests in a strong desire to read character, discern human motives, interpret feelings and thoughts, and to know men and women thoroughly. Those in whom it is large seem to read the mind, motives, and character of those whom they meet in an almost intuitive manner. The ideas, feelings, thoughts, motives, and designs of others seem like an open book to them. They are natural physiognomists and understand human nature in both its inner states and outer forms. This quality is largely developed in successful salesmen, detectives, creditmen, politicians, and others whose success depends largely upon the ability to read the character of those with whom they come in contact. This quality concerns itself with the entire subject matter of this book and is of the utmost importance to every individual. It should be developed and trained. Professor O.S. Fowler explains its manifestations and at the same time directs one along the lines of its cultivation as follows: scan closely all the actions of men in order to ascertain their motives and mainsprings of action. Look with a sharp eye at man, woman and child, all you meet, as if you would read them through. Note particularly the expression of the eye, as if you would imbibe what it signifies. Say to yourself, what faculty prompted this expression and that action? Drink in the general looks, attitude, natural language, and manifestations of men, and yield yourself to the impressions naturally made on you. That is, study human nature both as a philosophy and a sentiment. This quality manifests in outer form on the middle line of the summit of the forehead, just where the hair usually begins to appear, and from thence slightly upward around the curve, C group figure. It is directly above analysis and is often mistaken for a continuation thereof. Its nearness to that quality indicates its relationship thereto, the connection being very close. In fact, some authorities have treated it as a particular phase of analysis. It is directly in front of and below sympathy, which position is also suggestive, for we must first understand the feelings of others before we can sympathize with them. It is between the two lobes of suavity, which position is also suggestive, for suavity depends upon an understanding of the character and feelings of others, in order that we may fall in with the same. In the same way, imitation, which closely adjoins it, depends upon human nature for its copying material. When largely developed, this quality gives a peculiar fullness and height to the upper forehead. Suavity. This quality manifests in a strong desire to be agreeable, suave, pleasant, polite, and attractive to other people. Those in whom it is large possess a charming personality, a winning way, are interesting and agreeable, polite, and often fascinating. They always say the right thing to the right person at the right time and right place. They sugarcoat unpleasant truths and are natural diplomats. This is the quality of tact. These people are all things to all men, and show every evidence of having kissed the Blarney Stone, and of understanding the manufacture and use of soft soap. With human nature large, they, as Professor O.S. Fowler says, know just how and when to take and hoodwink men. With secretiveness, cunning, large, and conscientiousness small, are oily and palavering, and flatter victims, and serpent-like salivate before swallowing. When the adjoining quality of humor is large, they add humor and wit to their other attractive qualities. This quality, in normal development, is the lubricant which makes the wheels of social and business intercourse run smoothly. In excess, it renders one too smooth and oily, while its deficiency renders one boorish, unattractive, and disagreeable. It manifests in outer form in the upper fore part of the head, about the hairline, and on each side of human nature. It is just below imitation, just above logic, and touches the upper side of mirthfulness, C group figure. Together with human nature, when both are large, it tends to give a squareness and fullness to the upper part of the forehead, and a somewhat angular turn to the forehead at that point. Sympathy. This quality manifests in a strong feeling of kindness, compassion, benevolence, sympathy, and desire to make and see others happy. Its manifestation is always altruistic. When largely developed, it causes one to feel the pains of others, and to be unhappy at the sight, thought, or hearing of their pains and woes. When deficient or weak, it allows the person to be callous to the misfortunes of others. When normally developed, it causes one to radiate kindness, sympathy, and compassion, but in excess it renders one miserable because of the consciousness of the world pain, and often causes one to be the victim of misplaced sympathy and confidence. It is unnecessary to state that those in whom this propensity is strong are to be found serving their fellow men in charitable, philanthropic, and educational work. Some have it in such excess that they will impoverish themselves and their families in order to help perfect strangers or the race at large. It manifests outer form on the fore part of the top head, on the middle line, commencing just about where the hair begins and running back almost to the middle of the top head. It is immediately in front of reverence. When large, it tends to give the head a little forward tilt or inclination, as if toward the person for whom sympathy is felt. In listening to a story awakening sympathy, one naturally inclines the head a little forward. Imitation. This quality manifests itself in the strong tendency to reproduce, copy, take pattern of, or mimic. It plays an important part in the work of the artist and the actor. It enables one in whom it is largely developed to enter into the ideas, plans, and works of others, to catch their spirit, and to reproduce their work or ideas. In connection with ideality, it forms a large part of the artistic talent in all lines of creative work. With large constructiveness and ideality, it makes the inventor and the designer who build upon that which has gone before that which is new and original. With self-esteem small and approbativeness large, this quality will cause the person to follow my leader and imitate others, rather than to assert his own originality and creative power. This quality is noticeable principally as a modifier of the other faculties and propensities. It manifests outer form on the upper sides of the forehead, toward the top of the head, C group figure. It lies just below sympathy and above ideality, before mysticism and back of suavity. Chapter 13. The Perceptive Qualities. The eighth group is known as the perceptive qualities, composed of the following particular qualities, respectively: observation, form size, weight, color, order, calculation, tune, time, locality, eventuality, and words. This group manifests outer form in the lower part of the forehead, in the region of the eye. See Figure 9. When large, this group often gives to the upper forehead the appearance of retreating or sloping backward. Professor O. S. Fowler says of the appearance of those qualities which manifest outer form under the eyebrows. The following rule for observing their size obviates the objection sometimes urged that the eyebrows and their arches prevent the correct diagnosis of these smaller organs crowded so thickly together. The rule is, the shape of the eyebrows reveals the size, absolute and relative, of each. Thus, when all are large, the eyebrow is long and arching. When all are deficient, it is short and straight. When some are large and others small, it arches over the large ones, but passes horizontally over those which are small. This rule is infallible. The other qualities of the group, according to Professor Sizer, is located above the eyes and constitute about 1/3 of the depth of the forehead, beginning at the arch of the eye. Figure 9, the perceptive qualities. Figure 9, the perceptive qualities. Observation. This quality was given the name of individuality by the early phrenologists, but this term is considered misleading owing to the later usage of that term. It manifests in a strong desire to observe, see, examine, inspect, and know the things of the objective life. Those in whom it is largely developed feel the insatiable urge of the inquisitive spirit. They desire to investigate everything coming under their notice. Many little details in the objects or subjects in which they are interested are noticed by them, while overlooked by the majority of people. Professor Sizer says of it that it gives a recognition of things and the special points and facts of subjects. Quickness of observation is an important element in the acquisition of knowledge. Those in whom it is large are eager to see all that may be seen, and nothing escapes their attention. It opens the door for the action of all the other perceptive organs. They are quick to notice everything that is presented to the eye, and it goes farther and enables us to recognize that which we touch or sounds we hear. The rattling strokes of a drum are distinct noises, and each is an individuality. Professor O. S. Fowler says, it is adapted and adapts men to the divisibility of matter, or that natural attribute which allows it to be subdivided indefinitely. Yet each division maintains a personal existence. It thus puts man in relation and contact with a world full of things for his inspection, as well as excites in him an insatiable desire to examine everything. It is therefore the looking faculty. Its distinctive office is to observe things. It asks, "What is this?" and says, "Show me that." Before we can know the uses, properties, causes, etc., of things, we must first know that such things exist, and of this observation informs us. This quality is largely involved in the process of attention. It usually manifests in the form of involuntary attention, that is, attention to interesting things. But, under the influence of the will, with firmness large, it manifests voluntary attention or study of objects not interesting in themselves, but which it is important to study and know. It is largely developed in children and undeveloped adults in the phase of curiosity or desire to observe new things. In adults of developed minds, it manifests as attention to things of material interest and important subjects or objects of study. This quality is the master of its associated qualities in this group, and is involved in all of their activities. It manifests outer form in the middle of the lower part of the forehead, between the inner ends of the eyebrows, and above the top of the nose. Just above the root of the nose, in fact, Professor O.S. Fowler says, when it is large, the eyebrows flex downward at their nasal ends, and the lower part of the forehead projects. When it is deficient, the eyebrows are straight at their inner ends and come close together. See group figure. Form. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of the form and shape of objects observed. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember details of form and shape, faces, etc. It manifests outer form between, and slightly above, the eyes on each side of observation. See group figure. When large, it tends to push the eyes apart and outward. Sizer says, the width between the eyes is the indication of its development. When small, the eyes are nearer together, which gives a pinched expression to that part of the face. When the organ is large, the eyes appear to be separated, pushing away from the root of the nose. Distinguished artists have the eyes widely separated. Audubon said of Bewick, an eminent English wood engraver, his eyes were placed farther apart than those of any man I have ever seen. Size. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of the size and magnitude of objects observed. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember the size, dimensions, proportion, distance, height and depth, quantity, bulk of things. It manifests outer form on each side of observation, but a little lower down. See group figure. In the angle formed by the root of the nose and arch of the eyebrows. Professor O.S. Fowler says, in proportion as it is large, it causes the inner portion of the eyebrows to project over the inner portions of the eyes, quite like the eaves of a house, forming a shed over the inner portion of each eye. Weight. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of weight, balance, and gravity of things. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember the weight of things, and also things out of balance or plumb. These people seem to have the faculty of balancing themselves nicely, and keeping their feet on a slippery surface, on a tight rope, etc., and often walk with a swinging, free motion, indicating a sense of balance and security. This quality manifests under the eyebrows, next to size, about a half-inch from the upper part of the nose, rising somewhat above the inner part of the eyeball and the bridge of the nose. Professor O.S. Fowler says, draw a perpendicular line from the center of each eye up to the eyebrow. Weight is internally, and color externally of this line under the eyebrows. Color. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of the color, hue, shade, and tint of things. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember the colors, shadings, blendings, and combination of tints, and to compare, match, and harmonize colors instinctively. It manifests outer form under the eyebrows, just back of weight. See rule for finding, in last paragraph, and occupies the space directly under the center of the arch of the eyebrows. See group figure. When largely developed, it gives an upward and forward arch to the eyebrows. Order. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of order, method, and arrangement. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember the order and sequence in which objects appear or are arranged. They are very methodical, precise, and pay attention to details of arrangement and system. They have a place for everything, and like to keep everything in its place. In business, they are strong on system, sometimes overdoing it. They are also fond of rules, laws, customs, and codes, and adhere strictly thereto. They like everything pigeonholed, labeled, or else fenced in and off from every other thing. Are also great disciplinarians. This quality manifests outer form next to color and beneath the junction of the bony ridges on the sides of the head and the eyebrows. See group figure. Professor O.S. Fowler says, when very large it forms an arch, almost an angle, in the eyebrows at this point, accompanied by its projection or hanging over when small. The eyebrows at this point retire and are straight and flat, wanting that arch projection given by large order. Coombs says, its large development produces a square appearance at the external angle of the lower part of the forehead. Calculation. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of number, figures, calculations, etc. Those in whom it is largely developed most readily perceive, recognize, and remember anything concerned with the number of things or calculations based thereon. They are natural arithmeticians and mathematicians. Calculation comes easy to them, and in cases of high development, they may be said to think mathematically. This quality manifests outer form next to order and under the outer ends of the eyebrows. See group figure. Professor O.S. Fowler says, it elongates the ends of the eyebrows laterally and flexes them horizontally in proportion as it is developed. Yet when deficient, the eyebrow is left short externally, does not project beyond the eye, and terminates running downwards. Gall says, its convolution is a continuation of the lowest convolution of tune and is placed on the most external part of the orbital plate, in a furrow running from before backwards. When it is very large, it depresses the external part of the plate, so that the supraorbital arch is irregular, except in its internal part, its external line representing a straight line, which descends obliquely. Hence the external part of the eyelid is depressed and conceals the corresponding part of the eye. Tune. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of tune, music, harmony, melody, etc. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember all connected with the subject of music. It is the musical sense, taste, and faculty. Its characteristics are too well known to require elaboration. It manifests outer form in the lateral and lower part of the forehead, above order and calculation, in front of constructiveness, and back of time. See group figure. Professor O.S. Fowler says, when large it fills out the lower, frontal portions of the temples. Still, being located in a kind of corner, and the temporal muscle passing over it. Its position varies somewhat, which renders observation more difficult, except in the heads of children, in whom it is generally larger than in adults. Time. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of time, duration, rhythm, etc. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember all connected with the flight of time, dates, duration, periodicity, chronology, etc. Spurzheim says of it that it perceives the duration, simultaneousness, and succession of phenomena. It may be called the time sense, which is so apparent in some persons and so noticeable by reason of its absence in others. It manifests outer form above color and weight, in front of tune, and back of locality. See group figure. Locality. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of places, positions, locations, directions, etc. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember places, directions, positions, landmarks, points of the compass, roads, paths, streets, and other things having to do with space. Such persons are never lost nor confused as to direction or locality. They have an almost instinctive sense of direction. It is the geographical or traveler's sense. It is found large in the majority of travelers, sailors, civil engineers, etc. Persons in whom it is large can find themselves about a strange city without trouble and will remember old scenes, places, locations for years. Those in whom it is weak frequently get lost or mixed up regarding place, position, and direction. It manifests outer form over size and weight, or about 3/4 of an inch above the inner half of the eyebrows, and runs upwards and outwards. See group figure. It is said to have been immensely developed and apparent in Captain Cook, the eminent explorer, and the portraits of Columbus and other great explorers and travelers show a distinct enlargement of this locality. Gall, who discovered the location of this quality, took casts of the heads of noted explorers and travelers, and others manifesting the sense of place and direction, and upon comparing them, found in them all, in the region directly over the eyes, two large prominences, which began just inside the root of the nose, and ascended obliquely upwards and outwards as far as the middle of the forehead. Dr. Caldwell states that Daniel Boone, who was perpetually going from one place to another, was the most celebrated hunter and woodsman of his age, and possessed this organ in a degree of development so bold and prominent that it deformed his face. Eventuality. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of facts, events, happenings, occurrences, news, etc. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember striking events, facts, doings, occurrences, in short, news. Such persons have the nose for news, which is so important to the newspaper man, scientific investigator, researcher in any line, and general investigator. It is the historical faculty and the journalistic sense, as well as an important part of the scientific instinct. These people make good witnesses, storytellers, and entertainers. They know what is going on, and are the people to go to when one wishes to hear the news, or to learn the past history of anything or anybody. This quality manifests outer form in the center of the forehead, immediately above observation, and in front of locality. See group figure. When large, it tends to fill out the middle of the forehead. Professor O. S. Fowler says, it sometimes seems deficient because the surrounding organs are large, whereas close inspection shows it to be large. Steady the head with the left hand, and place the second finger of the right in the very center of the forehead, firmly on the head, and then work the skin horizontally. If your finger caresses an up and down ridge about the size of a pipe stem, this faculty is vigorous and has been much used and strengthened by culture of late years. Where it is not noticeably full, but has been taxed by business or literary pursuits, or had a great many little things to do for years, it appears deficient to the eye, but the rule just given for this perpendicular pipe stem ridge signifies great activity and vigor in it. See group figure. Words. This quality manifests in a cognizance, appreciation, and recollection of words, terms, phrases, etc., and their meanings. Those in whom it is large most readily perceive, recognize, and remember the words, expressions, gestures, and other modes of communication between the minds of men, and are proficient not only in perceiving and understanding them, but also in employing and using them. It is the taste, power, and ability to receive verbal impressions and to manifest verbal expression. It produces the orator and the adept in the use of words in writing. To those persons in whom it is largely developed, words take on life and reality and become living thought. In excess, it produces verbosity, talkativeness, and windiness of expression. When deficient, it renders one unable to properly express himself. It manifests outer form above and partly behind the supraorbital plates, which form the roof of the sockets of the eyes, and when large tends to press the eyes forward and downward. Its location was discovered by Gall, who observed that those fluent in the use of words almost always had full and prominent eyes and prominent under eyelids. The fullness of the eyes and lower eyelids, therefore, is its distinguishing mark. Professor O. S. Fowler says, "See how the eyes stand out beyond the cheekbone, the best standard points from which to estimate its size, because, though it may be large, yet the perceptives may be still larger, in which case the latter will project forward still farther, even beyond large." Expression. Words. Hence the fullness of the eyes should not be compared with the eyebrows as much as with the bone below them, which, not being subject to kindred mutations, forms a correct measuring point of observation. The pressure outward of the under eyelids is a good sign of the development of this quality. It may be objected to that quality of words is not, strictly speaking, a perceptive, but when it is realized that before words may be fluently used, they must be perceived, recognized, and remembered, the reason for our inclusion of this quality in the perceptive class may be understood. Chapter 14. The reflective qualities. The ninth group is known as the reflective qualities, which is composed of the two following particular qualities, analysis and logic, respectively. This group is accorded the highest place among the mental qualities, for reason is ranked higher than emotion, feeling, or sentiment. Its purpose is to philosophize, penetrate, investigate, originate, pursue the processes of inductive and deductive reasoning, analyze, synthesize, take apart, put together, combine, harmonize, search for, discover, and to manifest all the processes of rational thought, using the report of the perceptives as raw material. This group manifests outer form in the upper part of the forehead, immediately above the reflective qualities. See Figure 10. When large, it gives to the upper part of the forehead that appearance of intellectuality, which is so commonly recognized, and which has given rise to the semi-slang phrase highbrow, as applied to persons manifesting intellect. Figure 10. The reflective qualities. Figure 10. The reflective qualities. Analysis. This quality manifests in a strong desire to analyze, compare, classify, infer, discriminate, illustrate, etc. It gathers together the raw material of perception and proceeds to analyze and compare its particular parts, and then to group the parts together in a new classification and synthesis. Those in whom it is largely developed manifest the power of comparison to a high degree, discovering points of resemblance and difference almost intuitively. They will plunge to the heart of a subject in a short time, and will be able to extract the essence of an object or subject with comparatively little effort. Spurzheim says of it, "The great law of this faculty seems to be to form abstract ideas, generalizations, and harmony among the operations of the other faculties. It presupposes, however, the activity of the other faculties and cannot act upon them if they are inactive." Professor Nelson Sizer says that it frequently discovers unexpected resemblances among other things, and people who have it in a very active condition are constantly surprising those in whom it is dull by their novel illustrations. It is the source of the ability some writers possess of using frequently metaphors and analogies. While it contributes to reason, it is not strictly so. Per se, it endeavors to prove that one thing is of such and such a nature, because it resembles another that is so and so. And because the majority of people have it fairly developed, they are prone to convert an illustration into an argument. It exercises a most important influence upon the mind in the way of analytical capability, and one who has it largely developed is quick in discovering and understanding differences, enigmatical assertions, and improper or inaccurate allusions. Hence, it is essential to critical acumen. Gall says, regarding its discovery, "I often conversed with a philosopher endowed with great vivacity, who, when unable to prove his point by logic, had recourse to a comparison, by which he often threw his opponents off the track, which he could not do by arguments. It tends to reason by analogy, and to make rapid and clever generalizations. The majority of scientists have it largely developed, as also do discoverers in all lines of investigation and research, and as Gall says, its possessors seize and judge well of the relations of things, etc., and are well fitted for business. It is attracted by investigation and thought regarding concrete things, rather than by abstract subjects. It is scientific, rather than philosophical. As Professor O.S. Fowler says, it illustrates with great cleverness and facility from the known to the unknown, and discovers the deeper analogies which pervade nature, and has an extraordinary power of discovering new truths. It reasons clearly and correctly from conclusions and scientific facts up to the laws which govern them, discerns the known from the unknown, detects error by its incongruity with facts, has an excellent talent for comparing, explaining, expounding, criticizing, exposing, etc., employs similes and metaphors well, puts this and that together, and draws correct inferences from them. This quality manifests in outer form in the middle of the upper part of the forehead, along the middle line, just below the hair, directly above. Eventuality, and between the two lobes of logic, C group figure. Professor O.S. Fowler says of it, it commences at the center of the forehead and runs upward nearly to the hair. When it projects beyond surrounding organs, it resembles a cone, its apex forming a ridge which widens as it rises. Its ample development elevates the middle of the upper portion of the forehead and gives it an ascending form. Logic. This quality manifests in a strong desire to inquire into the why of things, into causes, into the wherefore, and to reason therefrom to effects and application of laws. Those in whom it is large manifest the power of logical reasoning to a high degree and abhor fallacies. This is the philosophical faculty of mind. It searches back of facts and phenomena for causes, motives, and laws, and then reasons deductively from these. Coombs says, this faculty prompts us on all occasions to ask, why is this so, and what is its object? It demands reasons and proofs in the reasoning of its owner, as well as from others. Professor Nelson Sizer says, it gives ability to look deeply into subjects and to appreciate the logical sequences of arguments. Hence it is large in persons who indicate genius in metaphysics, political economy, and all sciences of a profound character when prominent, and the perceptive faculties are moderate, and comparison, analysis, is not equally influential. It tends to speculative thinking. Men so constituted are given to spinning improbable theories. Their notions are too abstract for ordinary minds, and they are looked upon as dull and heavy weights in society. On the other hand, when logic, is deficient, the individual is superficial and incapable of taking comprehensive views of subjects, or forming judgments that will apply to the affairs of life successfully. Professor O.S. Fowler says that this quality gives the desire to know the why and wherefore of things, and to investigate their laws, ability to reason from causes down to effects, and from effects up to causes, the therefore and wherefore, ability to adapt ways and means to ends, to plan, contrive, invent, create resources, apply power advantageously, make heads save hands, kill two birds with one stone, predict the results of given measures, etc. This quality manifests outer form in the sides of the upper part of the forehead, one either side of analysis, and over locality, C group figure. When large, it gives to the forehead a high, bold, square form. With large perceptives, this quality does not present so prominent an appearance and so marked a comparison, but with the perceptive small, it gives to the brow an overhanging appearance. With analysis equally or nearly as strong, the fullness of course extends well across the forehead, but with analysis much smaller, logic presents a bulging on each side of the forehead, while with analysis large and logic small, the latter gives the appearance of two depressions on each side of the forehead. Spurzheim Wells says of the combination of analysis and logic, which he terms comparison and causality, respectively, causality and comparison combined constitute reason. Without causality, logic, there can be no argumentative reasoning. Without comparison, analysis, no comprehensive views, and no nice distinctions. Observation teaches objects and eventuality facts, while comparison, analysis, points out their identity, analogy, difference, or harmony, whereas causality, logic, seeks their causes and altogether discern general principles and laws, draw conclusions, inductions and creations, and constitute a truly philosophical understanding. Chapter 15. The Religio-Moral Qualities. The 10th group is known as the religio-moral qualities and is composed of the following particular qualities: reverence, mysticism, optimism, and conscientiousness, respectively. This group manifests outer form at the front top of the head and on either side thereof. See Figure 11. Figure 11, the religio-moral qualities. Figure 11, the religio-moral qualities. Reverence. This quality manifests in a strong reverence, respect, and awe for and of higher beings, persons in authority, sacred things, religious ideas, constituted authority, leaders, teachers, and heroes. It may be symbolically expressed by the word worship. Like that of mysticism, this quality contains within its field the highest and the lowest. It manifests the reverence and veneration for the highest conceptions of deity and being, and also the fear and base servile worship of idols, demoniac deities, devil gods, etc. Likewise, it manifests in respect and submission for the lawfully constituted authorities, and also for false leaders and prophets, charlatans, and impostors. In the same way, it causes a hero worship for those who have performed meritorious tasks and have wrought good for the race, but also for the unworthy persons whose sensational deeds have brought them into the limelight of notoriety. It manifests in all forms of the highest religion, and in the lowest forms of devil worship and low superstitious awe and fear, in the richest religious experiences, and in the wildest fanaticism and hallucinations. The direction of the manifestation is decided by the relative development of the other propensities, particularly those of the reasoning faculties. This quality manifests outer form on the middle top of the head, along the middle line directly in front of firmness, back of sympathy, and just above mysticism and optimism. See group figure. When largely developed, it causes the middle of the top of the head to bulge, particularly if mysticism be also largely developed, the combination usually being thus. Mysticism. This quality manifests in a strong attraction for the supernatural, the marvelous, the unknown, the mysterious. When perverted, it leads to superstition, gross credulity, belief in witchcraft, faith in signs, omens, and warnings, etc. When balanced by certain other qualities, it leads one to the higher flights of religious experience, faith, and consciousness of the light within. But when not so balanced, it leads one to credulity, superstition, and religious, occult, and mystical imposture. Psychic phenomena are familiar to those in whom it is largely developed in connection with certain other mental qualities: clairvoyance, second sight, spirit vision, and other peculiar experiences being common to these people. The prophets, seers, and wonder-workers belong to this class of psychics. Poets possess this quality in many cases. The manifestations of this quality include some of the very highest and the very lowest of spiritual experiences and feelings. This paradox is explained when we consider the influence of the other qualities, high and low, operating in connection with that of mysticism. In the garden of mysticism grow the choicest flowers and the rancorest and most noxious weeds. This quality is located immediately in front of optimism, and below on either side of reverence, on the front upper part of the head. See group figure. When developed, it renders the front top head broad and prominent. Optimism. This quality manifests in a strong tendency to look on the bright side of things, to expect the best, to anticipate the best. Spurzheim says of it, "Hope is necessary to the happiness of man in almost all situations, and often gives more satisfaction than even success. Those who are everlastingly scheming or building castles in the air have at large It believes possible whatever the other faculties desire. It is not confined to this life, but inspires hopes of a future state and belief in the immortality of the soul. When too strong, it expects the unreasonable and impossible, but when too weak, with caution large, it produces low spirits, melancholy, and despair. This quality, when full, produces optimists, when weak, pessimists, when medium, the average person who swings between the two extremes, partaking of the nature of each. Those in whom it is developed to excess are apt to see success in everything, and with a lively imagination translate dreams into realities. Of these persons it has been said, "Show them an egg, and the next minute the air is full of feathers." When this quality is weak, the person is disposed to look for the worm in the apple, decay at the heart of the rose, and for the skeleton beneath the form of beauty. It has been said that the optimist sees nothing but the body of the donut, the pessimist, nothing but the whole. This propensity manifests outer form at the middle sides of the upper head, in front of conscientiousness, back of spirituality, see group figure. Conscientiousness. This quality manifests in a strong tendency to act according to truth, principle, duty, the accepted code of ethics, conception of right, accepted religious teachings. In short, to regulate conduct according to the particular standard of right and wrong accepted by the person. Those in whom it is large feel keenly their personal responsibility, duty, and moral obligation. With reverence large, they model their standard of duty upon religious standards, while with reverence small and sociability large, they model their standard upon social ethics, the brotherhood of man, and the social conscience. In fact, the quality itself gives rise to what is generally called the social conscience. Coombs says of this propensity, after more than 30 years' experience of the world in actual life, and in various countries, I cannot remember an instance in which I have been permanently treated unjustly by one in whom this organ and intellect were large. Momentary injustice, through irritation or misrepresentation, may have been done, but after correct information and time to become cool, I have found such persons ever disposed to act on the dictates of conscience, as well satisfied with justice. It leads to punctuality in keeping appointments so as not to waste their time, to the ready payment of debts, will not send collectors away unsatisfied except from inability to pay, are reserved in making promises, but punctual in keeping them, and when favorably combined, are consistent in conduct. Its predominance makes a strict disciplinarian and a rigid but just master, invests all actions with a sense of duty, thereby sometimes rendering estimable persons disagreeable. In normal manifestation, this quality renders its possessor a most worthy and estimable individual, but when abnormally developed and not balanced by judgment and the reasoning faculties, it produces persecutors and religious and ethical tyrants, adhering to the letter of the law rather than to its spirit. Conscience is generally esteemed, but careful observers deplore the ingrown conscience and blue law spirit of those of large conscientiousness, large destructiveness, and small sympathy. Many so-called reformers belong to this last class. This quality manifests outer form on the side of the top part of the head, just below and on either side of firmness. It lies between firmness and cautiousness, with optimism just in front of it and approbativeness just back of it. See group figure. Chapter 16 Faces. Next to the shape of the head, the facial expression furnishes us with the most marked indication of the outer form accompanying the inner mental state. In fact, many authorities hold that the facial expression affords the most easily read and most comprehensive index of character, and that, therefore, physiognomy possesses many points of superiority over phrenology. The truth seems to be that physiognomy and phrenology are twin sciences, and that the true student of human nature should acquaint himself thoroughly with both. Physiognomy is the science and art of discovering or reading the temper and other characteristic qualities of the mind by the features of the face. The philosophy underlying the science of physiognomy has been stated at length in the first several chapters of this book, the essence of which is that mental states manifest in outward form. The majority of persons apply the principles of physiognomy more or less unconsciously in judging the characters of those with whom they come in contact. Nearly everyone scans closely the features of those whom they meet for the first time and form a general impression therefrom. Children and domestic animals possess an instinctive knowledge of facial expression and can often tell very accurately the general disposition toward them possessed by various persons. Certain persons are generally considered to look stupid, while others have a bright, intelligent expression. Some look tricky, while others look honest and trustworthy. Professor Nelson Sizer says, though all human beings have the general human form and features, though all have eyes, nose, mouth, chin, etc., yet each one has a different face and look from every other. And, more yet, the same person has a very different facial look at different times, according as he is angry or friendly, etc., and always the same look when in the same mood. Of course, then, something causes this expression, especially since all who are angry, friendly, etc., have one general or similar expression. That is, one look expresses anger, another affection, another devotion, another kindness, etc. And since nature always works by means, she must needs have her physiognomical tools. Nor are they under the control of the will, for they act spontaneously. We cannot help, whether we will or no, laughing when merry, even though in church, pouting when provoked, and expressing all our mental operations, down even to the very innermost recesses of our souls, in and by our countenances, and with more minuteness and completeness than by words, especially when the expressions are intense or peculiar. Professor Drayton says, everything, from head to feet, of form, size, and action, indicates in some degree the character of the individual or state of mind and feeling in exercise for the time being. The arching or depressing of the eyebrows, the full opening or partial closing of the eye, the pursing or pouting of the lips, the firm set jaw, the elevated head, the lofty shoulders, the stiff attitude, the dignified and stately step, or the reverse of this, will impress each observer in respect to the changing moods which may exist in a given individual. Each of the mental organs has its natural language, as shown in pantomime, which is exhibited by the gestures and motions of the head, hands, and body. Children and animals read the feelings of their parents or masters by their motions and attitudes, which are often more influential than words. The brain is the central source of motive and mental power. Every action has its root or seat of impulse in the brain and its connections, and as the mind forms purposes, the will is sent out to the extremities, and the external motions express the inward thought and feeling. Habitual states of mind tend to produce habitual forms and expressions of face and body. A person who suffers pain for years will have in the face an expression of the internal state. One who has been nurtured in gladness, though the face may not be beautiful, will wear the sunshine of joy. One who has had care and responsibility will come to show it in the face, in the walk, and in the voice. As one who has been subjugated and kept subordinate will have the word humiliation written in his features not only, but in all his movements and attitudes. Shapes of faces. The authorities in physiognomy divide the faces of persons into three general classes, viz. 1. The round face, 2. The oblong face, and 3. The pear-shaped face. Figure 12 round face, Figure 12 round face. In Figure 12, we see the round face. This face is indicative of the vital temperament. It is usually associated with broad shoulders, short neck, full chest, and plumpness, with enlarged abdomen in middle life. These people love ease and physical comforts, good eating and drinking, and not too much hard mental or physical work. They are solicitous of the comfort of their bodies, and generally look out for number one in this respect. They are generally good-natured and sociable, and often jolly. Figure 13 oblong face, Figure 13 oblong face. In Figure 13, we see the oblong face. This face is indicative of the motive temperament. It is usually associated with a compact, firm body, which while well filled out can scarcely be called plump, certainly not fleshy. These people are generally strong and active, persevering and sparing neither themselves or others in the direction of work. They are apt to have a very fair share of common sense, are practical, and are generally reliable. Figure 14 Pear-shaped face. Figure 14 Pear-shaped face. In Figure 14, we see the pear-shaped face. This face is indicative of the mental temperament. It is usually associated with a delicately formed body and finely proportioned physical shape, the shoulders often being narrow and the neck long. These people manifest the characteristics of mental and nervous force, rather than of vital or motive energy. They often have bright, expressive eyes and show other signs of the artistic or literary character. They are inclined to be sensitive and impressionable, and to suffer and enjoy keenly. In addition to the aforementioned general types, there are several others which are modifications thereof, and which we shall now consider. In Figure 15, we see the square face. This face indicates a combination of the motive and vital temperaments, with the religio-moral qualities deficient and the selfish qualities predominant. These people usually have square, stocky bodies, strong and wiry, and are tenacious of life. They are materialistic to a degree and cannot understand others who differ temperamentally from them. Usually, they have combativeness and destructiveness, large, strong perceptive qualities, and but moderate conscientiousness. They look out for themselves, pushing others aside, and not being disturbed by the higher feelings. They are generally stubborn, and their weak point is apt to be amativeness. Figure 15 Square face. Figure 15 Square face. In Figure 16, we see the egg-shaped face. This face indicates the mental temperament with the psychic qualities largely in the ascendant. The selfish qualities are weak, while the qualities of mysticism, reverence, and ideality are large. These people are generally known as spiritual and are often very psychic. They are generally impractical and dwell in an ideal world apart from the things of earth. Figure 16 EGG-shaped face. Figure 16 EGG-shaped face. In Figure 17, we see the inverted egg-shaped face. This face indicates the extreme form of the vital temperament, associated with an absence of the active qualities which should accompany it. The mental and motive qualities are quite deficient, while the purely animal qualities are strong. The result is a pig-like nature, content with wallowing in the mud of the animal propensities and having a full swill barrel. These people are essentially lazy, gross, worthless, and animal-like. Note the large lower face, without the strong jaw, and the small upper head. Note the broad nose and general lazy expression. Figure 17 Inverted egg-shaped face. Figure 17 Inverted egg-shaped face. In Figures 18 and 19, respectively, we see the contrast between broad and narrow faces. The rule is that broad faces indicate fight, destructiveness, and acquisitiveness, the selfish faculties, in fact, while narrow faces indicate a lack of these qualities. The broad-headed animals are the fighters, while the narrow-heads are the timid and peaceful, as a rule. The same principle applies in the case of men. Look over the charts of the qualities and see why this is. Figure 18 Broad face. Figure 18 Broad face. The above-mentioned several types or classes of faces have, of course, innumerable variations and combinations, but a careful study of these several types will give one the general key to all faces. It is well to obtain a side view, as well as a full face view, of the face one wishes to study. Figure 19 Narrow face. Figure 19 Narrow face. In studying faces, not only the general shape of the face must be observed, but also the various features thereof, as for instance, the chin, the mouth, the nose, the eyes, the ears, etc. These features form the subject of the following chapters. Chapter 17 Chins and Mouths. Physiognomists regard the chin as an important feature to be considered in the study of faces as the outer form of character. The following are the principal points of the reading of chins. In Figure 20, we see the first point to be observed in the study of chins. The rule is to draw an imaginary perpendicular line from the point at the root of the nose, between the two eyebrows. In the normal and average type, the line touches the upper lip and chin. But we find the normal condition in but comparatively few cases, the majority manifesting a variation backward or forward. When the chin is found to recede from the line, it is interpreted as an indication of weakness, lack of stability and firmness, and a general vacillating and unstable character. When the chin projects beyond the line, it is interpreted as indicating firmness, stubbornness, and a generally selfish nature, which is considered strong by contrast with the weak, receding chin. When the projecting chin is pointed, it indicates that the strength is manifested as grasping, miserliness, etc., while if it is square, it indicates combativeness and destructiveness as well as acquisitiveness, and if it is very broad and square, it indicates the domineering, bossy, tyrannical, self-willed character. Figure 20 Chin Study. Figure 20 Chin Study. The above points regarding the chin must always be taken into consideration. The following points are based on the shape of the chin when in normal position, that is, when the perpendicular line descends in a straight line from the root of the nose to the chin. The narrow round chin indicates idealistic feeling not manifesting in decided action. These people have high desires, longings, and aspiration, but lack the will to act upon the same. The narrow square chin indicates the idealistic nature, accompanied by the will to act upon the same. The broad round chin indicates substantial feeling, without the will to manifest it in decided action. These people desire ordinary, plain, practical things, but lack the initiative, will, and nerve to overcome obstacles to acquire them. The broad square chin indicates that the feelings are plain, practical, and substantial, with the will to back them up. From the above, it will be seen that roundness indicates feeling, and that squareness denotes will, that narrowness denotes ideality, while broadness denotes practical, substantial, plain desires and tastes. The dimpled or indented chin indicates the warm artistic temperament with its accompanying desire for love of the opposite sex, desire for affection, and alas, too often a fickleness and lack of loyalty and fidelity in love affairs. Jaws. A broad, firm jaw indicates strong combativeness, destructiveness, and firmness. A narrow, loose jaw indicates the reverse of the qualities above noted. A loose, drooping jaw and open mouth indicates timidity, weakness, shyness, or despondency. The fighters in all walks of life manifest the strong, firm jaw. It is the survival of the primitive bite in the animal or caveman. Mouths. The Orientals have a proverb which runs as follows: by a man's eyes, know what he might have been, or may be; by his mouth, knew what he has been, and is. The study of the mouth is one of the greatest interest, and one which will richly repay one for his time and thought. It will be noticed that there is a great difference between the mouth and lips of an individual in childhood, in youth, and in middle age, which fact shows the truth of the Oriental proverb just quoted. The mouth indeed shows what a man has been and is. Small mouths generally denote undeveloped, childish, or babyish character, neither good nor bad. Large mouths denote matured character, good or bad. When firm, they denote force and energy. When half open, they denote dullness and heaviness. When showing full protruding lips, they denote sensuality and selfish passions and tastes. When very large and flexible, they denote the windy person who is fond of talking and hearing the sound of his own voice. When one says that another is big mouth, he states a truth which physiognomy bears out. An upward curve of the corners of the mouth denotes a cheerful, optimistic disposition and mental attitude. Likewise, a downward curve denotes a despondent, pessimistic disposition and mental attitude. A graceful bow-like curve shows a well-balanced and all-around disposition. Tightly closed lips indicate a firmness and often a closeness of disposition. Loosely closed lips indicate a lack of firmness and often a spendthrift tendency. Lips that touch lightly and protrude slightly in a kiss-like shape indicate vanity, love of praise and flattery, and often a desire to be petted. Puffed-out lips indicate sloth, dullness, lack of energy and ambition, general heaviness. Coarse lips indicate lack of refinement and often grossness. Particularly full lips indicate amativeness and sometimes sensuality. Slanting mouths indicate trickiness, foxiness, and general unreliability. Crooked mouths, or mouths greatly out of symmetry, are held by many authorities to indicate lack of conscientiousness and often criminal tendencies. Full, red, middle lips indicate love of the opposite sex. Thin, pale middle lips denote the opposite traits. A long upper lip indicates self-esteem. A short upper lip denotes deficient self-esteem, but often also a strong approbativeness. John D. Rockefeller has an almost abnormally long upper lip. The affectionate faculties are believed to manifest in outer form in the center of the lips because of certain nerve centers at that place. A fullness and enlargement there denotes strong affection, while deficiency in the affectionate qualities manifest in the opposite direction. Will and self-control is shown by the relative firmness and set of the lips and mouth. Besides the above-mentioned characteristics, the student will soon perceive that there are certain expressions of the lips and mouth which, although impossible of expression in words, nevertheless may be almost instinctively recognized by the careful observer. Lips, like eyes, tell their story plainly to the careful and practiced observer. It is a safe rule to avoid those whose mouths arouse an instinctive distrust in your mind. Watch closely the mouths of people speaking to you, and you will receive many a plain signal of danger and many an assurance of safety. The eyes, while full of information, often deceive those not fully versed in their secret code, but the mouth tells its tale in plain, simple, understandable terms, signs, and symbols. Chapter 18: Eyes, Ears, and Noses. It has been said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, and indeed they do express as something that is not possible to any other part of the face or body. When unrestrained, the eye correctly portrays the innermost feelings and emotions affecting and influencing us, and in many cases we are able to get a clear and unobstructed view of the soul behind the eyes by gazing into them. But alas, it is possible to mask the expression of the eyes and to counterfeit emotions and feelings which do not exist within the mind. Men and women trained in the arts of dissimulation and concealment may, and do, conceal their thoughts and feelings which ordinarily would be reflected in their eyes, and many, especially women, are able to counterfeit feelings which have no real existence in their minds or souls. We have seen women bestowing upon the unsuspecting mere man the most artless, ingenuous, baby stare, while at the same time their minds were filled with craft and cunning. We have seen others whose eyes portrayed the most absolute innocence and truth, while their hearts were filled with selfish, base feelings, and their minds with cunning schemes. The trained diplomat and skilled gambler successfully mask their thoughts, and their eyes reflect nothing of their secrets, and, upon occasion, they are able to throw into their eyes any desired expression. The best authorities on physiognomy hold that the mouth is a much more reliable index of thought and character than the eye, for the eye may lie, while the mouth betrays itself even when attempting the counterfeit. But, nevertheless, the eyes do betray character, not by their expression but by their shape and form. Habitual mental states reflect in the outer form of the eyes, in spite of the care of their owners not to let them tell the secret of the thought and feeling of the moment. The story is told not by the expression of the eye, but by the muscles surrounding the eyes, the eyelids, etc. In fact, The eyelids supply the greater part of that which we call the expression of the eye, their contractions and relaxations producing the effect. Secretiveness, cunning, and closeness are denoted by closely drawn eyelids, a furtive look often being imparted thereby. This position of the eyelids has been likened to an instinctive inclination to draw the eyelids together to hide the expression of the eye, but it probably arises from the original trait of the animal to protect his eyes from attack when engaging in a fight or raid. As an instance of this, it will be found that a feeling of cruelty or desire to hurt another will manifest in a compression of the eyelids and a tightening of the upper eyelid which assumes a straight form. Frankness, truthfulness, and honesty are, in the same way, indicated by open, free-looking eyes. This expression may be counterfeited upon occasions, but the counterfeit may be detected by observing the eyes when the owner is off guard. The fighting, destructive, motive feelings are indicated by straight lines of the lids. Affection, benevolence, sympathy, and love manifest in curving, drooping, full eyelids, the absence of straight lines being marked. Amativeness and alimentiveness show in very thick eyelids, giving a sensual, gross expression to the eyes. Destructiveness manifests in a tightening of the upper lid and a bearing down upon the eyeball. Approbativeness gives a peculiar, coquettish relaxation of the upper eyelid, which is suggestive of the desire to wink in a meaning manner. Humor gives a peculiar contraction to the eyelids, and at the same time producing the little lines radiating from each outer corner of the eyelids, the laughing wrinkles. Ideality, optimism, and mysticism impart an open expression to the eyes. Cautiousness, when large, also gives to the eyes an open, almost startled, surprised expression. Large, protruding eyes are held to be indicative of wordiness, talkativeness, and lack of careful thought, the desire to talk for the pleasure of hearing oneself talk. In connection with the subject of the outer form manifesting in the eyes, we would call your attention to the quotation from Professor O.S. Fowler, appearing in Lesson 13, in which he speaks of certain of the perceptive qualities which indicate an outer form in the region of the eye, as follows. The shape of the eyebrows reveals the size, absolute and relative, of each. Thus, when all are large, the eyebrow is long and arching. When all are deficient, it is long and straight. When some are large and others small, it arches over the large ones, but passes horizontally over those which are small. This rule is infallible. In connection therewith, we suggest that the student reread carefully Chapter 13, which deals with the perceptive qualities which manifest outer form in the region of the eye. Ears. Many physiognomists pass lightly over the subject of the ears as an index of character, while others seem to specialize on this feature. The round ear is held to indicate the vital temperament, the oblong ear, the motive temperament, and the pear-shaped ear, the mental temperament. Quality is held to be indicated by the relative delicateness in the molding of the ear, a coarse, misshapen ear being held to indicate an uncultivated nature, while a delicately molded, shapely ear is held to indicate culture and refinement. A long, narrow ear is held to indicate an ambitious, striving nature. An ear pointed at the tip, upper part, is held to be indicative of selfishness and general foxiness. Noses. Figure 21a, Roman, B, Grecian, C, cherubic. Figure 21a, Roman, B, Grecian, C, cherubic. All physiognomists agree upon the importance of the nose as an index of character. The majority of people recognize the sign of a large, strong nose on the one hand and a small, weak nose on the other. In Figure 21, we see the three general forms of the nose, the Roman, Grecian, and cherubic, respectively. The Roman nose is held to be indicative of self-esteem, combativeness, destructiveness, and acquisitiveness. The Grecian nose is held to be indicative of ideality, conscientiousness, reverence, and other higher qualities. The cherubic nose is held to be indicative of feminine qualities, social attractiveness, and emotional qualities. There are, of course, innumerable modifications and combinations of these three general classes. Figure 22 3 Temperaments. Figure 22 3 Temperaments. In Figure 22, we see the classification adopted by some authorities, who divide the nose into three general parts, each of which is held to indicate one of the three temperaments, and the qualities which are related to each. Thus, the hard, bony part, including the bridge, indicates the motive, the tip and end, the mental, and the wings on each side of the nostrils, the vital. There is much truth in this classification, and a careful study of this illustration will aid the student in his understanding of noses as an outer sign of character. In fact, this illustration may be used as a basis for the whole subject of the meaning of noses as outer signs of character. Large nostrils indicate strong vitativeness and physical well-being, and often strong emotive qualities. Narrow, small, or tight nostrils indicate weak vitativeness and vital force. An authority says, if the nostrils are wide apart, the man is merciful. If the nostrils are wide open, like those of a bull, resemblances to that animal prevail in violent wrath and hard breathing. The tip of the nose indicates the several mental qualities. The sharp-pointed tip indicates an inquisitive, prying, investigating nature, a general sharpness, so to speak. A blunt tip indicates a lack of sharpness and inquisitiveness. The upturned tip, or pug, indicates a trifling, superficial, gossiping tendency. As a general rule, the sharp tip indicates thought, while the rounded tip indicates feeling. The bony part of the nose, when prominent, indicates the strength of the motive qualities, such as combativeness, destructiveness, acquisitiveness, constructiveness, etc. It generally accompanies the people who push forward and do things in spite of obstacles. It is the nose of the great generals and the majority of great financiers. Chapter 19 Miscellaneous Signs. While the subject of hands may be thought to belong to the study of palmistry, with which we have no concern in this book, nevertheless we think that we should include herein a brief reference to the several classes of the hand as indicative of the outer form of mental states. That the shape of the hand often reveals information regarding the character of its owner is admitted by the best authorities on the subject. Many persons who discard the theories of palmistry still regard the subject of the shape and meaning of hands as apart from that study, and believe that an understanding of the indications of the several classes of hands is important to the students of human nature. There are 7 general types of hands, viz. 1. The spatulate. 2. The square. 3. The artistic. 4. The elementary. 5. The mixed. 6. The philosophic. And 7. The psychic. Following, we give a brief recital of the qualities held to be indicated by each. Figure 23 Spatulate Hand. Figure 23 Spatulate Hand. In Figure 23, we see the spatulate hand, the special peculiarities of which are the straight, smooth fingers and the splay tips. This type of hand is held to indicate an active, energetic nature that is satisfied only when it is employed in doing something useful. This hand is eminently practical, and its owner cares very little for art, poetry, or literature. Figure 24 Square Hand. Figure 24 Square Hand. In Figure 24, we see the square hand, the special peculiarities of which are its general squareness of the palm and generally of the fingertips. This also is a useful hand, and its owner is amenable to authority and makes a good employee or helper. It indicates a quiet, peaceable disposition, and its owner is usually found to be careful, orderly, and dependable, the sense of order being especially strong. Figure 25 Artistic Hand. Figure 25 Artistic Hand. In Figure 25, we see the artistic hand, the special peculiarities of which are the suppleness and softness of the hand, its symmetrical form, and its long, tapering fingers. Its owners are of the poetic and artistic nature, with a taste for beautiful and refined things, artistic environment, bright and witty speech, and choice things generally. The qualities of ideality in words are apt to be well developed in these cases, and the artistic temperament is found in its full development here. Figure 26 Elementary Hand. Figure 26 Elementary Hand. In Figure 26, we see the elementary hand, the special peculiarities of which are its short, thick fingers and its thick, heavy palm. Its owners are of the earth, earthy, and have but very little imagination and fine taste. Figure 27 Philosophic Hand. Figure 27 Philosophic Hand. In Figure 27, we have the philosophic hand, the special peculiarities of which are its large thumb, rounded fingertips, and its projecting joints. Its owners are thinkers, investigators, and reasoners along practical lines, and are generally skeptical and inclined to demand proof of anything and everything. Figure 28 Psychic Hand. Figure 28 Psychic Hand. In Figure 28, we see the psychic hand, the special peculiarities of which are the extreme slenderness of the entire hand and the long, thin, pointed fingers. Its owners have mysticism highly developed and inclined toward the mysterious, supernatural, occult, and imaginative, and are generally of an extremely nervous, sensitive nature. Very few hands adhere strictly to any one of these several types, but are more or less composite or mixed. In such cases, the characteristics of each type mingle and blend, and must be interpreted accordingly. The following peculiarities are also noted by the authorities. The thumb. The thumb is divided into 3 parts, each indicating a certain quality, as follows. 1. The top part or division, which indicates will. 2. The second or middle part, which indicates logic. 3. The ball or fat lower portion, which indicates passion. The comparative size of either of these parts indicates the strength of its particular qualities. The fingers. Hard fingers indicate work, activity, and energy. Soft fingers indicate love of ease, disinclination for work, laziness. Very hard hands denote heaviness and general stupidity, also gross tastes and undeveloped nature. Smooth fingers denote artistic tastes, etc., while knotted fingers denote philosophic thought and argument, orderliness, and taste for material facts and things. Short fingers denote quick judgment and impatience of detail, while long fingers denote a love of detail, elaboration, and fussiness. Spatulate fingers indicate tidiness, usefulness, and a desire to be doing useful work. The palm. Hardness of the palm, as of the fingers, denotes activity, energy, and work, while softness denotes love of ease, laziness, etc. Wideness of the palm denotes generosity, broad-mindedness, etc., while a narrow palm denotes the reverse. Firm palms generally denote the motive temperament, while soft, flabby palms denote the vital temperament. The walk. The study of the walk as an index of character is favored by many authorities. There are 3 general types of walks, viz. 1. The long stride, in regular time. 2. The short, quick, and somewhat jerky step. 3. The short but regular step. Those who walk with a long stride generally take a broad view of things, but if their walk is also slow, they are apt to lack energy and push. The short, quick step denotes activity, but small ideas and often pettiness. The combination of the long stride and the quick movement is held to indicate both large ideas and activity. A draggy, shuffling walk is held to indicate a careless, shiftless nature, and a springy movement is indicative of mental activity. A mincing walk is held to denote finickiness, affectation, and general artificiality, while a careless walk denotes a disregard for appearances and a general unconventional nature. Those who walk in a straight line, direct to the object they seek, are apt to move in the same way in other affairs of life, while those who zigzag from side to side display the same lack of directness in business affairs and other activities of life. In the same way, One who makes shortcuts across corners, etc., is held to have the same tendency in active affairs. Approbativeness shows itself in a strutting walk, while self-esteem manifests in a dignified carriage. Deficient self-esteem shows itself in a cringing walk, while strong reverence produces a respectful, deferential carriage. Approbativeness causes a slight swagger, with a defiant carriage of the head, while combativeness manifests in a get-out-of-my-way pushing walk, the head being slightly lowered as if to butt a way through. Cunning manifests in a foxy, sly walk, while cautiousness shows in a timid, hesitating step, and acquisitiveness in a general carefulness and watchfulness as manifested in gait. A combination of cunning, cautiousness, and acquisitiveness, which is quite common, manifests in a light, stealthy step, giving the suggestion of tiptoeing, and in extreme cases may show even the snaky, gliding motion from side to side, in noiseless progression. A little study and observation will convince anyone that the walk and carriage of an individual correspond very closely to his general character. And just as we may recognize one's mental characteristics when reproduced in outer form in the walk, so may we deduce the existence of mental characteristics in a stranger from the outer form of his walk and carriage. The study of walk and carriage is very interesting, and will repay one for the time and trouble expended upon it. One may practice by observing the walk of an individual whose character is known, for the purpose of seeing the outer form of these characteristics, and also by observing the walk of those whose characters are unknown, and endeavoring to form an idea of their mental states and characteristics by means of their peculiarities of gait and carriage. One will be astonished at the proficiency attained in a short time by a little practice along these lines. Voice. The voice is a great revealer of character. Professor O.S. Fowler says, "Whatever makes a noise, from the deafening roar of sea, cataract, and whirlwind's mighty crash, through all forms of animal life, to the sweet and gentle voice of woman, makes a sound which agrees perfectly with the maker's character." Thus the terrific roar of the lion and the soft cooing of the dove correspond exactly with their respective dispositions, while the rough and powerful bellow of the bull, the fierce yell of the tiger, the coarse, guttural moan of the hyena, the swinish grunt, the sweet warblings of birds, in contrast with the raven's croak and the owl's hoot, each correspond perfectly with their respective characteristics. And this law holds equally true of man. Hence human intonations are as superior to brutal as human character exceeds animal. Accordingly, the peculiarities of all human beings are expressed in their voices and mode of speaking. Coarse-grained and powerful animal organizations have a coarse, harsh, and grating voice, while in exact proportion as persons become refined and elevated mentally, will their tones of voice become correspondingly refined and perfected. Professor L. A. Vaught says, "Affectionate voices always come from the back head. Heavy, thunderous voices always come from the side head. Egotistical voices come from the crown of the head. Kind, respectful, and straightforward voices come from the top head." A clear, distinct utterance is held to indicate clear, logical thought, while indistinct, confused, slurring utterance is indicative of careless, illogical, and hasty thought processes. Sharp and shrill notes denote nervous tension and lack of restraint, as witness the voice of the shrew or the hysterical woman, or the high-strung nervous man. Self-restraint is shown by calm, deep, forceful utterances. Slowness in delivery denotes slow, deliberate mental processes, while quickness and snappiness in speech denotes quick, active habits of thought. The cheerful voice of the optimistic person and the rasping whine of the chronic pessimist are well known. The voice of self-reliance and the voice of fear and lack of self-esteem are easily recognized. The strident, overconfident note of the boaster and vain, glorious person is easily distinguished from that of the modest, careful, reliable person. All the several mental qualities manifest in the voice, in tone, pitch, or feeling. The emotive qualities give the affectionate voice. Self-esteem gives the confident voice. Approbativeness gives the voice of affectation and conceit. Combativeness gives the let me alone tone. Destructiveness gives the get out of my way note. Cunning and acquisitiveness give the tone of deceit and flattery, and so on, through the entire scale. In studying voices, it will help you to ask, what quality or qualities produce this voice? In each case, study the voices of those whose characteristics you know, and then apply the experience to others whose characteristics are unknown. Laughs. Laughter is full of the expression of character. One may often accurately determine the character of a person whose face is not seen or known. A hearty laugh is indicative of sympathy, companionship, and general sociability, as well as a well-developed sense of humor. A giggle is indicative of pettiness, trifling, and general mental lightweight. The repressed laugh shows self-control and often caution and cunning, the tone denoting the difference. The vulgar ha-ha denotes a correspondingly gross nature. The peculiar shrill, rasping, parrot-like laugh of the courtesan is typical, and whenever heard should act as a note of warning. It is difficult to state in words the various qualities of the laugh, but each is distinctive and well expresses the quality causing it. It may be said that each and every mental quality has its corresponding note in the laugh, which note may be learned and recognized by a little practice and actual observation. The handshake. The manner of shaking hands is indicative of the characteristics of the individual. Handshakes may be divided into three general classes, viz. 1. The hearty handshake, which indicates good feeling, earnestness, and interest. 2. The mechanical handshake, which denotes indifference, lack of feeling, and lack of interest. And 3. The selfish handshake, which denotes cunning, heartlessness, and desire and disposition to take advantage of the other party. There is a something in the handshake which is almost impossible to express in words, but which is recognized instinctively by those having human nature well developed. It is more of a feeling of certain qualities manifested by the other person. A little thought and attention paid to this subject will tend to develop this recognition on the part of one deficient in it. One may, with a little practice, learn to distinguish between the honest and the dishonest, the moral and the immoral, the active and the passive, the energetic and the slothful, the grasp of good fellowship and that of superciliousness, the friendly and the antagonistic, the candid and the deceitful, and all the other various kinds of handshakes. Mental states manifest in outer form in handshakes as in many other physical actions and appearances. First, study the several qualities in their inner aspect, and then learn to distinguish the various outer forms of each. From the inner, proceed to the outer, and having learned the way, you will be able to retrace your steps from the outer to the inner in the case of other persons. The principle once grasped, the rest is all a matter of practice and experience. The end. About the author. William Walker Atkinson, 1862 to 1932, was an American attorney, businessman, publisher, and prolific author who became one of the leading figures of the New Thought movement. Born in Baltimore, Atkinson began his professional career practicing law before dedicating himself to writing and teaching on philosophy, psychology, self-improvement, and mental development. Over several decades, he published dozens of books on subjects including concentration, willpower, success, personal magnetism, hermetic philosophy, and the power of thought. Many of his writings appeared under various pseudonyms, allowing his ideas to reach a broad international audience. Among his best-known works are the Kybalion, published under the pseudonym The Three Initiates, The Secret of Success, The Inner Consciousness, Thought Force in Business and Everyday Life, and Memory, How to Develop, Train, and Use It. Atkinson's philosophy emphasized self-reliance, disciplined thinking, and the belief that individuals can shape their character and improve their circumstances through conscious mental effort and consistent action. His writings played a significant role in the evolution of modern self-help literature and continue to influence readers interested in personal growth, leadership, and motivation. Today, William Walker Atkinson is remembered as one of the pioneering voices of the self-development movement. Through The Secret of Success, How to Achieve Power, Success, and Mental Influence, he offers readers a timeless guide to cultivating inner strength, purposeful action, and the habits that lead to enduring achievement. Production credits. This audiobook was produced by Pigeon Publishing House, dedicated to the preservation of timeless literature. Copyright 2026, Pigeon Publishing House. All rights to the narration and audio production are reserved. Unauthorized reproduction or distribution is prohibited. Pigeon Publishing House is an independent label dedicated to public domain works. Public domain text used with attribution. Pigeon Publishing House presented The Secret of Success, How to Achieve Power, Success, Mental Influence. Author, William Walker Atkinson. Narrated by Henry Wells. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it.
If anything you heard today helped you, challenged you, or gifted you a useful idea, remember to support us with a 5-star rating, follow the podcast, and leave a comment with your reflection of the day. And if you want to keep growing, we'll be waiting for you in our other compilations: Pigeon Audiobooks Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks Classics, Pigeon Audiobooks Poetry, Pigeon Audiobooks Top 100 Best-Selling, and our new collection, Pigeon Audiobooks Novels. There you'll find a complete library to elevate your mind and your results. See you in the next episode. And never forget, knowledge is the greatest act of rebellion against the system.